I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 80. Forgot to change. That was a bit of a mess. Ta-da! Yes, today is Sunday. It's actually Monday for me already. It's already past midnight. But 26th of May or 27th of May, if you have already past midnight. And we're going to start with DPA Open Mic. I'm going to share the link so I don't talk so much. Let you guys talk because Open Mic is about you guys, not me. Me is not important. Although I have to host it. So let me... can you guys hear me? I think you guys can hear me, right? So let me drop the link for you guys to join. The link will be in the live chat for the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube as well as on Rumble. So let me drop the link. I just saw Rune Thorson ask about dress code for joining. As long as you wear something, it's okay. So try not to be not wearing shirt, especially if you're female. Female cannot, must wear shirt. Male, I mean, I try not to. Only our in-house Jesus don't wear clothes when he's on. So I've dropped the link and pin in the YouTube live chat as well as on Rumble. And should I pin it on Twitch? Let me think. Should I put it on Twitch? Okay, I dropped it on Twitch as well. I also pin it on Twitch. So So in case you do not know, we are DPA's live streams Open Mic on Twitch as well. So Shadow V, hi.
Hello.
Long time no see.
How are you?
Yeah, it's good. Last week I do US timing, so you.
Okay. So you sleep enough?
No. No.
That's my issue.
I have just now I have a 15-20 minute nap. And then I was like, oh, I need to wake up. So
you know that choice. I have a personal joke. I think there is both two of you. You have a twin. You do so much things that you have to be two of you. There is to be two of you.
I have very unusual sleeping habits. So that helps to be awake in a weird hours. So yeah, but
are you going to take some holidays this summer?
Sorry?
Are you going to take some holiday, some vacancies to go away a few weeks to empty your mind?
I don't dare to take holidays now because I have so much overhead right now. I bought a car, I bought a house, and then YouTube punishes. Yeah, so I'm doomed. I'm in dipshit. So
we are going to be able to watch you all the summer.
Yeah, let me adjust my audio. So you guys chat first. Hi, Vaughn. Oh no, it's so complicated. My settings are not so complicated. I don't know which is which.
Is it okay now?
So yeah, I think the biggest news over the past week is Israel getting ordered by ICJ to stop its offensive. I think that's the biggest one. I think the other big one is Putin making statement with the Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, questioning Zelenskyy's legitimacy. As his term is over, but there is no election, and then that puts into a lot of question. I did talk about it as well in the briefing, but very few people watch. So I think we will have to rehash. Neocon artist in the backstage, please check the private chat.
Yes, I'm just thinking about these two events. The Zelenskyy is he really a legitimate president, or about the international decision to interfere in the Gaza war? For both of them, they are just declaration. We have to wait for the action to see if something is going to happen.
Oh, okay. What
For
is one doing?
the Zelenskyy decision, it could be important because if you want to have a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, you need someone that the Russian side consider legitimate on the Ukrainian side. But I think you already said that during your briefing. Hello, Toby.
Hey,
Wow, why are you so well dressed today?
because it's really cold.
Oh, I thought you're going to set a new standard for DPA Open Mic. Now,
Yeah.
everybody needs to wear coat, everything.
I'm rugged up. It's like 5 degrees here. It's terrible. Hey, Shadowy, long time no see.
Yes, long time.
And William, I have not met.
Hi, William. William is one of the very, very first people who come on the DPA Open Mic. So long time ago, and he haven't came on for a long time.
I hope it
So
works.
we were
I might
talking
have to- I
about-
might cut out and get onto a laptop for better audio.
Yeah,
visual.
you sound
Can
super
hear me
soft.
Okay?
You
A
are
bit
very
soft.
low.
Okay, I'm gonna probably cut it. I'll be back. This goes on for a few hours, right?
Oh yeah, at least a couple.
At least a couple, yes, that's funny.
If you come back in 2 hours, there's a good chance you'll catch us.
And we'd still be at the same point. Or maybe we have run a full circle.
So we were just talking about the ICJ ruling in the DPA chat, the Telegram. I was doing some reading about this, and there's like one interesting thing that, because as far as the Security Council goes, whatever they do, America will just veto it, and so nothing will happen, right? That's how the Security Council works. But one thing that I did think was kind of interesting, and I don't know that much about it, but I was starting to read about it. The thing is, all of the sanctions regimes that the West imposes on smaller countries, and by the West I mean like the UK, America, West Germany, and the OECD nations.
Oh,
They
you
have
could have
lots of-
to.
They have lots of rules about who you can sell weapons to, right? So you're not allowed to sell weapons to, quote, terrorists. And one of the rules is that you're not allowed to sell weapons to people who have been indicted for war crimes by the ICJ, right? So although they can ignore and veto any Security Council resolution, these rules about who you can sell weapons to have automatic application in the domestic law. And so what you may see in America and in the UK is anti-Israeli politicians and lawyers bringing legal actions against firms like BAE and Boeing and Raytheon, saying that they are in breach of these rules against selling weapons to the wrong kind of people. So there may actually be consequences for the defense firms that are supplying Israel, whether or not the regime in Washington or the UK want to do anything about it. And that would require the Western nations to basically repeal those laws, which would mean that they would be backing away from their own international law and their rules-based order. So that's something that we could see. We could see the West, not talking so much about a rules-based order.
Oops.
I want to add something immediately about that. In France, I don't know for other country, but in France, to export weapons to another country, you just need the approval of the Foreign Office. It doesn't matter if it's some dictatorship in Africa, some butcher in Asia, or anyone. You just need the approbation of the government. That's all. There is no law, there is no such thing. The only law is the Foreign Office has to give you a specific document allowing the transaction. That's all. So they are going to continue.
I'm trying to get drunk off my energy drinks in case Bjorn shows up. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably similar, Shadowy. I'd be surprised if you couldn't get a special exemption in America. What would be the point of having a law if you couldn't?
And look at all the dictators in South America. They will save a lot of people of weapons from USA. That's the same thing.
Even so, that there is a stigma associated with being accused of being a war criminal by the International Court of Justice. It's not exactly on everybody's list of things to do. And I can see Rishi Sunak is calling a snap election while he's 20 points behind in the polls, which is a kind of odd thing to do. I've seen a few, I don't know much about the UK, but a few commentators have said he doesn't want to be there anymore. And he's basically...
I was just going to ask, is that like his way out?
Yeah, I think
Like
well,
he
this is
can
what
leave
people say. I don't know, maybe people
and basically act like he had nothing to do with Ukraine?
Yeah, well, it could be, you know, like there could be a lot of people deciding they don't want to play anymore because it's getting a bit ugly.
You think he's doing like Merkel? He's leaving before the vote sink?
Maybe. It doesn't make much sense, you know, like his party is
Watch
20
this
polls
motherfucker.
behind. He doesn't have to have this election and he's calling it. A lot of people in his own party are really angry at him for calling it. Well, it seems like a throw.
So who would be his replacement? Is there anyone even mentioned if he gets out?
I think Starmer's the guy from the Labour Party there, isn't he?
Can't they bring that lettuce lady back? She wasn't there that long. Maybe she should get a try again.
That'd be my first choice.
Or Boris. He was good.
Hey, Drew.
I just came on to add on to your point, Toby, that this whole rule-based order thing, it's all falling apart. Like you know, this ICJ thing, I you know, as long as it works for them, they'll keep at it. The ICJ prosecutor, the British King's Council guy, gave an interview and said that one of the Western leaders, elected leaders, he said, he didn't name who, actually came up to him and said, you know, the ICJ is to be used against people outside the West, not people in the West. It's so, you know, it's so blatant now. So I
think that was Lindsey Graham. I heard that was Lindsey Graham that was the guy.
He didn't name anybody, but you know, if you look at it at the same time with the trade sanctions on China, where the Biden administration just announced 100% tariffs on China, which breaks all the WTO rules, but nobody talks about that. So it's like they are just tearing down their own institutions at this point because they realize that their own institutions that they set up, that they control, the rules that they put in place, they don't want to play by them anymore because now those rules are shackling them. So it's like nobody respects their institutions, their rules-based anymore because they're breaking their own rules. So this is just another step in the direction of everybody else calling out the hypocrisy or seeing the hypocrisy and just quietly going away and then setting up a separate rule-based system like that actually people would actually adhere to. So it's just part of the process. So this whole ICJ thing, I don't think it will be much of a difference in terms of like actual weapons sending or actual aid to Israel or actually arresting them or stopping the Rafah incursion. I don't think you'll do any of that. You know, it's just another sign that they have given up on their own institutions. That's it. It's just, you know, they're just going to ignore it. It has happened before, apparently, and they have no way to enforce it unless somebody raises in the Security Council the need to go like send a peacekeeping force, but the US would just obviously veto that, so that will never happen. So you know, it's just like, what can the ICJ do? Is toothless. It's symbolic, but not much is going to happen from it. I mean, at this point, everybody already knows all these institutions are set up for the benefit of the West, and everyone's just going to quietly try and ignore it. Okay, I can run away.
I think what you said is related to the last speech of Putin Xi Jinping that they did together about the need of international law and to recreate and to reform the existing law to make sure that it applies to everything and everybody. I think it was in their speech. Oh, next topic. Maybe we are really going to last for only 2 hours today.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, everything everybody said. I mean, I agree with it all. I mean, the whole world has pretty much seen the real deal, the real face, and then everybody's slowly getting away from their friend or breaking away or cutting ties or distancing themselves because it's, you know, we're ugly and the mask is off. I mean, it's all. I mean, it's not like it hasn't been off for years, but you know. After COVID, it seems like everyone just like really went balls to the wall to expose to you how evil they could possibly be and how scummy they were.
Yeah, I think the internet's had a big part in exposing that. Like, I think we forget how much the mass media used to shield the political class.
Yeah,
You know,
well, I mean, think about it.
there were still people that understood geopolitics, but like, you know, there were like 3 of them, and they'd hang out at a university, and you know, like. Everyone would think they're complete cranks, and that's probably still true to some extent.
Well, I mean,
the other thing is going to. Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say on the point of like the impact of the West's institutions breaking down, as the West backs away from their talk about a rules-based order, it's breeding even more cynicism in the West, and like I think I really get the feeling that the West would have really liked to have attacked Iran by now, but they can't, right? And I also think that they would have liked to have escalated Ukraine, but they can't. And one of the reasons they can't is because neocons are desperately unpopular. It's like the CIA might have a lot of power, but they don't have the power to make people like them. And so it's kind of the kiss of death. If you're like, look at the Speaker of the House, Michael Johnson, right? So yeah, he's Raytheon's guy on the Hill, and you know, when he goes to his private dinner parties in Washington, he's popular. But the base hates him. He's toxic, and so his career's done. And so I think that there is a lot of difficulty in getting popular support in the West behind the elites. The elites sure have their power. They're protected because the judiciary won't go after them. We saw that in the FISA court, right? So they've got the power. They pretty much own all the political parties. They can control the politicians. They've compromised the politicians and the judges. They have the power, but they don't have the popular support. And without popular support, it's very, very hard to get a serious war going. And so I think that like it's more than just losing the power of their international institutions and the rules-based order. I think the West is also it's losing the ability to muster its population and get them behind things.
I was just going to say, I mean, like I've said before, I mean, the gig's up. Everybody knows America's weak. Biden's a joke. I mean, that's why you got a country like Yemen standing up to the United States Navy and kind of chasing them away a little bit because they can't really go hard on Yemen because they can't afford the escalation. So they kind of got to sit there and play this little bullshit game of tag, which the Yemenis should not even be able to play in, but they are. And it's because they don't have any fear of Biden or the Western administrations because they know they talk a lot of shit. They already know they're going to do evil crap to them. So it's like, oh, okay, what else are you going to do to me? Bomb me into like pre-Stone Age? I mean, they don't really have anywhere else to go. So they don't have anything to lose. And it's a good bet, you know, take your chances right now while America's in the shitter for 4 years, probably, maybe longer. And make all your moves, and everybody is, and the U.S. can't control it. The West can't control it. But you know, they fucking ruined so many relationships with this rules-based order that constantly changes and is schizophrenic. It's just created a situation where it's a free-for-all now. Everything they wanted to control is out of control, and everybody they thought they could control is doing their own thing, and there ain't really anything they can do about it unless they want to, you know, get really, really stupid and start threatening to nuke people if they don't follow their rules and shit. But we're not there yet.
Yes, you are right. We are not there yet because the main issue is going to be when the Ukrainian is going to fall, and it's going to show the whole world how few power USA and NATO still have left. That's when the problem is going to be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. Once Ukraine is over and Russia clearly is the victor and takes an overwhelming amount of land, that's when all these guys sitting on the sideline or that have been neutral are going to make their jump to the Russian side if it's the Russians that win, or if the West somehow pulls something out of its ass, then they would jump to the West side. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're all jumping to the BRIC side once the coast is clear.
What I fear is that we are going to have immediately another war somewhere else, just to make sure that the USA and NATO is going to try to keep control of something.
Of the
I
narrative.
mean, the only thing that might change is if Trump gets in, he might be able to cobble people back into the fold with promises and deals, but he has to get in first, and that hasn't even happened yet. And who knows how bad things will go out of control before the election anyway. So, and like I said before, even if he gets in, you have to look at it would be a year minimum before anything was to take effect and start.
But
I'm seeing a lot more commentators portray the rules-based order the way I always have, which is the U.S. rules over you, the U.S. has base troops near you, and the U.S. orders you around. Rules-based order. Like, I'm actually seeing people like scholars and diplomats saying that on television. Like, it's the mask is off of this. It's just not a set of rules. I just wanted to not lose the topic about the ICJ. It's a mistake to look at the UN institutions as somehow dependent on enforcement. It doesn't work that way in a peer-to-peer international order. The way that it works is it's kind of a strong statement gets made by a body that's been formally deferred to, like the ICJ, and then over time, every diplomatic conversation begins from the assumption of what the ICJ has said. So a way to look at it is like medieval Europe. The church didn't have its own troops. It didn't have its own power. But if the Pope excommunicated somebody, it became harder and harder and harder to ally with them, to trade with them, to have them visit you. And you could defy them for a while, like a medieval duke or lord could have a person the church disapproved of could come visit or could marry their daughter, but it got harder and harder and harder. And when you start to see NATO countries recognizing Palestine like Norway and Spain did, it becomes almost untenable. At this point, we're down to the Five Eyes countries, and the G7 are the only two groups that don't have anyone in them recognizing Palestine, and that's pretty isolated. So I think the U.S. reaction to the ICC warrants against Netanyahu, yeah, that will be probably ineffective, but the ICJ is very effective. If they eventually find that Israel is committing genocide, then they can even skips past the UNSC and goes to the General Assembly to decide what to do, and they can kick Israel out. So that is absolutely poison, and it's the biggest news this week by far.
Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, I want to test one more thing.
Super
Can you hear
chat.
this?
Every little helps. Every little
guys hear
helps.
Yes.
yes, we
I
two
see.
time.
Thank you, John.
Oh. Yeah. So I because I forgot to prepare the settings, so I was like figuring out my settings because it's a bit complicated. I need 3 different softwares to sort it out. Okay. Thank you for the super chat.
I think what we have to place here is there is a fight for the so-called rules-based order that some Western countries talks all the time, and it gets confused to what the rest of the world actually wants, which is international law to be respected and be equal to everybody. And this is the point where people get confused because it seems like it's the same thing, but it's not. We don't know what types of rules they are talking about. Of course, we presume which type of rules they are going to be made as it goes, and most and foremost, these are regulations that the EU and the United States, but actually in this case it's mostly the EU, keeps printing out all the time, and most of the world follows without much of a question. Of course, they can say no, but because it's the US normally copies these regulamentations quite right away, or the other way around, but the EU is the biggest one. Somehow it's like you can't do business if you don't respect these regulamentations imposed by the EU. Sometimes in the internal markets, they tend to be ignored. They tend to have their own. So bigger countries do have regulation bodies. They have strong sayings. This is actually the Brazilians, the Indians, the Chinese, and the Russians. Most of the other countries don't even have regulatory bodies. They just accept things as they come, and it's a problem. About the thing what CH was talking, I'm sorry, I'm coming a bit late.
Super chat. Every little helps. Ni ga saka Richard.
And the thing about International Court of Justice saying that Israel has to get out of that city. Sorry.
Super chat. Every little helps. Mic check. Let's see if works.
And in that sense, what I think is that we are in a very near. The ICJ wouldn't say that if they weren't sure they are going actually to accuse Israel of genocide. And the penal court in Hague, in a way, just kind of pre-announced what is probably very much going to be the last verdict. And like CH was saying, once that's out, that that Israel is going to be accused formally in a verdict of committing genocide, then it will be very difficult to deal with Israel. And yes, and we also already seeing breaks inside of the European Union with all these countries that were being mentioned, Spain, Ireland, and Norway, and it means actually that they have inside information, and having inside information means that we are going into that direction. They are just advancing because some countries will have a lot of problems. When Nicaragua accused Germany of being complicit with genocide and helping with doing it, and even the US, it's very interesting. Blinken had an interview in the Congress, and the congressman was asking Blinken all the time if he was giving information about targets to hit in Gaza. He kept saying no. Of course he's giving it, but they are aware that they probably will also be accused of complicity to commit genocide. Well, Toby is a lawyer. He might give us good insights how complicity actually works and how much of guilt is then transmitted to the helpers. Go on, Toby, you have your finger.
Oh no, listen, I don't, you know my position on this. It's the same as with Putin. Like, these courts aren't courts. Like, to me, I don't believe in international law, and I don't believe that anybody in power wants international law, because you cannot want to have power of your own nation state. You can't want your national power at the same time as wanting international law. These are opposite things. If you say you support international law, what you're saying is that there's this group of people who can overrule you, right? No national leader really wants that. So you get national leaders together, they form clubs, and they talk about a rules-based order, but it's just what suits their own foreign policy, right? It's not real. And so I find all the lawyers parading around as though international law is a real thing. I find that very vain and tiresome. It's like, go home and sort your own problems out first. But nevertheless, and so basically, I don't think it's real. I don't think there's any massive consequence. But I do think that the points that were made earlier, the erosion of the narrative of a rules-based order. This is what, as Drew said, this is our move to the multipolar world. And you know, and Wyatt's spoken a lot about that, and I kind of agree with him that that's probably a pretty dangerous kind of a world. Although I guess if you're an Iraqi or you know, a Syrian or any one of these countries that's been destroyed in the last 30 years, what do you care? It's not like, you know, if you're Serbian or even if you're Ukrainian, the rules-based order of NATO is not exactly warm puppies either. So yeah, I find the whole international legal scene to be very vain and kind of duplicitous and, yeah, a little bit silly as well. And I think that what we actually have to do is we have to look towards a world that's multipolar and also like not quite as silly. Like it would be nice if we remembered the things about the Cold War that made it cold. Like specifically, we all agreed that like nuclear weapons were really hot. They were too hot. And so we were going to have a Cold War, right? Because you see now people talking about Russia as though, you know, like that woman from Estonia talking about dismantling the Russian state. It's like that's someone from a tiny little non-nuclear power talking about destroying a major nuclear power, right? That's silly. This is silliness. These people have forgotten that there are major powers that have regional interests. And all this talk of international law and the rules-based order, it's silly, right? In my view, we have to get back to this idea of a balance of powers. When I studied it at military college, it was called the balance of powers, right? The great powers. There were history books called the great powers. And you studied the balance of these powers. That's what geopolitics was. That's what diplomacy was, right? You didn't talk about overthrowing Putin if you were the prime minister of Estonia, because that would be seen as silly. And it might also get like all your people squashed, right? So hopefully we will stop all this posturing from all these people in the ICJ and the ICC and in the UN. And hopefully we get back to the position where, like, you know, China has shown some respect, Russia has shown some respect, India has shown some respect, instead of being told what to do by the children of bankers in some European city that's still occupied.
I disagree. I disagree with your position, Toby, if I can go.
Of course you do. Of course you do. It hasn't been sanctioned.
Because, you know, international law, so if you look at it from a perspective of a ruler of a sovereign country like China and India, their powers are over their own people. Their powers are domestic. So international law is the tool that they use to make sure that everybody else in the world plays by a set of rules that everybody agrees to and applies equally to everybody, so that they can conduct fair trade and increase their economic welfare through trade and through diplomacy and through external politics, right? So that's the way that they establish like an equal rule that everybody should follow. The problem only starts when one group sets a rule or law that applies to everybody else that doesn't apply to them. Then it's not international law anymore, because it's not equal, right? Whereas if it is an actual a law, so if many countries set up to this law and everybody agrees to partake in this law and be governed by this law, and so everybody knows that these are the rules that we play by, it's perfectly fine that everybody can have an equal playing field, right? The problem is when it's not equal, when they only use the rules when it's
the problem is reality, is what you're saying.
No, the problem is the West trying to do that. What China and Russia are trying to do, and India and all the rest of the world are trying to do, is create an equal playing field. That's what they are.
So when China create international law, it will be a real thing. But when Whitey does it, it's
yes, I don't believe that. Sorry, but the guy with the most power want to keep it. The guy with less power want to gain it. That's
if they agree to be governed by the same rules. So if they say
not by the same rules, Drew. It's not by the same rules. International law
after Drew and then me.
International law is for each country individual a different thing, because not all countries sign the same treaties. So international law for a country is not the same thing like for another one. What the West wants to do is to create international law, like Toby was saying, and say, now you have to rule, you have to do the same like we want, the same rules like we stipulated. These are the regulamentations that the EU have been doing, and say these are universal ones now. No. International law is just when each country signs a treaty, then it becomes its law as well, and it has to be rectified. It has to put into the national law and so on. So it's a very complicated thing. So it's not for everybody the same thing. Okay, countries that enter inside of the United Nations, in principle, they have a set of rules that is common to everybody, because they signed the treaties of the United Nations as well. These are probably the only treaties that are completely universal. Most of the other treaties, most of the other things that we called for Portugal international law will be not valid for China or for Russia, whatever. Like, for instance, the International Penal Code, it's just valid for a bunch of countries. This is not a valid universal court. It's just for a club of countries. Its validity and the way they impose their verdicts, it's very questionable, actually, in the way they do. Go on, Drew.
Yeah. So so international law is not a set of rules that everybody follows. You need to look at it in terms of each rule. So if all the countries, say 200 countries out of the 280, sign on to this one rule, then those 200 countries are bound by that one rule. And then another rule might have 80 countries that sign up to it, and 80 countries are bound by one rule. So then if China is one of those 200 countries, for example, then you'll know that, okay, this rule, all these countries are bound by it. Therefore, I can treat all these countries and they're going to behave the same way, with these rules. It's a rule by rule basis, but it is supposed to be if 200 countries sign up to this rule, all 200 countries are bound by those rules. The problem is that a lot of Western countries are signing up to those rules, but now determined that they are not bound by those rules. That's the problem. It's not, if the Western countries just decided, okay, I'm not going to sign up to any of these rules, that is fine, because it's their prerogative as a sovereign country not to be bound by international law. That's perfectly fine, but they also lose the other side of it, which is the other countries will know that they are not bound by those rules and will not expect them to play by those rules, and will also do the same thing themselves when in bilateral relations with them, right? So the problem is they want their cake and eat it too. That's the problem. There's hypocrisy there.
So there are a few countries in the world, very few ones, that don't abide by any international law. They are not recognized by most of the countries around the world. Of course, these are very tiny countries people don't know about, like South Ossetia, Abkhazia, Transnistria, and a few ones in Myanmar. Sorry, Vaughn.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, I agree with everybody's point, but the reality of the situation is, like Drew, I assume at some point you want a multipolar world. China has a pole, Russia has a pole, West has a pole. Well, let's say it happens. I'm going to assume if the Chinese have a pole and the Russians have a pole and the Americans have a pole, they're going to make rules up and they're going to follow the rules. But guess what? Since they're the big boys, they're going to change the rules. And just because you don't think they will doesn't mean they won't or will. It just means at some point down the line, if they choose to do that, they'll be able to do it because they'll be the key players in those polls. And I don't think it's out of line to expect or think that China wouldn't break rules it set for its poll to benefit itself, or Russia or America. They may all talk a good talk, but I'm sorry, the players like that don't have to follow the rules, and they won't when they don't want to. And that's just the bottom line. It doesn't matter if they're Chinese, Russian, or Americans. When it comes down to it, they're going to make sure they're taken care of first. And if that means they got to break a rule, they will. And there's nothing those people can do. What's the Philippines going to do, or Vietnam, if China says you got to do this and we don't? Nothing.
Yeah. That's why I shook my head when you said I want a multipolar world. I don't. I want a world where all the countries, big or small, are governed by the same laws, that we all respect the same set of rules and we play by the same rules. That's not a multipolar world. Multipolar world is
a nice dream, but just a dream.
It's a
That's
dream.
a dream like the amusement park in Jerusalem.
A multipolar world is like you described. Everybody has their own little pole, and then they are able to exert their own influence. And then every country acts to their own interest and tries to to basically try to get as much out of foreign relations as they can within that system where there's not really much governance. But initiative by Russia and China and India to try to have a law-based, not rule-based, a law-based international system should be supported, right? They say they want to do it now. Why are we second-guessing them? Give them a chance. It might happen. And that is the kind of world that we should all try to get, because then we all have an equal playing field. That's the best that anybody can ask for. Yeah.
Can I go real quick? I mean, it's nice that you say that, Drew. That's a nice dream, but that's a little bit utopia. I'm sorry. And if you say that somebody's going to put a rule, then another party can put another rule and contradict it. And then it's again the same thing what's going to happen. And you use this tool, this international court, to actually push your view or your rule on another person. And it's exactly the same like the Americans do. So I don't see really much the difference. And we had also participants like in Paris where they made the entire world almost signed a paper to reduce CO2 and so on. Who is actually implementing these things? Nobody, because nobody cares, because everybody cares about themselves first and then after the world, because it's obvious. First your international, your national interests, and then after comes the world, and that's always been like this. And it will always be like this. And you can maybe put some rules and try to figure out how to make a better world so there is no nuclear bombs dropping left and right? That is a good thing, right? Or to not start war left and right, that's a good thing. But I think you need still to have independence from your own country to actually maneuver, and because all countries are different and they govern differently. I don't know who was next, maybe Biotech or the Christian?
Christian needs to introduce himself and go.
Oh, okay.
Was it Trauton?
Hi guys. Hi guys. As you can kind of tell, my name is Christian. I'm from Sweden, but I lived all over the world. I spent 8 years in New York and a lot of time in Canada, Finland, Singapore, everywhere. And I have really enjoyed your live feed. So I'm a huge fan, and now finally I feel like I can contribute. So my background is, yes, sure, like in Sweden, we did military service. So I'm a trained bomb engineer. But I've also worked with as a contractor for and a manager for Boeing and the Swedish military, and kind of understands a little bit like how ideas become reality within these things. And it's been a huge subject for you guys, and I hope that I can contribute a little bit with my insight, even though, there's something at least. But when it comes to this international law and whatever, I actually want to kind of just give it a different perspective, which is that it is a little bit like a protocol. So is it basically how to deal with other countries? So you agree on a protocol and you call it a rule, or you call it whatever you want to call it. But you need that. Otherwise you introduce complexity. And then you have to always negotiate every time. It's like, imagine that you would have to do that when you kind of send a letter, that you need to negotiate the price every time you buy a stamp, and then you decide an issue like how it's supposed to arrive at the final destination. People just don't want to do that. And that's why I think Drew has a point where even though it is kind of just better for humanity, let's say, it's not always in every individual case you can negotiate your stamp price. You can argue this is just going to be delivered next door. It shouldn't cost the same price as it takes for the next city, right? But you don't, because it's just a hassle. And the same thing is with international law, and that we have agreed upon protocols on how to deal with what otherwise would be a constant negotiation or a source of constant conflict. But you're also correct that America and the West is kind of saying like, hey, with the current rules, we're not doing that well, so we need to kind of cheat, and you need to kind of accept that. But as a kind of like looking from things from kind of how decision makers kind of look at the world, they're asking for like a map, like how, okay, I want to do X, Y, and Z, please tell me how to do it. And many times now, you just get gibberish back. These people who are supposed to negotiate the international kind of relations and all of these things, they just talk gibberish. And that kind of feeds into this kind of constant negotiation, constant bullshit, and that they introduce complexity instead of clear rules and predictability. So that's kind of, I didn't phrase that super well, but you kind of get the gist of it at least. But anyway, great to be here, and I'll give the word to Prata, I guess.
Okay, so thanks so much.
No, it's not. It's fucking Bjorn, probably. Really.
Okay,
No,
Bjorn. Sorry, Bjorn.
No,
Right,
it's Prata. Prata was before me.
Yes, and I think I'm going to close the team more or less here, so it's okay. So we came from a unipolar moment, more or less. These are words from Mearsheimer, but many other people called it the unipolar world, whatever. We had this moment when actually at the end of the story we had a unipolar direction drive how the world was going to be conducted. It's not so true. There were still many barriers. There were still many countries saying no, and they were being destroyed one by one until Russia started to say no. It was mainly Russia, which is very interesting. China just started to say no, right, 1 year or so. Before that, what they would say is that I don't agree, but they wouldn't do anything about it. So this is what we had. So we're already in a different type of world. Some people say it's a multipolar world. Some people say, like the Russians have been saying, they use another language, they say polycentric world. And the thing is that we still don't know where we are going to. What I noticed that is really making a difference is that many new spheres of alliance around the world are being created. Regional, mostly regional, but not always regional. Regional institutions are gaining more and more feet, are gaining more importance, even stronger than big decision-making fora like the G20 or the G7 or even the BRICS. So these regional centers are gaining a foothold, and they are being able to create new regulatories, new protocols, like Christian very well explained. It's simple. I think what we are going to go through is not even really still don't know where we are going to. It's more like a polyspherical world where countries play, each country, independent, more or less, play in different groups of countries as it feels fit, as it goes into their interest. And in doing that, they increase competition and they get better deals. And everybody will start doing this. The countries there are enclosure in the European Union, in the G20, in the G7, they are finding themselves like in the corset, and they are like screaming, let me play around in different places. We already have some countries doing that, like Hungary or even Serbia, although Serbia is not part of the European Union. But we see some countries trying to get away of any corset. The thing is here, what we see the world coming to is that every country decides for inside of their international interests and plays in different groups. And of course, they need protocols. They need to sign all the times memoranda so that they know what they are dealing with. So because things have to be expenditure, they have to go through. We live in a world that doesn't have time to wait. Things have to be decided on the moment, and if they don't, then things stop working. It's a chaos. No, so that was my point. So now I give to Bjorn the word.
Yeah, thanks. So this is for Drew. He's not here anymore, but this is one of my most. This is one of the most important points for me. And Drew, being a Chinese, or he's Asian, he's Chinese. So in Asia, that's one of my inspirations actually for my chaos theory. That's Chinese. They are being so nice. Can someone mute their microphone? Hey, can someone mute their microphone? Okay, thanks. So it's a chaos theory, because that one set of common rules that Drew talks about, we have had a set of common rules on planet Earth. And that's what we find in nature, in chaos. And we know after we have over 4 billion years of experience with these common rules we find in chaos. And we shouldn't take it for granted, because what we see in nature, we see that hate loses. It is brutal sometimes, it is, but we shouldn't neglect that actually we know that in nature, in chaos, the set of common rules we all have lived in, hate or evil loses. We are good. It has actually produced love and intelligence, good things on the whole. At the moment we start to find a set of common rules made by humans, that's the first thing. That will be the first time it have ever happened in 4 billion years of evolution on this planet. And we shouldn't play with this before we are certain. And I just want to, Head Biotech, I'm doing research on this field. And for example, Nash equilibrium, he explained this mathematically, that the reason why good beats evil in chaos. So we should be careful. And my last message to Drew, he being a Chinese or an Asian, actually Chinese and Asian people were one of my inspiration to discover this law. Because why are they always so nice, so polite? They're working hard. They're such a good people. And I recognize they come from chaos. They have lived almost like ants. You can almost see them as ants. They are plenty, and they have lived in chaos. And what has come out of it is love and intelligence. And don't underestimate that, Drew. Before the white man lures you, before the white man in the West lures you and tricks you into make a common set of human rules, because that's when they're gonna fuck you up.
Shout out to the Uyghurs.
Don't trust Whitey.
I guess Toby. Toby.
Let me shout out to the Uyghurs there, enjoying the peace and love of the Asian continent. But listen, I've got to say something here, and it's based on what Upgrade said before. It's like, this appeal to authority, this idea of utopia, it's like, in my view, it's a little bit philosophically retarded, because you talk about a rules-based order as though that's going to be all warm puppies and respect for you as an individual. A rules-based order, right, means the totalitarian rule of bankers and social credit scores and needing a permission to go online, right? It is complete lack of freedom. Silence, Street.
I'm not
let me finish.
I'm not an ant, and I don't live in chaos. So
yeah, well, all right, but yeah, I would agree with that. But like this idea that like the rules-based order is going to lead to good things, right? This is extremely naive in my view. This is a trust in authority. This is the idea that a bunch of unelected bankers, right? Because let's face it, the rules-based order is primarily concerned with the rights of corporations and banks, right? That's why Gaza is an open-air prison, right? 70 years after the fact. It's not like they haven't had any time to sort out the rights of the poor, right? This idea that you're going to trust in a rules-based authority, you're going to trust in this utopian global government, and it's going to make your life better, history would argue otherwise. I mean, the whole American experiment in liberty was getting rid of the rules-based order of King George, right? Like Switzerland is now straining under the rules-based order of the EU, and the people are going to lose their democratic rights, right? probably the only free people in Europe who've got the possibility of vetoing decisions they don't like. So this idea that we're going to have a rules-based order and it's going to be utopia, it's like, come on, like be a little bit critical about, you know, whether or not it's the rules that make your life better or whether or not it's your personal liberty that makes life better. Because in a rules-based order, and we're seeing this increasingly in the world today, there's not a lot of liberty, right? Unless you own corporations.
According to my theory, it's even going to be hell. It's going to be evil, even worse than Toby thinks. I'm much more skeptical than Toby is. According to my book, from my theory, it's going to be evil, more than we have seen. Actually, hell. Eventually.
Okay, so I want to cut in. I want to let Peter Cousin to introduce himself first. He's new.
Hi guys. Yeah, Piotr here. Nice to meet everyone. Interesting, quite far-ranging discussion. Big fan of the show, Wyatt. So thanks for letting me join you. Just a bit about me. I've worked in international policy for a few years now, including the UN, World Bank, and lived in Africa for about 2.5 years. So I've got some experience on this, not just coming at it from a Westernized perspective in the sense of the West is the best and so on. Before you guys think, oh, he's worked in the World Bank, he's a shill. Just all the caveats applied. I just wanted to jump in this rules-based order because I think it's something that we're seeing a shift in. Specifically, the values-based approach that the West often pushes in its foreign policy is beginning to come increasingly undermined and, well, hypocritical. And what you're seeing, I think, is a shift towards more transactionality. The African continent is very much about this. India, a lot of the non-aligned nations are very emphatic on transactionality, right? You know, we're not interested in being preached about human rights or democracy because often the countries that do that have very poor records themselves or are very hypocritical. So I think that is something that you're beginning to see more and more. And the G7, for example, whilst it used to be a predominantly organization about economics, it's now become an agenda which is amongst a very small group of nations, which increasingly are quite siloed in their voices. Yet they still think that they can do what they wish with, say, the $300 billion of assets that the Russians have seen frozen. So I think that the G20, though, and this leads me to my second point, is slightly different. The G20 is much more comprehensive of, economies that are not Western. India's leadership of it last year was instrumental. They introduced the African Union. And I think that the G20 is, a very powerful illustration of where more countries that are developing are getting more bold in the way that they, exercise their opinions and perspectives. But I think there's a lot of conflation, not that anyone said it here, about what the G20 is versus the UN and things like that. And it's not necessarily a replacement of the UN. I think all of these organizations are going to exist in this multipolarity that we have, and sort of, some are going to be more influential than others. And then the last point I just wanted to make was about the topic of the room, which was Zelenskyy. Because I think it was when I first joined, and I have frankly got quite fed up with seeing his face everywhere and his constant pushes to raise more money and funds. But he is the legitimate president, and under the Ukrainian constitution, he would not be removed. You can talk about wartime examples where this has happened or whatever, but to compare, the one I often see used is the United States versus Ukraine, but there's a big difference between the United States with its massive, maritime borders and distance from Japan or Germany versus the country being directly bordered with your, immediate nemesis, Russia. So I think that the comparisons there are a little bit skew-whiff, and I personally don't think Zelenskyy is going to go anywhere, even if we think he would be useful to replace or see a leadership change. But yeah, that's what I wanted to chime in with. Thanks for the mic, and I'll pass back to you guys. Cheers.
Super chat. Drew is an ant with glasses. Now what is beyond?
A white ant.
Hey guys.
A white.
He's a blonde beast.
I think next is Gabriel, right?
Hey guys. How you doing? Interesting topic. I wanted to make a point about the international law. I agree with Toby pretty much on like the, but there is a use. There's a function of international law. There's an interesting point that Glenn Deason makes. He's a co-host of the Duran, and he talks about like the emergence of international law in historical periods of balance of power. So when there's a predominant power that doesn't allow for international agreements for international law, because he has he can overpower the rest. But when there's multiple powers that can't overpower each other, then there has to be certain agreements between them to maintain like the possibility of mutually beneficial relations. So like the Westphalian Treaty after the war period, and well, the United Nations after the Second World War, League of Nations, etc. So basically what international law is, from my perspective, is it's basically a diplomatic relations status. So the effect it has, it's not like a law of a land, because there's no enforcement mechanism, but it's a matter of diplomatic leverage. So like if there's an agreement and a party breaks the agreement, he gets diplomatic isolation, or loses diplomatic leverage amongst the other nations. And yeah, the periods right now we're seeing since the 90s, since the fall of the Soviet Union, the breakdown of international law, because there wasn't a balance of power. And so now there's starting to emerge, there's emerging powers that can rebalance the situation. And so we're starting to have the discussion of international law again. But it's opposed by the rules-based order that is like the opposite, the antithesis of international law. It's just because there's no definition of like Western values and rules-based order. It's just whatever we want, whenever we want it. Like the ICC attorney was saying in an interview to CNN that the ICC was supposed to be for African leaders and thugs like Putin. So the issue of like balance of power, it's not necessarily a peaceful period. It's like the Cold War. It was super bloody, but there was enough distribution of power so that the rest of the nations could ally with one side or the other according to their interests. So it gives a little bit more leverage to each individual nation, and it makes them be able to pursue their interests better than if you only have one hegemon. So that's the sort of ethical value of international law. It gives a little bit more leeway for nations, smaller nations, to pick a side, or to keep a balance between both sides to pursue their own interests. And that's basically what, like, true or false, both Xi Jinping and Putin and mostly the nations that are pushing the multipolarism are pointing at, that we need a situation in which nations can make their own choices, like have some certain level of sovereignty, and so to create better bilateral relations. So that's sort of what they say is the purpose of a multipolar world, and historically it makes some certain sense.
But Gabriel, if I can just challenge you a little bit on that, because multipolarity is not international law. It's a concept of how countries work together, and international law is being undermined when you have Israel doing what it's doing, Even the ICJ and ICC have made it very clear that they're not okay with what Israel's doing, and yet Western nations, particularly the United States, continue to preach about international law, but then support Israel. So it's a massive.
I don't think that was the point that he was making.
No, yeah, but I agree with that. But my point is that we're in a period where we're coming from a hegemonic rule of the rules-based order, which is the fall of the Soviet Union and the predominance of the Western led by the United States, and that sort of broke the concept of international law by humanitarian law. You know, like for example, the international law established the concept of like sovereignty, and that sovereignty was systematically abolished by sort of humanitarian law, like I don't know, Yugoslavia is violating human rights, so we have to violate their sovereignty, and Serbia is violating, you know, and so does Iraq, and so they started to use the concept of human rights to like undermine or overwrite the concepts of international law of sovereignty. So and it's whimsical because like the people of Donbass had their human rights violated, but or Gaza, but it doesn't matter because sovereignty, you know. So this concept of human rights started to undermine the concept of sovereignty, but capriciously, like not consistently, just wherever it suits us and wherever it doesn't, it doesn't apply. So and to go to Bjorn's point about nature favoring good, it's a weird form of putting it. I understand what you go to, because like yeah, nature is super cruel, and it's hard to interpret sort of morality in it, but it's true that like if a virus is overly aggressive, it destroys the hosts, and it sort of selects itself out of the gene pool, you know, like the Black Plague had to evolve into a much tamer strand, because if not, it would just wipe out its whole potentially the whole population through which it could potentially spread. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
So taking into account what you said, it's very good. But the idea is that in each time those evolutions happen, those changes appear.
Super chat.
It's not that
like, subscribe, and give Wyatt money you don't need.
So
My bad.
the thing is that
I forgot to unmute myself. So it's like when before I want to start it before you talk, but no, I was.
Does that happen every time you get a sort of sub or something? Okay,
something new.
Yeah,
so,
they wanted it.
That's quite funny.
Gabriel make a very good point. The thing is that each time those things happened, we are still talking about in the emergence of the Western society has the dominant societies on Earth, and actually the Soviets that came later, they are just a kind of a branch of Western society. They are not completely the opposite. They are not Asians, they are not Africans, really. And so we always had these changes based after a military catastrophe, after some of the opponents in a certain moment when the emergence of new powers decided to annihilate some parts of it, and so they had to restructure and find a new balance. So, but it's true, we are looking into a balance. Piotr said something very interesting, which is which I was saying as well somehow in different words, which is the constatation that the world is becoming more transactional than ever. The West lives in this dream of ta-la-la-la, but even the West has to be transactional in order to survive. And that's why we see that they still buy things from Russia. They are afraid of decoupling from China and so on. So, but it would make sense in terms of a future battle, to decouple from China and Russia. as much as they could, but they can't, because the rest of the world, which is important, is becoming extremely transactional, and people are taking the deals the best they can. That's why I think the idea of multipolar concept is a good method to analyze what we are looking at, but probably, and most for sure, is not what we're going to have on the end. Still, nevertheless, like Gabriel was trying to somehow advert, is that the dangers of we falling into a big war to find balance. But we see this time that something also changed. The balance of power is not Western, it's not European inspired anymore. We see much more parts of the world coming together. So we might not see the annihilation of the competition, but actually a rebalance from inside. I hope so, because as I said, the world is becoming less ideological, is becoming more transactional. It's working in different spheres to find the best deals, to coordinate with our neighbors or neighbors far away, a better balance of powers. And countries don't want to connect to no one. So we are not in a known blocks situation. We are in a situation where countries are realigning in different direction at the same time. So it's not a non-aligned world, it's a realigning in different directions, and the alignments are much more fluid. It depends on the time and depends to who you makes the best deals. People don't want to commit to nobody. And this is an interesting point, and I think the reason for that is because we don't have anymore these over Western dominance over world politics. I think we are Christian, or is it Vaughn? I think it's Christian.
Okay.
Christian
it
is
goes
frozen.
Christian, Bjorn, then me.
Okay. All right. So I just want to say that, like, when I went to university, I studied foreign policy stuff, and back then it was kind of clear to me that back then it was all about human rights, and when you look into it, everybody has their own human rights. And then the discussion goes to other things like value-based and so on and so on and so on. But at the end of the day, I realized that the world is kind of divided between talkers and doers. So I'm trying to do things in this world, and then I see a lot of people just talking about stuff in the world, and they use very different kind of concepts or understanding. And this rule-based order is just another word that the talkers of the world have invented so that nothing can't be done, basically. That it doesn't really help in a better understanding of the world. It's deliberately confusing. It is a product of these talkers to keep on talking and inject themselves between people who are doing things. And they have done this for hundreds of years, and it makes people feel really, really important. And even someone who just inherited a huge company or a lot of wealth or an important position in society, they listen to these fucking poets and talkers that kind of explains how beautiful and smart and how obviously it's not the scum that floats to the top, it is the fucking cream. And so I just want to throw it in there that, like, none of this really actually matters to how the world really operates. It's just different words and different concept frames of minds that people try to kind of inject themselves. But what we should look and examine is these protocols. How do countries actually interact with each other? What are the protocols for that? What is challenged by this concept of rule-based order? And I think it is implied or sometimes even kind of expressed is that America says nothing should happen in the world without us having a veto power. That is basically it. And I think Piotr kind of swims in this water a little bit more. But I can tell from my personal experiences that the politicians and the diplomats I know, they don't talk about multipolarism. They don't talk about it because they have nothing to say about it. they just don't. We do, because there are actual changes in the protocol of how the world really works. The mission, the descent of American influence is palatable, and these are the words we're using. But yeah, and we see more and more evidence in how these changes happen and these regional collaborations, and let's say call it transactional. Because again, I agree that everything is transactional, but then you have a layer of let's say call it custom protocol, like how you ask how's your day, even though you don't care, like the beginning of a sentence is part of the protocol. But yeah, but at the end of the day, it is to get stuff done. And you need to have an understanding, a baseline, common frameworks in order to interact with other people and other places and other cultures. And international law is just one part of it. Let's say, for example, bankers, they absolutely need an international framework to move money between each other. And that is, yes, bankers, but it is also necessary in the most Druze utopian world as well, that there is a common framework for that. So they need to be, everybody needs this. This is not utopian, but it is that the talkers are trying to interject themselves there. So that's my point. So it was a question to Piotr, but Vaughn, it's your turn, I guess, or Björn actually, right?
It's Bjorn. Bjorn, you're up.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So this is to Gabriel. So the problem is, it's true, there are some gruesome things in nature that we should aim to remove. The problem is that the socialists, they come in and look at nature, look at how cruel nature is. Let us take over instead. We can fix this. But we need to calm down here, because we can go into a trap, a scary trap, because we have never seen true evil yet. That's the problem. Look at the jungle. It's peaceful. Nobody torturing anyone. Even though the lions have the power to do so, they don't do it. They leave the other animals alone. And we need to respect that. And but we need to remove so the Romans, how they fixed this was, they figured out that if you give the bread and circus to the people, the people will calm down. So to remove the urgent need, remove the hunger, that's maybe the most important thing we can do. It will calm down the conflict level. People will calm down. We can live more in harmony, but that's when the socialists sneak in their rules-based order. But if you can do that simultaneously as we can keep a certain degree of chaos and keep the good thing about nature, keep the good things about the jungle, and still manage to remove the hunger and the need. So that was my point. So next is, I guess, Kursin or Von.
I'm going to change topics so y'all can wrap up your international law stuff. I was going to change, so I'll wait.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, very quickly. So, Christian, very much agree with your sentiment. Just a small plug, but I do run my own podcast called The Global Gambit. Thank you, Wyatt, for letting me mention it. And I've hosted people like Mearsheimer and Fukuyama, Francis Fukuyama, on there. And we've talked about this with him, about the multipolarity. And I noted in the comments that someone said, it's a theory, what are you talking about, sort of thing. The point I'm making is that multipolarity and unipolarity and all of this balance of power, it's not a static point. We are constantly ebbing and flowing, and the fluidity of power dynamics is in flux. The United States is still the only hyperpower that exists, but is it as powerful as it was a few years ago? Most people, including myself, think that its power began to crack and wane after the financial crisis. But there is no country yet that can, command such comprehensive power as the US. The renminbi, the currency of China, it still fails to break a 3% of reserve currency and it's actually it reached a 3-year low, according to the Reuters about a month ago. So China is definitely a power, but is it necessarily able to command as much yet as the United States? Not yet, but we're in this time where polarization, populism, and generally I think a lot of the themes we're talking about in international law are shifting. And the international law point is the other thing I just want to touch upon very quickly, which is that, in my opinion, I think international law is something that needs to be greatly modified. The United Nations Security Council is not reflective of the current international system. The UK and France particularly are not the power that they once were. And you need countries like India and possibly Japan or a representative of Africa on the council because it's much more comprehensive and fair. But countries that have that power don't want to let it go. And it shows you the, shortcomings of international law. And I also think we need to update it when it comes to genocide or ethnic cleansing. These terms are not necessarily reflective of what's happening in, say, Israel, Gaza, or Ukraine. And then the very last point is about Africa again, because I think it's a very interesting case study. But when I lived in Kenya for several months, we did some work on the Sahel and the Horn. And the one thing I can tell you is that the Africans don't like being preached to. They really don't. But that comes with every country. And Niger is the fantastically interesting example whereby when the coup was happening in August last year, the Americans within a month went very quiet. It was very much about we encouraged the restoration of democracy and the legitimate leader, but within a month they had basically normalized ties with the military junta, the military group that had taken over the leadership, very quietly. And that's because they realized that their strategical interests are more important than the democratic sort of, we suggest you be democratic. So ultimately countries are playing the game, and that means the United States as well. But yeah, that's all I really wanted to say. I'm probably going to have to hop off in a sec, but thanks guys, very interesting conversation, and hope to join you again. Cheers.
Peter, where, you haven't mentioned
man.
where you're from. I think a lot of people is wondering where are you from. Like,
Oh,
they're very
yeah,
confused.
sure. So very quickly, I'm half English, as you can probably tell from the very plummy English accent. But I'm also half Russian, which is why Pyotr, for Tchaikovsky and all that ballet stuff, which I very much enjoy myself. Lived in Africa, as I say, lived in the US, lived in DC for 5 years. So part of the bubble, but family comes from the Donbass in Ukraine, Russia. So I've been to the front lines a few times, and it's very, very stark to see that and the historical relations of Ukraine to Russia. So definitely not just a westernized boy. And I know people are like, why are you saying that? But it's because people hear me and then they're like, oh, he's just so like to caveat everything. But cheers, and I'll see you again soon. Cheers.
Sure. So people do check out Piotr's channel, The Global Gambit. I put it under his name, youtube.com/@The Global Gambit. So yeah, check it out. I also shared the link as well. So who's next? Vaughn? I think it's Vaughn, right?
No, it's Toby, I think. Toby had his finger up.
Yeah, I'll just be very quick, and then we'll go to the change of topic. But look, I think all this reverence for international law, I think there's a big danger of succumbing to vanity here. Like one of the things Piotr said, he made a distinction between the Western nations and the ICJ and the ICC. That must ring very strange, if you're Indian or Chinese, watching a bunch of Europeans being distinguished from the nations they come from. These people don't fall out of the sky, right? Like in order to get into these international bodies, right, you have to be nominated by political parties inside powerful nation states. And in order to be nominated by the political parties inside a powerful nation state, you have to be going along with the people who fund those bodies, right? And those people pay taxes and have power inside nation states. That's why the ICJ is based in Europe and has a history of prosecuting Africans. These people are not angels. They don't fall out of the sky. And the history of humanity is actually a bunch of vain people who think they're gods eventually being overtaken by popular revolutions. And when I look at the West today, and I look at the assault on fundamental freedoms like freedom of speech, freedom of association, when I see unbelievable debt being instituted upon populations, when I see corporate law being pushed on nations against the will of elected representatives, I see the West drifting way closer to revolution than any kind of international legal utopia. And this is why I'm so dismissive of international law. These people seem incredibly vain to me. And most of what they do, right, is they watch the stock market. When they talk about international law, they're talking about the rights of Raytheon shareholders to sell weapons, right? I didn't vote for Jens Stoltenberg, and neither did anybody else. And yet he stands up in the world talking as though he's one of these leaders of the rules-based order. That's not the story of human history. And I think that this worship of powerful human beings, it's essentially the worship of mammon, right? It's the worship of money and power. And this idea that you're going to get utopia because the banker is looking after you and because Raytheon is an altruistic organization, to me, this is nonsense on stilts. And the only way that we're ever going to have any sort of decent life is through our own conduct. Looking to a rules-based order, looking to power structures and authority to try and bring you utopia instead of looking to your own conduct, I think this is philosophically naive. But anyway, Vaughan, you were going to change topic.
It doesn't even work. Let me chime in a bit. It doesn't even work if it's religious. You look at the Vatican, ruling the entire of Europe, and then you turn into the Dark Ages. Not even if you have a religious order, bringing the holy shit into the world, and then it also doesn't work because power is power. People, once they have power, they want to keep the power. So it doesn't matter in what kind of form. So there must be some kind of a new political structure or new political philosophy to be evolved to come out. Something like democracy, one person, one vote kind of thing, but something new eventually to help to organize the world in a way that it benefits everyone. But we are not there yet. So wait for me for 20 years. Let me think about it. Vaughan.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, moving on, but still kind of keeping the international flavor. We can go over the Iranian copter crash, which I believe is 2 politicians died in a helicopter crash, and that's about all there is to it. And then we can go into the Mearsheimer Piers Morgan, which would be a little bit more interesting deep dive, and it starts to bleed into Ukraine. And then we can go to the strategic ICBM radar that was taken out, and because that still stays international, and we bleed right into Ukraine for the end. If that's okay, we can go with Iran, Mearsheimer radar, Ukraine. Unless someone has something between, I don't know.
Could I please have one last comment on this topic before we go further? So I want to say this to Tobin, all other whites in the West that sees this problem. What we should now, we should also focus on the third world, on Africa, on South America, on Asia, because now we see how Stoltenberg and them try to lure them into the same trap. To shut down the whole planet. So we should support them now, inform them about this danger. Because if they go down, we go down eventually.
Well, Biotech. The thing is, there is something called anti-decolonial theory, or anti-colonialist theories. The Africans know very well about all the methods and strategies. They are not slipping. They know about it. Don't worry. They have the instruments. We are the problem. We don't have the instruments, and we are trying to. We are kind of deluding ourselves, thinking that everything is right. It's not. So, anyways, yes, the crash of the Iranian helicopter is a very interesting phenomenon because, okay, the crash probably is due to atmospheric situations. It is interesting how the US reacted. They were really afraid. They had immediately emergency cabinet meeting, and they were really afraid if the Iranians would find any connection to Israel or other connections that would change immediately all the sequence of events. It turns out to be much more realistic, the way the Iranians reacted, also the way that Russia immediately intervened in order for the Iranians to keep their heads cold. We heard that Putin was 2 hours on constant interaction with the Iranians, and also the Ministry of, well, Shoigu, which is not the Minister of Defense, but in his new position as security leader of the Security Council in Russia. And this is very interesting. Then we had a second phase, which was like everybody is saying sorry to Iran, sorry that he died. And then we had the third phase of the game, which is really strange, is when Western newspapers and politicians start saying that Khansi was a mass murderer, that he was a really bad person, that the world was better off without him. So the propaganda exploded in a complete nonsense and complete disrespect for life in public television. And we saw at the same time, we saw also the people trying about Fico in Slovakia, which was shot by these crazy man. I will say crazy man. He's a crazy old man. And we saw some, especially Anglo-Saxon newspapers trying to say, well, but this is Fico's fault. He was the one that is so anti-Western. And then we even saw the Georgian Prime Minister a few days ago saying that European Commissioner called him and was like threatening him all the stuff. On the end said, look what happened to Fico. It might happen to you. Be careful. And this was very scandalous. But this is, I think, it's always in the same sequence of what happened to Khansi and the foreign minister of Iran crashing, and the way that they completely lost the respect for someone that died, and were not and couldn't control themselves. Because they couldn't control themselves, they just spin over like crazy. Go on, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to go over the crash. I mean, just looking from what I saw and then just some of the reading I've been doing. I mean, when I was in the Guard, I was in a helicopter unit, and the standard procedure is when you're in inclement weather like fog and stuff, whatever the terrain is, like the max elevation, like if it was 5,000 feet in the area you're operating in and you couldn't see, they would say go to 7,000 feet. So everybody knows at 7,000 feet, there's no way you're going to run into a tree or a mountain or anything. And it sounds like what happened was they may have gotten a radio call. The other 2 helicopters went up to the altitude. They may have tried. They had some kind of engine failure or mechanical failure. And to me, it looks like they were trying to auto-rotate because they were coming down at probably like a 45+ degree angle in that auto-rotation. And they're trying to set down in the fog, so they have poor visibility. They can't really see the terrain they're trying to land in. And you can see it's a ridge line that drops off pretty steeply on both sides, and it's going downhill. It's got trees and rocks on it. So I'm thinking what happened is they came in like this. The tail boom broke off, like you see the tail boom clear. The rest of the helicopter pancaked into the ground. That's why you see the doors blowing out and the front blowing out like that. And that's why it's, it's not, if they were flying fast and low and just didn't get up, they would have went, right into the mountain and been splattered everywhere. So I think they were coming in to auto-rotate. They just hit the terrain. Because auto-rotation is very dangerous, even if you can see and you have a clear field to land in. So trying to land in the fog on the side of a mountain where you've got rocks and trees everywhere, that's probably what happened. I mean, those guys are probably the best pilots in the Iranian Air Force. They're probably very skilled. But you're multiplying the factors of failure just by trying to do that in that terrain. So I think that's what happened. They came down, the tail hit, flipped them into the ground, and blew up and killed them. And I don't think there's anything more to it. And the fact that it was the president and that guy, they don't have any major role in the long-term agenda or plans for Iran. So I don't really think their loss is a big deal. They can be replaced and the agenda continues. It would have been bigger if they lost an IRC general or an Ayatollah. The Ayatollah. But these 2 guys it's like losing cabinet secretaries. I mean, it sucks. Maybe they were good, but they're replaceable.
So the conclusion
go?
is it is an accident, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think so, but who knows?
My position is the accident as well. So it's a bit hard to imagine that though Israel have such a superpower to bring down the helicopter, like this. It's a bit hard, I feel.
There is a
like somebody was saying. Oh, sorry, real quick. But somebody was saying
Not like it was a
maybe they
Kennedy.
sent a signal to reset the altimeter.
There is a coincidence of events that were very dangerous. We had the attack on the Iranian embassy. The Iranians answered. The Israelis were really pissed off. They wanted to answer back, and they were pulled out by everybody else not to answer. And then everybody was really afraid that something got out of hand. And this is, I think, also something very important. The Iranians had maintained their cold hat, and they accepted it was an accident. They didn't use it to escalate if it was in their interest, which is interesting. It's not in their interest, but if it was in their interest, they didn't use it. Go on, upgrade.
Yeah, I just had to disagree a little bit with you, Prata, the beginning of your sentence, because you're saying disrespect about people. Of course, they died. It's horrible. I understand what you mean, but this guy were not good guys. This guy were killing people, putting them in jails, I mean, like, what? I don't understand this idealization of authoritarianism who is going on nowadays right now. Everybody's making, you kind of defending a guy who puts thousands of people in jail, killed people. No, you're saying that it's unfair that newspaper are going above him like he is a bad guy. He was a bad guy. He was a killer.
I described the phase of
that's
events.
what I mean. I don't see why always we need to defend bad guys. They're bad guys. Just say it's bad guys. It doesn't matter if the newspapers say bad things. But sometimes newspapers say good
when
things.
he was alive, did people throw to his face that he was a mass murder? Go on, upgrade. When he was alive, did they turn to his face that he was a mass murder? You almost didn't listen anything about it. But I'm not defending the guy. I'm just saying the sequence of events. The first, they were very afraid in terms of politician reaction. Then everybody was like, oh, he died. And I'm sorry, Iran. And then suddenly they start exploding with this reaction. It took time. It was not immediately. So that's
any Iranians in the chat want to come on screen. Any Iranian, please come on and explain to us your politics, because a bunch of people who don't know Iran want to talk about Iran. So I also don't know. So if there's any Iranians in the live chat, please come on. Yeah.
Can you explain why he's a murderer, a mass murderer? I mean, like, I hear a bunch of bullshit, like a bunch of shit talk about Iran, but like I haven't seen any like sort of evidence of Iranian atrocities around the world. Like, I mean, of course, there's people in jail in Iran, and there's probably people who die in Iran, but it's like everywhere else. Like every leader of a country has certain rules that oppress their population in a certain way. But what specifically makes Iran particularly evil in that way?
Well, they say the guy
it's not
during the Islamic Revolution.
Iran, it's this person specifically.
But what does it say about this person?
The people of Iran has nothing to do with this. The people of Iran want to be free and have freedom like everybody else. It's not about the Iranian people. I don't say anything against them. They're pretty.
Did you saw the demonstrations?
And
did you saw the demonstrations?
I'm asking, what did this guy do that's particularly evil? I mean, I'm not asking about the people of Iran.
Google him.
They say that during the Islamic Revolution, that he was mean in any sense and led to the killings of many people. It's not that he killed anybody; it's that, as a judge, he led to the killing of many people. Then they say that during his government, there was these arrests and disturbance and protests for the hijab, for women to wear the hijab. And the way, so these are the arguments. Actually, Renzi was a very balanced person, even if his past is a bit fanatic, because he's within the spirit of the Islamic Revolution. He was actually a very well moderate person, and he managed. It's with him. It was not before. It's with him that we saw the approachment of the Sunni. Iran with the Sunni monarchies.
Super chat. I identify myself as Iranian. Can I join?
Yes, please. Please, Bosch, you can join. You're always welcome. So the thing is that actually, if we look at what has been happening in Iran lately, we see that Renzi was one of the most moderate prime ministers or presidents that Iran has had for many decades. And we saw, as I said, his approachment to the Sunni monarchies, which actually lowered the tension around the Islamic world a lot. And we also saw the regional integration of Iran, which which promised the people that better economical conditions and development in the future. Previous Iranian politicians did not have the kind of regional approachment. They were reacting all the time to their isolationism, and I think this is an important evolution from Iran. But I think Toby said something very well. He died. He will be replaced. There were other conversations that were more important actually, which was the probability of Renzi. Renzi had a very high probability to become the new Ayatollah, because the old Ayatollah is a very old man, and it needs to be substituted somewhere in time. And so there are two big candidates. One was Renzi, and the other one is the son of the actual Ayatollah. So there was some conspiracy theories, which was more about domestic politics than international politics. And I think it was, nevertheless, I think it was a very good reaction from the Iranians. Upgrade tried to speak about evil, but what I see, the reaction from the Iranians is not about evil. It's a very moderate, cold-headed position. They didn't use it to escalate the situations. Upgrade, I'm sorry if I misunderstood me. I was just explaining the reaction of the West towards. There are things he did. I don't agree with the Iranian regime whatsoever. That's horrifying for us living in the West. Even if I don't agree with a lot of things the West does, living in Iran must be horrifying. Although people say it's a beautiful country, very clean, everybody actually, it's very socialist actually, very socialist. But relations between men and women are very bad, and we also have the problem of religious intolerance. But on the other schemes, they are very socialist. They do care a lot about their people.
But yeah, I guess I wanted to understand, because like that's what I've heard about you. I've heard
God for Prota.
I've heard propaganda about all the horrors in Iran, which are like the cliches of all sort of non-aligned nations. Like I don't know, Putin is a murderer because people die in Russia, and Xi Jinping is a genocider because the Uyghurs, I don't know what, no proof of anything, just and the same thing about Iran. But what I've seen, like geopolitically of Iran, is that in spite of these super harsh conditions and civil war and being the focus of like all sorts of attempts to disrupt and destroy the nation, they're thriving. So what I see is like admirable leaders that are capable of not only surviving a huge amount of international pressure, but also thriving. So it's that, and that explains to me why so much mourning in Iran, because he died, because he was a admired and respected leader, beloved by his people. And it's hard for me to understand what's so evil about a good leader. that can do good things for their people.
I mean, can't you be a benevolent dictator, which means you're nice sometimes, but you're still a dictator?
No, a dictator is like whoever
maybe
makes
dictator is
law.
not the right word, but I mean, just like the authoritarian control the government has. I mean, you know, they can do good shit, but they can still be, you know, they still got to, you know, break a few eggs to make the omelet.
Yeah.
So,
But
I mean,
every leader has to do that.
everybody
Every
does
leader
it.
has
I
to
mean,
do that.
Iran might just do it more.
Iran is a
overtly.
republic.
Probably the Swiss president hasn't like killed a lot of people, but you know.
Iran doesn't have a dictator. Iran is a republic. The system might be dictatorial, which is something different. You don't have a single person that is completely dictating every stuff. Even the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, has more or less has balanced power. Let's say like this. That's the guy that's behind the whole political system, and is moderating the system, of course, in his religious understanding of how the world works. But there is no dictator in itself. It's the dictatorial system, I would agree. Authoritarian system, more or
Yeah,
less.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, sure. And also something very important about Iran. Even if we talk about these hijab things, in Iran, women are, though, respected a lot. They are allowed to study. They are allowed into politics. They actually occupy a lot of a place in the public society. Women are not enclosure to home or to their husbands, I don't know, but not complete into the control of their husbands, like in many other Arab Sunni monarchies, where women are like things that belong to a man. And this is also something very important to note about Iran. And if you look at women in Iran, they look very modern. They're very well dressed. They never have their head really covered unless they came from a village. They're always showing a little bit of hair coming down. The hijab is like falling behind all the time. If you look at videos in the streets, men and women don't even have hijabs. So it's like a provocation all the time. This means that women are not victims. They're also having a political position all the time. Even if I don't agree, I'm not talking about it. I'm just recognizing things as they are. Go on. Who was trying to talk?
Hello.
Been waiting for
Hello?
a while, but
hello.
Hi, Xenophon.
So hello. I watch Wyatt's show sometimes and listen to his DP and that sort of stuff. And I just got into the conversation to specifically for upgrade, because I think in the Western world, for his perspective is what causes a lot of the way from his a lot of the issues. Because I want to ask him something. Have you ever been to Iran? Have you ever been to Iran?
No, but I have friends who come from Iran. So I talked to them and I got some insights from there. So I'm not talking just out of Google research or from media
Who controls
sources,
Google?
right?
Who controls Google? Have you tried doing an
You
have you
didn't
tried
listen
putting
what I told you. I just told you that I listen not just from Google or from media sources, but from actual people who live there, who've been through things, and they know actually what happened, and they tell me their story, right? After I decide by myself what I believe and what I don't believe. But if I see them or how they explain to me the things, what I heard, I mean, it's a nice place. The people are pretty nice, but some things there are not okay, you know? And you can make me believe that I'm a bad person to say that, but I think what's happening on some places in the world, even in our countries, right, is horrible. And we should say it and not be shy about it, you know, and not hide behind saying that people are nice because they do certain things, or we need to break certain eggs. That's how Soviet Union spoke, and they killed millions of people because we need to break certain eggs to make the achievement going. And I don't understand that why you're trying to defend that. That's all. That's all. I
because
don't have anything against people from Iran. Don't have anything against nobody.
I'm not
Yeah.
trying to defend. I'm not trying to defend, but I think if you assess the situation going on around the world, why is it that only Xi Jinping is bad. How many countries and how many millions people have Russia killed? China killed. Why is it that only Putin is a thug, is a tyrant, is a dictator? Why is it that only Raisi is a tyrant, a dictator? So I think you need to use your reasoning, your common sense and sort of stuff, and notice that this is just propaganda. This is just propaganda that the West is trying to push.
Yeah, but he's talking about what he's hearing, which includes the propaganda. It's not just the propaganda. He's getting the propaganda. He's getting his own research. He's getting stories from people that live there. And then he takes all that in and decides what he wants to believe or not believe or figure out. I mean, that's probably the best way to do it. You know, I mean, obviously you should go there if you can, and I guess
he's not saying George Bush is innocent either. You know what I mean? Like he's just saying this guy's a politician, and in a country that goes through revolution, you don't get to be a successful politician unless you quote break a few eggs. You know, and this is one of the problems I have with worshiping authority and thinking that the guy over there is going to be like all warm puppies and everything just because you don't like the guy over here. It's like people who think that Putin is some kind of altruist and they don't understand the United Russia Party and the billionaires in Russia that are making absolute astounding amounts of money out of the war in Ukraine. You know, they think that that Russia represents everything good in the world. They don't understand that Russia has a military-industrial complex just like the US. So I'm with Upgrade here. It's like, you know, all he's talking about is the fact that this guy was a politician in Iran, which is a country that has really intense power politics because of history. It's pretty unlikely you're going to get a really sweet-natured dude in charge. And that's I'd say the same thing about America, right? Like you don't get to be the president of America if you're the wonderful dude.
The thing about Raisi is that if you actually research about him, the thing is that he was one of the judges that there was no making decisions whether certain prisoners should die or not die. He basically sentenced between 2,500 to 30,000 people to die in prison, political prisons. They are not like criminals. So that is the reason why he have this this title of Butcher of Tehran, because he sentenced people to die because of political reasons. It's not because it's because maybe they are more pro monarch or whatnot. So that's the reason. So I mean, he do what he wants. He needs to do to protect his regime, to protect their movement. It is normal. Just like the communists kill a lot of people. Chinese Civil War, just to take control of China, millions died.
We have a war in Ukraine because people are trying to protect their interests. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't get why people act like it's weird that a country would protect its interests and the politicians would protect their interess.
Guys, I've been
ours do it, yours do it, everyone does it. That's what pisses everybody off right now, all the regular people, because we're seeing how it's rules for thee and not for me.
Let's use this, Vaughn, to pivot to Ukraine, because like I've been wanting to do this, and like it's an interesting point. We were going to mention Zelensky's legitimacy. Zelenskyy is no longer the elected leader of Ukraine, right? Ukraine is no longer a democracy. Democracy has been suspended, for better or worse, for good reasons, for bad reasons, whatever, right? Putin, by contrast, just got elected in a national election. And yet, in the Western media, we routinely see Putin referred to as a dictator, and we routinely get told that we are defending Ukraine because it's a glorious democracy. So, like, there is no standards
literally
here.
saved Russia from the oligarchs.
Well, he saved them from some oligarchs and gave it to others. But like the thing is, if we can talk about the situation in Ukraine at the moment, there was some attacks on some nuclear infrastructure, like radars, early warning radars and things like this. These attacks are interesting because they don't make a lot of sense tactically on the battlefield. They don't help out the Ukrainian soldiers. But what they do threaten to do is to escalate the conflict. And I wonder what you guys think. I wonder if the Ukrainians and their backers are starting to get desperate, and they're starting to do things to escalate it, to drag the West in, right? Because, and maybe not. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I don't know if you guys have seen the interview between Mearsheimer and Piers Morgan. To me, this is really fascinating, and maybe we can talk about it, because Piers Morgan articulates the view that a lot of people in the West have and a lot of Western leaders have, and it's this childlike view, right? It's this childlike view that America is the world's police and we've just got to stand up for freedom and democracy. And Mearsheimer was trying to educate Morgan about the realities of nuclear conflict and what it actually means to have a nuclear deterrent. And I wonder if the situation in Ukraine is going to develop into a situation where Ukraine starts to force Russia's hand in order to escalate it. And also, like, what will happen if Russia uses a tactical nuclear device on Lvov in order to protect their nuclear infrastructure and deterrent? Because Mearsheimer says if Russia do that, America is not going to respond, right? And Piers Morgan was shattered. He couldn't believe this. Piers Morgan thinks that America is going to start a nuclear conflict for the sake of Ukraine, and Mearsheimer was telling him straight to his face, you know, like, you're a dreamer. That's not going to happen. That's not what a nuclear deterrent is. But anyway, maybe we can talk about Ukraine and the attacks on the Russian atomic infrastructure.
Could I just have a comment on the evil leader thing in Iran? So this is the whole theater. This is the game. Making them look as they are evil, while the Western democracy pull back, sitting quiet, and offer everybody safety. Look how evil they are in Iran. Look how evil they are. Come to us. We can offer you safety. That's extremely efficient mental, psychological warfare. Back in 1966, in Eastern Germany, there was a battle between Stalin, Stalin's security forces, and the Stasi. And in 1966, the Stasi, they figured out, the socialists in Eastern Germany, they figured out, if we're going to have this global revolution where we can make the whole globe a socialist state, we can't use Stalin's brutal methods. We need to develop what they called Zersetzung. That means they started focusing on learning how the human brain works and learn how they can kill silently by using psychological weapons. And that's how you say how efficient it is. So now they can point their fingers at African, in the Middle East, and all those that are forced to use violence because they are so poor, while these people sit in the back and they are the evil ones. And it's so hard to see this, but this is exactly what the theater is all about. The slaughter from Iran, the killer from Iran, while Stoltenberg sit with and paint their pride flag in their faces, and we're gonna help you all. So that's the theater. It's the opposite. It's the opposite.
So Stasi was actually quite brutal and murderly. So
yeah, but eventually, but eventually they transitioned over to psychological weapons.
Yes. The thing is that in the meantime, while you're explaining, in the meantime, Stalin was out, and and the Russians also stopped using Stalin methods, and actually Stasi has become much worse than it was in the Soviet Union in terms of repression. But let's not go into it. It's just it's a curiosity, because actually when Stasi learned to do that, when Stasi learned to do that, Stalin was already gone. But it's a funny thing. Nevertheless, going back to Toby.
No.
Why?
5 seconds, Praton. That was how the idea originated. That was how the idea of psychology.
Look, biotech. I'm a sociologist, as you probably already heard. The whole story of the appearance of this social science was actually to control the masses. In a transition moment, on the end of the 19th century, the big rich people had a problem. How to control the masses. They had no weapons of control. The church was gone, which had been the moral controller for centuries. That was gone, and the state was not able to control all the new ideological political movements. the big rich men were really scared, and they entertained these thinkers, which become later scientists, Tocqueville, Durkheim, and so on, Max Weber. And they entertained these scholars, university scholars, to produce theory how to control people and the masses. And we see that, for instance, the Nazis, the communists, like with Stalin, actually, and later the Americans in the 50s, they did all these human experiments in order to control people, how to find ways of controlling people. This is something new, but it's not important enough for the case. The case is about much more interesting. It's about Toby, when he was talking about this interview, which is already a bit old, but it's an amazing interview, and he's right. And the thing is that we don't know yet if it is true that those alert systems in Russia were really attacked. There was some joke about the person in the Duma parliamentary deputy that made some comments, kind of recognizing it, but the Russian state, really official voices, didn't appear recognizing that that system has been attacked. This was a very, very, very stupid attack. And it sounds like if it was done, it would have to be done with Western weapons. And they did so. Imagine, Russia has alerts, an alert system that is attacked. Russia will immediately think they are going to be attacked with nuclear weapons. And they could have any object that could be suspicious that the Russians couldn't recognize exactly, could have started a really big war. So I am not sure if that's a really big story or it's just another story, because we noticed that after what Meschheim told in a very realistic way provoked many politicians in Europe to make comments about it. We saw especially a defense minister, I think it was a defense minister of Poland, making comments that the US told him that if Russia used a nuclear weapon, because it was forced in any kind of mistake to use a nuclear weapon, like destroying their alert system, they are seeing something and they react and start putting bombs everywhere, that the US is going to bomb Russia. This is like Toby was saying, that's not going to happen, because the moment the Russians use a nuclear weapon, things get really so hot that you just need to de-escalate. Otherwise, the US will be on the brink of destruction, of self-destruction as well. It's not just they will destroy the rest of the world, they will be destroyed as well. This was the most stupid thing to be said, but this is the game that is being played because populations in Europe are afraid of nuclear weapons. They are afraid, and there are some of these talkers, like Christian was saying, they really want to escalate the situation to save the Ukrainian regime and put boots on the ground. That's the whole point of these stupid people. They are trying to convince people this is not going to happen. They are not. I'm sorry that Shadov is not here to explain us, like he did once. What does it mean to have a nuclear weapon falling anywhere? It's really bad, and people, and these new warmongers, these warmonger specialists that talk on the television and politicians all the time and have their voice amplified all the time. They want to convince people that nuclear weapons are not so bad. We can survive to that. We can survive to that in our undergrounds. Wait, how many cities in Europe have underground? Oh, there aren't enough undergrounds for everybody. Go on, Vaughn. Or is it Christian? I'm not sure.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, in regards to those radars, I mean, there's pictures that are reportedly of the site, and it's pretty clear it got hit probably by a cruise missile, because there's one dead center hit on one of the facilities buildings. And then the other one, it looks like it may have punched through, destroyed one radar, and then the debris went down and hit the bottom side of the other radar, which it might not be totally destroyed, but they're probably both inoperable. And the thing is, it's an escalation because you're taking out their early warning system. And we were talking about this in the open mic. Another reason why you should come on the chat, on the open mic, so you can come to the VC chat and discuss this stuff with lots of people. And the thing is, it's an early warning system. And we've seen the West provide assistance to Ukraine pre-raid. with intelligence or other things, probably. So is there a chance that they took out this early warning radar so that they can launch some kind of ballistic missile and cruise missile attack from a sector and get those missiles in closer and hit targets like airfields or harbors or military bases in that area that they might have had time to detect quicker and maybe had a better response? That's not to say they don't still have air defense up, but, you know, did they create a weak point that they're going to try and get Ukraine to exploit with some kind of bogus attack on the Kerch Bridge? I mean, it's more on the Sea of Azov, but there's airfields there. I mean, what if they sneak a container ship in that's bringing grain to Africa, but really it's bringing cruise missiles to Russia? And they just launch them. You know, if they lose the ship, who cares? They got in and took a quick shot. Maybe they take out a base full of Su-34s or backfires, or they hit a big depot full of a bunch of units that are moving around, because you know that whatever they shoot at, they're going to have the most current up-to-date targeting information. So that's kind of what I wonder. Is it just a hit to fuck with Russia strategically, or are they trying to lay the groundwork for some kind of surprise attack on that part of Russia?
Is it really a
Which
hit?
is a very dangerous thing, because like I said, when those things launched, because they got SAMs and stuff that'll pick up the Tokchas and the HIMARS and shit like that. But now if this radar is out and all they see is these ballistic tracks, they might not know what they are. And the whole point is you take out early warning radar if you want to do a first strike. So they've already put that in their minds, whether they intend to do it or not. It's already on the table.
Okay, yeah, but this is something that I can speak to, even though I don't know specifically, but this is what I'm kind of knowledgeable about. And that is that, like, if you have a very important system such as like early warning, you don't rely on just one system. You're gonna have a backup. You're gonna have redundancy. So if they take out one, that's fine normally. Like, obviously in Russia, these systems were built and designed during the Soviet era, where the kind of redundancy might have been in countries that are no longer Russian. So possibly, but I just don't think we should make such a big deal out of this thing. They took out one, they did not take out, I would guess, because we live in a world where
the thing is we have the same kind of radar in America. Like, there's a station up in North Dakota. If that one station got taken out, you're basically exposing the entire North American continent. So I mean, losing one is a big deal.
Oh, well, absolutely. And I would recommend you to kind of dig down the YouTube archive for a discussion with I think was The Real News. They had an interview with the engineer who designed those early warning radar systems in America, and he said they never worked. And so in America, when you design stuff with an economist at the helm, they're like Formula One cars. They work in perfect weather, flat roads, can't do stuff in anything else. But if you have real engineers designing systems, and I will tell you that most military stuffs are done with the kind of engineering mindset that I kind of propose, you have redundancy, especially on critical systems. That if some system fail for whatever reason, maintenance, extreme stuff, you're not going to just cross your fingers and hope that nothing bad happens like that. So you're going to have redundancy. And this is to be assumed, I think. I think it's fair to assume that you have redundancy on critical systems.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that you get attacked and you do nothing about it.
I think it's just a gesture.
Oh, I didn't hear you. But one is, and Prata is maybe kind of alluding to, is like, what does this mean? What kind of signal are they saying? Because if they can hit one, they can hit maybe two. And that's maybe the message that they wanted to say, is that we can blind you if we want to. So it's still a message being sent. I'm not.
It's an escalation, right? And it invites a response.
It's a stupid, dangerous message. There's other things you could have done besides threaten their nuclear triad. That's just fucking like off the charts compared to where they should have been on the escalation.
The other thing is, Christian, in every government, you've got your hawks and your doves, right? This is just always the case. You always have people who are pushing war, and you always have people who push peace. And when you have an incident like this, it gives the war hawks in Russia ammunition. They can say, look, NATO is attacking our nuclear infrastructure. It gives them more sway in their own domestic politics. It escalates the situation, right? So it doesn't matter if they have redundancies in terms of their early warning. It is a provocation and an escalation, and it concerns the nuclear deterrent. And the reason I brought up the discussion with Mearsheimer is because Mearsheimer is one of the few voices who is making it really clear that a nuclear war is exceedingly unpleasant. You're talking about getting incinerated. And the other thing he said is, let me finish. The other thing he said is Europe needs to be careful because Russia can and will use tactical nuclear weapons. I know in chat they're saying tactical is a artillery round, but Russia can and will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Ukraine is not a NATO member, and America will not retaliate with nuclear weapons. And so there's this whole body of opinion that think they can push Russia around. And if we keep pushing them like this, and if we allow NATO to push them in our name, it's very likely we're going to get a nuclear incident.
Yeah, I think this is a worthwhile discussion. And basically, what do Ukraine hope to achieve by doing these things? And I will think, from my perspective, I believe that it is all of these NATO planners who are been gaming out an attack on Russia forever throughout their entire career, and now they have a pot shot at small parts of their dream version of doing it. That's what I think happened. Do I think that this was but when it says, when you ask me what I really think about, did this was it worth it? Was the risk worth it? No, of course not. The chance that it increased, that Russia panicked from 0% to 1%, it's not worth it. But that is where our discussion is. Is it 10%, 15%? I don't know what you guess, that Russia would freak out and start preemptively nuke European cities. But yeah, it is completely stupid brinkmanship that these people are trapped in, and nobody's actually looking at how to solve the real problem, which is, and I think we're going to end at that, right? We haven't talked about this, but I think it's interesting. It is, of course, that a future peace settlement in Ukraine will be some kind of 5 to 10 years of just settling things down, and then people are going to vote if they're going to be in Russia or in Ukraine. So it's going to be a little bit of a race of who can kind of show that they can kind of provide the better system. While I do think that Ukraine will have to promise to be neutral, right? Something like that. So I don't know the fuck what they're dying for and fighting for over there. But if we go back to nuclear things, because there's another thing that you haven't talked about, but that I'm kind of aware about because of my background, because I know these type of people, is that the threshold for a small nuclear exchange has lowered immensely in the world, in the political elite. And people, it's really stupid. I obviously don't agree with it. But the point is that a small nuclear winter can help with our climate change problem. So they're looking for just enough small nuclear exchange, and yeah, it's fucking crazy. But this is what they're thinking, that if it comes to that it can control, do climate engineering by making a small nuclear exchange.
It's a theory. It's a theory.
And they can keep.
Prove it works. That will be a nuclear winter. Nobody can prove that will happen.
Yeah, you can't make sure that you get just the right amount of nuclear stuff. But you just imagine the kind of knowledgeable decision makers, and they go oh, nuclear war is bad because we're going to get cooling on Earth. and then you can see how it is. So absolutely, we should be very much worried about these things, and I agree with discussing it.
It's going to cost heads then.
Wyatt, you can take the word.
I want to chime in a bit. So to understand why Ukraine or this kind of thing is happening, you have to look from the perspective or the position of Ukraine. What Zelensky's options are. So he's losing the war. The people don't want to mobilize, don't want to fight. The equipment, the support from Europe and the United States is waning, and they are not giving enough. They can't win. So right from the very beginning of the war in 2022, they have already been trying to scam or scare the European countries into joining the war, into sending troops in. They have been saying that Belarus is going to invade down, southward. What happened to that? How many times have they repeated that Belarus is about to invade down?
The missile in Poland. The missile in Poland. Another time.
The S-300, they try to intercept the missiles, then drop into Poland, and then they say, the Russians attacked Poland. Then after that they say Romania, because the drone landed there or something. So and it's not just that. If you have been following my reporting, I don't know how many times I have been saying quoting this kind of examples where Ukraine is trying really hard to scare and scam the NATO countries or European countries or EU, whatever, into being even more scared of Russia and actually take more action. And it have a limited success, but generally never reached the point where what Ukraine really wanted. So Ukraine is now desperate. They are way more desperate today than it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they still have an army. They still have a lot of people to mobilize. At this moment, they have all the people that they can mobilize. They still have a lot. They probably can mobilize another 1-2 million people easily. But the problem is this 1-2 million people is all hiding. Nobody there to come out. Everybody is hiding in the house, and it's very hard to get them. So that is the main thing. And how do you? If you're in the position of Zelenskyy, what can you do? You're going to trigger Russia to do something horrific. You're going to make Russia Israel. If Russia becomes Israel, then you're going to get global condemnation. Maybe even China with this is a bit too much, bro. Then maybe everybody will start to go away from Russia. And Russia is not stupid. Russia knows it. Even the strike on the radar station, right? Russia is not going to retaliate with nuclear weapons. There is no way Russia will hit Ukraine with any form of nuclear weapon. It will never happen because they're going to win the war conventionally. The conventional war is a guaranteed win. They can win. It's just a matter of time. Because if you want to rush it, more people have to die. They take it slowly. People still die, but not as much. So Russia is taking the slow route, slowly grind it until the Europeans give up. Then when the Europeans stop giving money and ammo, then Ukraine will just collapse. And Ukraine knows it. Ukraine is not stupid as well. Ukraine also knows that what is the Russia strategy. So everybody is just playing this massive chess game. And to be honest, if you pretend that you're very pro-Ukraine, you pretend you're Zelenskyy, what can you do? There's nothing much you can do. That's why you have to go everywhere to pray and to beg for money, because what else can you do? There's nothing you can do. So you have to understand. So for me, that's why I give my respect to Zelenskyy as well, because if you give under his limitations that he cannot surrender, clearly he cannot surrender. If he surrender, he's dead. He's a dead person. He gonna be killed by so many kind of people. He can be CIA, it could be the MI6, it could be the nationalists, it could be Azov. Any number of people would kill him, which is why his bodyguards are all the British special agents, because he don't even know who to trust. So you have to stand in his position. He's doing his best under the limited circumstances to do as much as they can to help Ukraine fight off the Russians. But of course, we know it's a foregone conclusion. It's just a matter of how long the war will go. So when we talk about nuclear war, and I think it's just like Mearsheimer said, I didn't watch because my positions and my analysis of the world is very similar. No, it's unlikely to happen. The Americans are not going to die for Ukraine, not going to start World War III for Ukraine. Neither the Russians will start a nuclear war over Ukraine, unless the NATO start to threaten, like the NATO fighter jets start to fly in and everything, then Russia will react, because it's no longer about Ukraine. It will be NATO versus Russia, and NATO knows it as well. NATO is also not stupid. No one is stupid in this world. Everybody is just playing a game of chicken. So it's just a matter of how far it's like poker, right? You see how much you can raise, and see, whether the person gets scammed or not. But too bad. Putin is a very good poker player, it seems. I don't know who is next. I'm going to give it to.
I think it's Prada and Drew.
Yeah. So just to finish, so Christian, resuming what you said, how to end the conflict without losing face. So this is the biggest problem. How do we get? And this going back to what Wade just said. The Russians have a long-term strategy, very slow, acting very slow. Not really. The escalation is seldom from the Russian side. They react mostly because they want actually to achieve a moment when the conflict can be solved and people don't really lose face that much. So by continuing the war, the one that loses face the most is actually NATO in almost all scenarios. It doesn't matter what the hawks say. They're always in the worst position. Like Wade also said, Russia knows that if it escalates, if it is the perpetrator of something so huge like launching at first a nuclear weapon, they will lose the support of the whole world. Although, as he also said, NATO needs to be very careful. But there are same agents in NATO that may get rogue and do things without the support of the other NATO members. And this unfortunately could be true. I hope we don't go that, because the Baltic countries are getting desperate. I don't know what's happening with these people, these chihuahuas. They really are getting worse by the day. Nevertheless, like Wade was saying, Ukraine is is in a kind of a trap. Its ability to think is always short-lived. This is always short time. They created out of nothing, because it's just 2 months actually, less than 2 months. His idea, they're going to create a peace conference in Switzerland. This is something announced in very short time. It's another transparency of how things have become very short-lived for Ukraine. And we are going to see, they got a lot of people out of the streets lately. We are going, and they received some more weapons from NATO also. We are going to see until the 15th, 16th of June, a kind of an attempt to escalate, to make Russia really look bad. But I don't know why they're trying this so hard. Because the thing is that they have been trying all the time. It didn't work. What's the waste for? They are going to kill a lot of people. This is my prediction. It's not happening. But they probably are going to try something big in order to look good during that conference. And they are going to lose huge amounts of people. And this was pretty much what I wanted to say. Well, to Christians.
Super chat.
It's Drew.
There is no such thing as a popular revolutions. There is merely a counter elite that replaces the old elites through revolution. Oligarchy is the only way humans organize themselves.
Can I respond? There's a lot of truth to that. I would give that a big thumbs up. It's a dark thing to say, but I think there's a lot of truth to that.
There's a lot of truth to that, but the only way oligarchy can create a revolution, because it's always directed by oligarchs, but the only way they can do it is if there's enough popular discontent as to motivate them to abandon what they already have for the possibility of something more. Because for a popular revolution, you need people to be willing to abandon what they have, to be willing to lose everything. Because it's so little what they have, they're so desperate that they don't lose that much by losing what they have. You know, like the famous quote.
I agree with that too. Yeah, I think that's well said.
Dictatorship is the natural predator of oligarchy.
I think Rio's right there. Like, a popular revolution is the counter elite. It's like the popular revolution is always led by the counter elite. But I think Rio's right. It's like if there is the popular will to support a counter elite, then you get the revolution. So saying there's no such thing as a popular revolution because there's always elites in charge. It's kind
It's
of
the
what a
emergence
popular
of a new
revolution
elite.
is.
The emergence of a new elite, and this is like the Chinese story of the dragon. So a popular movement appears, and the one that came to the power becomes the dragon again. It's always a cycle story.
It's Drew's turn, and then I think it's me.
Okay. I actually came on, and then Wyatt stole my thunder. He actually said what I wanted to say. Basically, that the reason for the strike on the nuclear triad is Ukraine's attempt to get the West involved in the war. So if that was if Russia had freaked out and started to throw nukes everywhere, and then Ukraine would be safe because then the NATO would be forced to intervene. So I think going forward we're going to see a lot more of those. Any kind of nuclear facility in Russia, or it's gonna have a missile or a drone or something thrown at it, just to try to make them make the West join in the fun. Otherwise, they're screwed. They know themselves they're screwed. So yeah, their only saving grace is the West jumps in now. On that, there's no revolution for just a fight among oligarchs. Not really. China is the last revolution where they kicked out all their elites and they ran to hide in Taiwan. That's an example of it. The guys that were leading the Communist Party, they weren't they weren't like nobodies, but they weren't like huge elites. I mean, at that time, it wasn't really possible for anyone in China to be like this oligarch because the country is huge. It wasn't possible for like one person to like control a large chunk of China because China is so gigantic. So by definition, there wasn't really an oligarchy to begin with because lack of communication technology just prevents that, right? So, but yeah, they weren't really that. It wasn't an oligarch that took over another oligarch. It was really a popular revolution that supported a few guys who eventually became powerful because of the support. They didn't start off powerful. Yeah. So yeah. Okay.
No, I was just going to say back to the Ukraine trying to draw the West into the war. I mean, it's a continuous miscalculation on their part that they think the West has their back, and it's the same miscalculation the Baltic states are making, because they actually think that if Russia was to overreact or react or decide to use a nuclear weapon or do some other catastrophic attack, that we're going to come in and save them. And then they ignore the red flags. The red flags are obvious. If they really had your back, they would have started the F-16 program 2 fucking years ago. If they really had your back, they would have sent fucking M1 tanks 2 years ago. When the war started, they have 5 export variants in stock and in inventory that they could have drew from and given to Ukraine immediately. But what did they do? They waited 1.5 years. And now you got these idiots thinking we're going to bring. We didn't give you tanks. We won't even give you 40-year-old fucking planes. But yeah, we're going to send a nuke and save the day. I mean, these people are delusional. It's like we ain't got your back. I mean, think about it. Out of all the NATO countries, name a country that you honestly believe we would take a nuke for. We're going to lose New York or Chicago or LA for what? Name a European ally or a NATO ally that we're going to take a nuke for. Nobody. Maybe England, maybe because we got historic ties. But you think we're going to eat a nuke for France or Germany or Poland or Ukraine or Romania or Lithuania? Fuck no. We're not going to. Yeah, and that's the thing. And that was the one thing about Mersheimer was trying to impress upon him. Yeah, we'll help you to a point, but we ain't in it to win it. And if it gets hard, we're leaving. Sorry. We got nukes for us. They ain't for you.
And let's not forget, it's a massive money laundering operation. The name of the game is to make a profit, not to get nuked.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, agree with that totally. It's because it's obvious that Ukraine wants to draw NATO in since the start, but NATO, like if I observe the pattern of what they expose to the world of themselves, what image they're giving through the media and their leaders, both like Stoltenberg and shit, and also the leaders of each country that forms part of NATO, and I see a cycle. There's like a ambivalence that goes up the escalation and then retracts and then goes back up. So I can explain that in two ways. Either it's because they want to maintain this ambiguity, or it's because there's internal dispute. You know, like the guys have different interests and they're trying to work as a block, but they contradict each other and they try to average that contradiction. So yeah, like, first of all, who has the capability to attack inside Russia to their part of the nuclear triad, like the early warning system? And that can only be NATO. Like Ukraine doesn't have the targeting for that sort of operation. So it's obviously NATO. And the impression I get is that, yeah, like there was this sort of surge in commentary about attacking inside Russia. And then Russia summoned the ambassadors of France and England, and then they walked back. You know, both Britain and France walked back their rhetoric. But then the US started to talk about attacking inside of Russia, you know, like ambivalently. But then you see the attack inside Russia with what can only be sort of Western technology. So there's like forces inside the NATO system that are, you know, like they have cold feet, they're trying to pull back, and there's other forces that are pushing. And I think something with the Baltic countries is that I'm pretty sure they don't get a say without permission. Like I'm pretty sure their geopolitical position only allows them to be like the mouthpiece for what the Western countries that don't want to get targeted want to say. So like whenever, I don't know, the US wants to escalate, they send the Baltics to bark. And that's how they get to send the message that they're not pulling back yet. That because that's the wave I see, like ebb and flow of, we want to win this, oh no, but we're losing too much. But no, we still want to win it, and oh no, we're losing too much. And that is an internal contradiction that's kind of unpredictable for me. Go ahead.
Okay.
Super chat.
Yeah.
Amen to that, Vaughn.
Yeah, same here. Amen. I just want to point out that we don't have a theory of peace, right? We don't know. Mearsheimer is a great guy, but he has never formulated what actually makes a country admit to peace, right? We don't know that. We're guessing. We're kind of fumbling in the dark. We're kind of like thinking that this is the pain threshold, this is that, and then we get confused, and it's always changing. Especially when we kind of look at America's track record of losing a bunch of wars, and they know they lost it, and they're just waiting until they admit it. And that might be kind of a phenomenon, I don't know, for democracies with election cycles. This is something that is talked about a lot right now, that Biden don't want Ukraine to lose until November, right? But there's another aspect to it, which is that, like, what do you need to do? Like, even this is a question for Israelis in Gaza, and even before that, and that there's been writing stuff about it, and discussions, and it becomes very philosophical, almost kind of hippie-like, right? That you feel defeated. And this is what's needed to be done. But at the same time, like when we look at what Russia's doing, they're winning even though they're not actually won, right? That the world is changing in the shape that is more pro-Russian while this conflict is going. So I don't really see that they have like a very stressful need to end it. Of course, putting 6.7% of their GDP into it into this war is a substantial part of their economy. But again, it's like when you look from the elite perspective, now Russia has kind of a purpose, a national unified purpose. It is kind of finding its place in the world and all of this. I'm kind of like looking at it like this might go on for a very, 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 very long time, because people are basically happy where it is. And then my second point is that why do the chihuahuas bark, right? It is because if you, now Björn is not here anymore, but he seemed to be read up a little bit on negotiation strategy. So basically, you puff up your fur before you go into a negotiation. So we go like, oh, we're willing to put in troops into Ukraine, but we don't really, but we say it. So when the negotiation, if we make peace now on favorable terms, we won't put our NATO soldiers on the ground. So that is probably like these two things are probably intertwined to kind of explain the erratic behavior by European countries, that they're trying to improve their negotiation policy. And it's also why they're always kind of threatening to steal the Russian money, right? It's just a negotiation token that they flex so that they try to make the Russians want to negotiate. But I do not think that Russia, I think they kind of enjoy the situation as it is, and that they have no reason to immediately. But the Europeans are trying to create an urgency for the Russians to join the table and give concessions for nothing.
The money thing. The money thing
Yeah.
isn't a negotiation tactic. They're running out of money. The populace isn't supporting sending more money, so they gotta find money for somewhere else. And there's 300 billion sitting there. So that's like
No.
their last resort.
No, I could go into detail why that is not really a big issue, but just trust me. No, that money doesn't matter. It's
so
not
I
a
wanna
lack of money.
So I
Yeah,
want to
it's a lack
address
of money.
about I want to address about the Mearsheimer, doesn't have a peace solution or whatnot. So I never studied, this kind of policy diplomacy thing. I never go to university for this kind of thing, or actually I never went to university. So the thing is, but I subscribe to this kind of politics, the real politics. In real politics, ideas, the concept is that every country will always vie for power. So people, wars are expected. No balance of power is needed. If not, then no tragedies will happen. This is real politics. So which is why there is no solution to peace. It's a matter of having a balance of power and to make it so expensive that you will never dare to try to go to war. That's how you keep peace. So that is the real political. This is what we subscribe. This is also what I subscribe, which is why I made the lecture about the balance of power. So that's that, which is why you don't expect Mearsheimer to tell you how to get peace, because it's not possible. He don't believe in it. I also don't believe in it. The other thing about the money thing, about bringing money, the European countries, to me, I view it a bit differently. It's more about the internal politics between the Europeans. All the different European leaders and countries, they have their own it's a bit like those teenage gang groups or girls group where they a lot of beaching around, and everybody is trying to psycho each other to do things, and trying to beach each other up. They just beaching each other. It's that kind of thing. So it's like, hey, I did this, like I'm Germany, I gave it the S1, I gave the Patriots. Why you didn't give, they're trying to pressure each other to do things. So they're trying to one up each other, or just to push the other one to go to hell. That's what's happening. They're just playing this game among themselves. It's nothing to do with the money or whatnot. This is like they're just beaching. It's just like girls, and they're just beaching around. So
High School Girl Club.
Yeah.
One.
No, I was just saying.
Sorry, I just want to just kind of say that, like, fine, I wasn't kind of clear, but
Go ahead, hurry up.
The theory of peace is basically how do you defeat an enemy? You take their capital and then you win the war, or do you murder X% of the population and they will okay, we lost, this is what I say that we don't have a theory of
Wait.
peace.
When you say Mearsheimer
theory
doesn't have
of
a theory of
conquest.
peace,
Come
you don't
on.
mean you don't mean a theory of peace, then, okay, right?
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
what
But
I'm-
like, well, okay, like how do you end the war? That is more, and I admit I did not. I was not clear.
Okay.
It's called strategic
Well,
objective.
Super chat.
I think the way
Ukraine
to
will
look at what
prevail.
Mearsheimer is saying is he's explaining to Pierce Morgan the realities of the war, the fact that Ukraine is not going to be supported to the extent they are, and that nothing, and the idea he's trying to explain to him how peace is going to be. And peace is going to be whatever Russia decides it's going to be. I mean, for 2 years, they've been doing this slow grind, and this summer, it's going to pay big dividends. It's already starting to pay dividends. And this whole summer, all the way up to the winter, is going to be big time for Russia. And Mearsheimer is just trying to explain the realities on the ground to him. There's going to be a peace. It's going to be on Russia's terms, and there's absolutely nothing Ukraine can do other than try to drag the West in. And if they do, they'll get nuked, and the West won't do anything after that. They may write a bad letter. They may do some conventional bombing of Russia, maybe. I doubt it, but that's the end of it.
Well, the key thing here is like he also says that Russia doesn't really want to be an occupying power of Ukraine, because then you don't really end the conflict. You just change the conflict to insurgency
you don't have to
versus
be an
occupier.
occupying power. You take everything to the Dnieper. It's part of Russia. You repopulate it with Russians and veterans. You blow up all the bridges on
then
the
he
Dnieper.
argues-
You make a 10-mile,
Yeah.
a 10-kilometer
And-
buffer zone, and you leave Western Ukraine a bombed-out shithole for the West to deal with. And you don't deal with it. You don't
and then he
occupy
argues-
it. You don't do anything for it. You just tell them to fuck off and leave it. That's
and
what
then
they're going to
he
do.
argues, and then he argues that it will kind of be self selected, that pro-Russian people will move to pro-Russian areas and anti-Russian people will move to nominally Ukrainian areas. But that I think is quite naive. The borders are going to be open, and already right now the Russians have said that they're going to they allow for open border. If you have a Ukrainian passport, you can travel into Russia. And you get work permit. Like,
do you think that anyone that comes from the West after this war is over into Russian territory isn't going to have an anal probe before they cross that border? Any Ukrainian that wants right of return? Because what the Russians are going to do is they're going to put their tanks and they're going to march. Because here's the deal: in the Russian territories, you're either with the Russian plan or you're not there. They're not going to fucking tolerate subversive people or people who want something different or people who want to be different. No, you're either going to be part of Russia or you can go live in the shithole.
All right,
that's
well,
what's going to
so
happen. There's
let's
not
play
going
out
to be
the
any option for people to come back unless they play by Russia's rules 100%.
So you're going to have the political elite that is currently in Ukraine. They're going to flee to Miami, London, and they're going to live in millionaire villas, and they're going to have such kind of stock, like their bank accounts are going to be overflow. And their single purpose is to kind of fuck with Russia and use whatever people they know, whatever contacts they have, whatever money they have, to subordinate that to kind of like also like Western intelligence to fuck up this kind of whatever plans Russia have in Ukraine. That's very reasonable.
I mean, Russia can counter that with death squads.
Hey,
Yeah,
I wanna.
but then you're basically dealing with an insurgency, acting like an occupying country, and that is kind of like,
how hard is it to drive across the van, kill a guy, and go back to Russia? That's not occupying anything. That's killing a problem and leaving. I mean, it's just like that guy in England that they poisoned. They didn't occupy England. They went there, killed him, and left. That's all they're going to do. They're going to hunt these guys. I mean, Israel's allowed to hunt Nazis down, so why can't Russia hunt Nazis down?
Yeah, but this is
the guy in Spain. The guy in Spain that took defected with a helicopter and 2 other servicemen and got them killed. And the guy fled to Spain, and they found him shot down in an alley. So I think
of course you can do that.
The strategy of the West, many times, like in the official media and Times, etc., they've said about making an unconventional war, like of Does dissolving the army make a insurgency? You dissolve the army in the population and let the invader come in because you don't have enough armed forces to stop him. So you dissolve your army in the population and you let them come in and start attacking them from the rear, when ambushing them when they're unprepared. But that's not going to work. That's not going to work.
Assuming that Russia
Can I get in on?
Yeah, hold up, and that they're going to be extremely focused on making sure that the Ukrainian problem never comes back again, and they'll do whatever they have to do that.
My point about the insurgency is that it hasn't been done because you need a certain amount of popular approval to make an insurgency effective. If you don't have that, you can't dissolve your army in the population. And so, like, the Russians are avoiding an insurgency type situation by advancing the front slowly, and the Ukrainians can't really dissolve their army in the population because the population isn't 100% supportive. Sure, there's Ukrainian.
Gabriel, I think Gabriel has really good points. I think you guys are both actually right, and I really want to address what Christian was saying before we move way even further off of what he was talking about. But yeah, so I think, like Wyatt, I'm also not a formal international relations scholar, but I think that, like, Mearsheimer's theory kind of revolves around states existing in an anarchic system where the main goal is like a zero-sum game of power and survival, because you can't call the cops if you think that that Russia did something wrong. You have to. So states exist in a system where the concepts such as like peace and civil rights and like economic inequality are immediately divorced from their function of existence of the state in a literal sense, aren't particularly relevant. I'd say that if you're trying to find kind of the answers to what you are asking, there's a Swedish and French, I think he's Swedish or French, writer called Colonel Jacques Baud, and he's talked and written a lot about specifically what you were talking about how the war could end. And I think, like, from somebody like Mearsheimer's perspective, he would say, like, the Russians are approaching the war in a Clausewitzian fashion, where war is kind of like a tool of diplomacy. It is kind of like the extension or a continuation, I guess, of politics by other means, because, like, politics have broken down, and now we're taking it to the next step. But the entire time, the goal is, like, to have your eye on the ball. And what are they trying to do? Well, since the outset, they wanted a neutral Ukraine. They said some other stuff too, and they're like denazification and all this other stuff. But really, what they want is no threat from NATO in Ukraine on their border. So I think that Mearsheimer says that there's going to probably not be the peace in that region for a while. I think he says that the issues are going to continue, that there's going to be like a long-term shenanigans and public kind of like politics kind of games being played in the shadows between NATO with the US in the lead and Russia in that region for a long time to come, because NATO is not, according to, like, kind of, I think these are his words, is not going to accept the loss. They're not going to be okay with just taking the L. I don't know who's next. I don't know if I was interrupting Vaughn and Christian, but I just didn't want to go say this point out.
For fluidity, I can just
Christian,
just respond a little quickly, but it's fine. Yeah, no, I think that, like, the devil is in the details, and basically it's kind of like, how do you defeat something, right? We're kind of taught in a way that you can't defeat Hamas by killing people because it's an idea, and in many ways Ukraine is going to be a similar challenge for Russia.
Well, can I respond to that directly to you?
Well, I'm just going to say, like, and then I think that why this is going to be the solution to all of it is this kind of election thing, that they're going to have a kind of a grace period where Russia is going to pour in investments in Ukraine, and then hopefully something will do something else. And but it will be a little stacked to Russia's favor, that Ukraine will have all kinds of what the rump of Ukraine, let's say, will have some limitations in its foreign policy and the ability to build an army and whatnot. But ultimately, it will be like a show window of which system works best to provide a better life for ordinary people. And that race, Russia wants to win because it will be the ultimate defeat of NATO, to show that, like, for example, the US have the middle class have been stagnating in terms of earning for 40 years. They haven't had an improvement. And then they can take the poorest country in Europe and make it, third poorest or something.
I don't think that's how the Russians look at. I don't think that's how the Russians look at Ukraine. I think that's a very classic way that Westerners think about the way that Russians must think about Ukraine. But from a Russian perspective, I can guarantee that that's not their calculation. The point is, it's kind of like, it's more like this. It's like, because I mean, Russian and Ukrainian history goes way farther back than American history, right? So it's much, much older. So I think of it like this. It's like your freaking old drunk ass neighbor that you know very well, and you've had to pull him out of the gutter before, is causing a massive ruckus in the town. The SWAT team is coming over. You're telling them, guys, shut up. I got this. This is my old drunk ass neighbor. He's.
Are you talking about Finnish people? Because in Sweden, that's
talking about how the Russians view kind of Ukrainians, right? Where it's like your brother or something. Or it's like your cousin. It's somebody that you're like, hey, shut up, not in public. What are you doing? Kind of like that. That's how the Russians and Ukrainians, the kind of relationship they have. So this whole thing in the West, where they're like, Russians and Ukrainians are completely different people and they hate each other and all this stuff. To people that are on the ground there's two flavors of that. There's number one, there's so much interhistory. Like I myself am Russian American, and my family is half Ukrainian, So there's so much cultural intermingling that you can't tell where one ends and the other one begins. Russians and Ukrainians are more alike than Western Ukrainians are to Eastern and Southern Ukrainians. So that's kind of where you start to get more of the divide, and that's where you have more of the historic kind of hatred of everything that is Russian. That's part of the reason why we're happy to mobilize the heavily Russian populated areas in the first place, to get them out of there, to get people with that kind of mindset not to be there anymore, because that's a mindset that is damaging, that they think. So yeah, I don't think the Russians are trying to have a competition with the Western Ukraine to see who is gonna have a better life, provide a better life for Ukrainians. I think they're gonna want to have a neutral Ukraine that is going to not be a threat on their border. I think they're gonna want Ukraine to be, they're willing to leave it as a grump state, but I think they want it to be a prosperous Ukraine, and they want it to be a viable Ukraine. And I think that's their long-term goal. They don't care to make
Super chat, like, subscribe, and put your pants back on.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't think it's like that. I think it's like this. In the end, you're gonna get your drunk ass neighbor back into the house safe and sound, and you're gonna freaking put him to bed, and you're gonna say, hopefully your wife doesn't hear about this shit that you pulled over this weekend, because the relationship is just on a different level. So yeah, they're not gonna accept that. They're willing to do a lot of other stuff. They're, like I said, they're willing to even accept a rump Ukraine, but I don't think. Sorry, I went on this for too long. I was just trying to answer you directly. I don't know. I don't know who's next.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, on this issue of like what peace looks like, well, I don't think it looks like NATO being in Ukraine, because that would be a total domestic political loss for the United Russia Party and Putin, right? If NATO retains a status in Ukraine, then the whole point of the special military operation is a failure, right? The denazification is a failure. The demilitarization is a failure. Now, here's the thing. The way that the Russians see it, I'm not saying what I believe or what is the fact, but the way the Russians see the situation in Ukraine, they believe that the reason that NATO got a foothold in there was because of a coup d'etat, right, in 2014. And there's a lot of people in Russia who believe that they should never have allowed that to happen. And that if they had moved in militarily to support the regime that was Russian friendly, right, then this would never have happened, and that was a colossal mistake. So to me, when Russia talks about a neutral Ukraine, they're talking about the millions and millions of Ukrainians who have been refugees into Russia, moving back and setting up a friendly government to Russia, and then they will go out and they will exterminate every man who ever took a dollar from NATO. And those people are going to have to leave if they want to live, right? And the gloves are going to come off, right? And it won't matter, right? It won't matter what you believe, but if you took money from NATO, you better leave, right? Because otherwise you're going to wind up in a ditch. And that's going to be what peace looks like in Ukraine. That's going to be a neutral Ukraine, because that's the only thing that means.
So the
NATO
Iranian
isn't
Revolution,
in
the
Ukraine.
Stalin method, and I think
Yeah,
it has some track record.
absolutely, right? Like, this is the thing.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
If Russia can't tolerate NATO in Ukraine, that's what that looks like.
I get that, but I need to show my credentials a little bit, and that is that during the Civil War period.
Yeah, actually, it was Prada next. He had his finger up. That's how we do
sorry.
it, Christian. So
Yep.
Yes. Going back, well, there is some.
He scammed you. You can just
there
interrupt and finish your point. He bluffed you.
He screwed with you, but yeah. If you're responding, if people are talking to you directly,
it is one sentence. Is that the main thing in the Civil War area was that most people didn't fucking care about politics. They just wanted to meet their relatives on the wrong side of the border. And if you can provide that in post-war Ukraine, you will have made ordinary people's lives better. And I think that is a goal for both Russia and Ukraine.
I would say peace is always a very complicated matter.
Super chat. What if NATO fast tracks Ukraine to join in August?
Yeah, that's a good position. I was going to start coming back to Bradley.
I'll address that later.
Because I will pick out that. The irony of life about this story is that the first Eastern Ukrainians, well, Eastern Ukrainian people, Eastern Slav Orthodox in what was the Austrian Empire and the Poland, thought about the first leaders is that they wanted to join the Russian Tsardom Empire. And they really tried a lot. Actually, when Slovakia became independent and there was not a possible way of becoming part of Russia, these leaders accept to become part of Slovakia temporarily in order. This is mostly the Rusinis. The thing is that the Austrian Empire didn't like these people a lot and killed as many as possible. And so extremists were like given a bit to breathe, especially the ones that were Greek Catholics under the Polish influence. They become very anti-Russian. But it's an eerie that actually the first leaders from these peoples wanted to join Russia, and now they don't. I think for the first time, the Russians don't want anything to do with the Galicians, with the most eastern part of perhaps the Rusinis, but not anything to do with the Galicians. So everything that is between Ivano-Frankovka and Lvov, it will be another country. The Russians don't want it. Also, because in taking into consideration what Toby would just said, which is not, it was a very hard truth. It won't happen that way. But these people will have to move somewhere. And yet somewhere will be probably these areas where they actually belong, because there has been a colonization of the eastern and southern part of Ukraine with people from eastern Ukraine in the last 14 years, something that people don't really talk about, which is also interesting. Now, I don't think that this war is as much about Ukraine as people believe it is. It is a much larger geopolitical war. And someone said that Russia doesn't have the incentive to end the war because actually they see how as long as the war prolongs, they get more friends around the world. So it's the shifting on the world politics that is interesting for Russia to happen. A shift where Russia will play a very dominant, a very important place. We just saw the King of Bahrain traveling to Moscow to try to solve the Gaza problem, the Middle East problem. So it's like Russia is coming back it was always there, but is coming back to the international scene in a much more prominent, is still discreet, but in a much more prominent way than people were thinking. And is this that really interests Russia? Russia doesn't want to have close frontiers either, because this part of Ukraine and also Belarus, it's very important for the railways that in the future will connect the center of the world, which will be Asia, Eastern Asia, and Europe will be nevertheless a very important market around the world. So whatever configuration Russia will try to figure out on the end, it will be one where railways and ports need to be open, whatever ports keeps in the hands of Ukrainians, and what kind of Ukrainians will rule where. So I think most probably there will be a buffer state being created somewhere in the center of Ukraine that will be Russian friendly. The very anti-Russian populations, Eastern orientate, will go to Western Europe, Western Ukraine, which probably will change the name to Galicia, because whatever state in Ukraine will came out of this war, it can't be the full state of actual Ukraine. The debt trap that actual Ukraine exists will be Ukrainians living in that state will be slaves forever to pay the West all the help they gave them, which was not so for the free world as people thought. So this is an important thing to take into attention. So peace,
Super chat.
Peace will be mostly
3 times super chat, super chat, super chat.
Peace and foremost, it is about getting NATO to agree what type of border relationship they will have with each other. So during the Soviet Union, there were several agreements after the Soviet Union as well that NATO troops, for instance, can't be stationed more than 6 months or 3 months, I'm not sure, in an Eastern European country. This rule still applies, although it has been questioned by Germany now, which has
super
been
chat. Hi new peeps. Please wait 25 minutes to get a chance to speak.
So the big thing about the peace deal is one where a new balance of powers is possible. So when Gabriel was talking about these moments in history where a new international law came to light, it's a moment of big conflict relationship. If we are able to achieve that moment where a new balance of powers is achieved without a great war, I mean a genocidal war, that will be great and amazing. But that is going to be peace. Now, the conflict will keep going. The thing is that,
Super chat. Oh, Afro Huburu.
Piotr, which came back, was talking about before about the transactionality of the world at the moment. Is that once the West understood that it has secured its position in this relation of power, it will start becoming more transactional, and that's what I said. The Russians don't really want a fixed border, a closed border. They want an open border. It's very important for them. The Rus, by history, is a trading confederations of people. They think most and foremost about trading routes, about trading, about supplying, about being part of the global system. And this is what we see. That's why the Chihuahuas won't always talk about constructing a new iron curtain. That's what the Chihuahuas...
So Prata, do you mind if I chime in? Because you're covering everything. And I think it'd be good if we could try to come back a little bit and talk about the here and now. I think, sorry for the background noise, also I'm in Turkey at the moment, but I think speculating about the propensity of Russia's place as a bridge state between Europe and Asia, or its just place in the world is important, but I don't think it necessarily will help solve the situation right here and now, which is the war itself. As someone who's been to the front lines a few times, I can tell you that it is incredibly unpredictable on an hourly basis, let alone daily. And at this point, I think the gentleman before you who was speaking was saying,
but we were talking about how peace looks like. How can we achieve
that's a very abstract
it's not
concept.
about the conflict on itself. The conflict
but
on
I
itself.
think it would be
Super
useful to
chat.
put it in the context of the
Thank
war.
you new
because
people
if you're
for
talking
coming
about
on just
what,
to listen.
if you're talking about what peace is as a sort of concept, you're going to just go off into every single conflict in history. And I don't really think it serves much. I appreciate a lot of what you're saying. I just think if we can try and apply it to a specific conflict, that's useful. The magnitude of the Ukrainian war is by far the biggest since the Second World War, but it's not the deadliest. Technically, the deadliest is Ethiopia's civil war in the past 2-3 years, based on fatality numbers. So when you talk about peace, you know, there's a lot of components there, and that all I'm trying to say is that I think it'd be good if we could try and apply it to a specific.
Yeah, I think Piotr has a really, really good point, and I kind of want to.
Could I just can I make one last point?
Yes,
Gabriel,
please go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, I know it's a bit noisy, so I won't take too much time. As I say, brother, I think you're making some great points, and I'm not here to shut you down. I'm just trying to, well, I want to butt in as well. But basically what I'm saying is, so at this point, look, we have either two options. The Ukrainians continue to fight, and they utilize an unlimited and an unrelenting amount of force from the NATO alliance, and they strike further into Russia, and this thing gets incredibly more like a total war if it isn't already. Or we begin to talk about actual ceasefire, peace negotiations, and this sort of thing. At this point, I think even Western analysts agree that the likelihood Ukraine will retake the territories that Russia has gained is very unlikely. Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson are, you know, largely under Russian influence. And it's incredibly difficult to see how Ukraine can push those back given the fortification lines that Russia has got. Ukraine has three main issues: manpower problem, a defensive production problem, and time, basically. The longer this goes on, the war fatigue does set in, as I think we're all aware, and the growing unity or disunity in the West is part of that. And so any peace negotiation depends on that.
Sorry for cutting you for a second. The thing is that the sponsors of the war are actually the ones that limit the extension how the war can go and further. So if the sponsors want to find a compromise, Ukraine won't have much of a time to go further or not further. So that's why I was saying this war is not about Ukraine; it's about other relationships. And if this relationship is, if a deal about this relationship is achieved, then Ukrainian conflict will end very soon. It's a question
on that point, I agree with you. I think that's a very good point. The symbolism of the war is incredibly important. I would just say one quick point, which is that, in my opinion, from having studied Russian studies for a while, I don't think Putin's goal was ever to try and take all of Ukraine physically. It was to force a change of government, obviously. But what I do think he's after still is Novorossiya, which is the part of south and eastern Ukraine that connects up to Transnistria and Moldova. It's a nice, cuts off Ukraine, turns it into a rump state like Bulgaria after the Second World War, or First World War, and effectively makes Russia the de facto controller of the Black Sea. Can he do that, though? I don't know, because Ukraine is making good use of its maritime assets. So it's not easy. And I think the Russians' efforts in Kharkiv is, distractionary, but is it effective? Not sure. So I don't think you're going to see some of Ukraine capitulate and full collapse into sort of like that image, last point, that image that we saw behind Medvedev when he was giving that speech in sort of what looked like the Mao costume. And it was sort of Poland will take Lviv and Western Ukraine and then Romania. That was quite absurd. Like, that's not going to happen. But I do think that Eastern Ukraine is definitely questionable. But anyway, I'll end there. Thanks for the...
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick.
Chat. Having a finger up, it means I'm just listening.
Yeah, right. It means I can't wait to speak.
No, I was just going to say real quick, proud of you're saying, like, I'm always talking about the Iron Curtain. My whole thing with the Iron Curtain and the harsh measures is that's what I see happening immediately when the peace is signed, because I feel like that's what Russia would have to do to guarantee their security. They would have to implement harsh measures at their border, wherever that ends up being, until they felt like that problem was gone and they could maybe open up more. That's not to say in 10 years they wouldn't have some kind of trade and open borders with Ukraine, but I just don't believe in the immediate after of the war that they're going to take any chances with letting people go back and forth and reunite and just come and go as they please. I think they're going to be very restrictive on that territory until they sort it out and they're comfortable enough to open it up again. That's all. They're just going to make sure it's cleaned out of Nazis before they open up the gates and welcome everyone home.
the Iron Curtain is coming from Europe, not from Russia. The discourse about the new Iron Curtain. This is important to notice. It's not, there is no discourse until now from Russia talking about it. It's a Western.
I think Vaughn is kind of trying to describe the relationship between what's going to be Ukraine and what's going to be annexed parts of Ukraine by Russia.
Yeah. So okay, I had my finger up for like 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to speak. So we're kind of talking around the same subject, and there's actually two subjects that we're discussing at the same time. When we discuss how the peace is going to be achieved, we're discussing number one. I think how will the Russians operationally achieve their political objectives? That's one question. I think, first of all, the Russians have shown that their military is more flexible than we give them credit for, and that they are fast learners. They started the war doing really great big maneuvers and daring political ploys of trying to, do peace in Istanbul and all that stuff. And now they've settled into like this attritional rhythm where I think that they're grinding away at Ukraine's military potential at the same time as trying to keep in view their political kind of objectives and keep the West out of the war as much as possible. So being very, very harsh and very, very direct about saying, no, you stay out. Don't even think about escalating it. I don't think the specific operational minutia makes a tremendous difference. As long as basically what the Russians managed to do is they managed to leverage their manpower and equipment and like kind of manufacturing capacity in such a way that ensures that they don't run out of those things before they achieve their political objectives. That is an interesting question, but I think the more important question, kind of the other half of this question, is the kind of the one that Vaughn was talking about, which is, well, what happens after the war is over? Because it's not actually going to be necessarily peace. There's going to be peace of some sort. There's going to be it's not going to be thousands of Ukrainians dying every day, kind of situations, or every week, but it's going to be it's always going to be a kind of a cold peace or a hot peace or something like this, because bringing this back to Mearsheimer, how Christian started this question, Mearsheimer says that he views the Russians winning what he calls a dirty victory. So it's going to be, it's not going to be nice and neat and tightly packaged in a bow tie, but they're going to be able to achieve a victory. And what does a victory mean? It means they achieve their political goals. It means the victory doesn't mean just that they ground down the Ukrainian military. The victory means, to the Russians, right, from a Clausewitzian sense, that means that you ground down the Ukrainian military in order so that you could ensure Ukrainian neutrality, no NATO in Ukraine. And now that Russia has spent all this time and all this money and all this manpower,
Russia wins by destroying Ukraine's military. That military is force conscripted civilians. Russia is just killing civilians.
Yeah, this is they have a different term for it. They call it a high-low mix. It's just addressing the super chat question. They call it a high-low mix. So you need the low-trained people that are the territorial defense units that might only even have a few weeks of training, or some people say days, God forbid. So you need those people to have the back of the really motivated, Azov guys. So this is just addressing the super chat question. But yeah, so anyway, back to what I was saying. First of all, what's up, Nanya? Nice to see you again. So I think Vaughn's question is probably the more pertinent one, and the more kind of the one that I understand they're both interesting questions, but I think Vaughn's question is kind of more interesting. Where how are they going to manage this this post-war Ukraine, however it looks? What are they going to try to do here? They're going to have to do something. So anyway,
they're going to do a lot of things, and a lot of those things are going to be nasty and unpleasant probably. And most people probably won't hear about them, and people that do will probably be like disgusted or surprised or shocked, or be like, hey, that's what they do.
Imagine, Vaughn, if they achieve the goal of quote unquote denazification. What does denazification look like? Well, that's going to look like you go into Ukraine's existing legitimate power structure as much as you can, and you flush the Nazis out from there. Because what's happened is They were
They
given
said
the
how they want to do
opportunity.
it. They said
It'll
how
be
they
a
want to do it.
combination of
They
things,
want, they
politics.
want the Ukrainian state to impose laws that forbid the existence of these groups.
Well,
They
right,
want
but Prada,
Ukraine to
I
do
understand.
that.
Prada, I understand this. Okay, you're getting to the mechanics. What I'm saying is that what they need to do is there's been years. I was just reading an article about this. There's been decades of Western NGOs fostering and supporting far-right extremists and far-right extremist parties in Ukraine. Now, what do these guys do? Now, these guys do things like pass laws which make it okay to have, open Nazi demonstrations on the streets and to have a monument to Stefan Bandera and all this other stuff, right? So the laws are a consequence of the fact that the halls of power have been artificially stuffed with far-right minority. And the far-right minority now, yeah, they're going to be the ones that are going to find the cannon fodder and all this other stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry for
No, I mean, Putin was questioned about what does it mean, denazification. And he said, which was actually the most obvious answer that nobody was expecting to, because we understand this type of denazification.
He said the Ukrainians would do it themselves. That's what he said.
Yeah, because we understand it like what happened after the Second World War, where Nazis were put in concentration camps, people were scrutinized, and if they had anything to do with the Nazis, were sent to gulags or any type of concentration.
Right.
Something else. He said that no, we want Ukraine to create laws that illegalize these people, and these people are not possible to come to any type of power, influential situation. So this is something
like
very practical and makes sense that nobody really talked about.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. The denazification. Okay, so we're saying the same thing. So the denazification would happen from inside of Ukraine's existing legitimate power and security structure. You just have to flush out the extremists, which are the blockage from allowing that to happen. That's the reason why Zelensky's
Super chat
are.
Ukraine
SAS
has hundreds of Bandera monuments. Nothing artificial or minority about it.
Well, how do I explain this? Okay, so do you think that there were all those Bandera monuments there during the time that Ukraine was a Soviet republic? No, they were not, right? So it doesn't take much to convert what is to shift the Overton window in a society. Let's put it that way. I don't know if the concept of an Overton window of what is debatable in a society.
I don't know why anyone
People
thinks
change
that
their minds.
Ukraine is going to have a say in how they're denazified. It'll be a combination of things: Russian influence in their government, death squads, their own people killing people. I mean, it's gonna take years probably to do it. And that's why I always say it'll probably be a pretty harsh area along the border and in the demilitarized zone, because you don't want to be there, and if you're there, you're probably going to get killed or imprisoned.
It's going to be the front line.
Not going to put up. I mean, I'm just saying they're not. It's going to be a multifaceted thing. They're going to have to infiltrate the government. They're going to have to convince hey, is your neighbor a Nazi? Let us know. We'll give you 1 million rubles. I mean, that's what they're going to do, and then they're going to go out and kill people. And they're try people.
And it's going to be the Ukrainians, and it's going to be the Ukrainians that are going to do it. And we've seen how Ukrainians freaking handle that kind of business. So I wouldn't want to.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're not motivated.
But I want to point out something.
To do it in 6 months.
So I love the discussion, but I want to kind of like ask you guys. So already we know that Putin was kind of agreeing on a peaceful peace settlement that is now discarded, and the facts on the ground have changed. Sorry about the background. So like at that time, it was basically kind of the number of different tanks and divisions and so on and so, and the kind of definition of neutrality and security guarantees. But like none of that has been kind of the basis of this discussion. That and I agree that is not reasonable anymore. But that was a possibility at one time, right? So how do you kind of like
So Christian, if I can answer you on that, if you talk
Yeah.
about Ukrainian neutrality, so there's a couple of points here that I think are worth keeping in mind. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Finland and its rather unique neutral position after the Second World War. So there's a term that came out of that, which was called Finlandization, which is basically that the Russians or the Soviets, forced the Finns to sign a treaty in 1948, I think, 47, 48, which was rather patronizingly termed the something friendship and peace treaty or something.
Well, they did twice though, so it didn't work the first time, but the second time.
Capitulation by the Finns.
But okay,
that
get
if
to the
they
point.
don't sign the treaty, then so the Soviet Union would basically take over Helsinki and force Finland.
Right. We get that. Okay.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is that there was this idea that the Ukrainians have felt like they sort of should have to do that as well, and some Western policymakers have suggested that Ukraine should do a Finland basically. Other models have included Austria, which is sort of a variation, be neutral with a sort of bridge between the West, i.e. European Union and Russia, and others have thought that Ukraine should just be a buffer state sort of, and some people think that that's what Putin wanted to do. He wants to make Ukraine into like a Belarus, create a buffer zone between him and the front lines of NATO, and put a more favorable government in, and these sorts of concepts. So the idea of neutrality, I think, was always there, but this is the Ukrainian argument that because Russia has increasingly used force and tried to coerce Ukraine into being, more aligned to Russian interests or Russia's perspectives, that's forced Ukrainians away or been alienated. And the Western argument is, or the framing that the Western media puts it, is that because Russia was getting more aggressive towards Ukraine, Ukraine pivoted towards the European Union. Putin didn't like the fact he was losing Ukraine and Kiev and Rus and yada yada, and so he needs to use force, a bit like Georgia, to try to ensure that Ukraine isn't lost. Obviously, the Mearsheimer and other perspectives disagree with that and say that it is a Western effort to try to, Westernize Ukraine through the changing of governments like the Maidan and so on. But neutrality was a potential, I think, and I think a lot of countries were up for that. But then Georgia 2008 happened, and a lot of Ukrainians felt that wasn't an option. So depends who you ask and what time you're talking about or period. But I think that neutrality is definitely not an option now.
Super chat. Question for everyone. How much is a can of Fanta?
These are the important questions in life, but I don't have the answers to those questions.
I saw a video about it costs 36 cents a can of Fanta in Russia. So it's around €2 in the UK, I presume. So nevertheless,
Super chat.
So yeah, hold
Again,
up. I really want to
if
address
Russia's
this guy's
primary
question
goal
about
is
NATO.
Ukraine not joining NATO.
Okay.
What happens if NATO ultimate trolls by fast-tracking the membership?
Okay.
Russia loses.
To answer to Bradley, I would like to say something like the Russians already overachieved their objectives with this war. But this is my perspective, which is a bit strange, but I'm not going to explain it. So I'm going to leave it like this. About Christian, there is a great article by the Foreign Policy about investigating what happened during those peace talks and how long they went. They actually went until May, and which is very interesting. The thing is that it sounds like on a certain point, the Russians were worried and they wanted to end the war in peaceful terms the faster they could. And that makes sense because things got now so bitter between both sides that it will be much more difficult to achieve consensus. So the negotiations now won't be with Ukrainians anymore. It's with the West, with NATO. But at that time, the idea was to achieve peace deals with Ukrainians, and Russia almost ceded everything, all the demands that Ukraine wanted to do. The only things that really they couldn't agree on was how many tanks, how many soldiers the new Ukraine would be allowed to have. But somewhere in time, Ukraine decided, although they achieved almost everything they wanted during those peace talks, they decided that if they kept going, they would not have to write down that peace deal and even obtain compensations from the Russians. So this is one of the theories. So it was a very bad decision. It doesn't matter. The theory of Johnson may be true, may be not. I think it was mostly Ukrainians that decided that they could even get more, much more they could have dreamed of from Russia if they would continue the war. It was stupid. Anybody could explain them, but stupidity sometimes blinds people. There is nothing we can do. But nevertheless, as I said, I think Russia already overachieved its objectives. Oh, Piotr, another thing, which is very interesting. On 2014, when Ukraine definitely decided to go to the European side, and that's the point, signing that partnership with the European Union, many factories in Ukraine closed down. They closed down. Whatever they produced could not be sold in the Western markets. So when we talk about all those factories in Eastern Ukraine where the Ukrainians hide, they have been inactivated since 2014, which is an amazing achievement of that stupid people that went to power in Kiev. Go on, Bradley.
Okay. I just wanted to really address the super chat. The guy asked the same question basically twice. What about Ukraine being fast tracked into NATO? And I just wanted to say that NATO fast tracking the absorption of Ukraine into the alliance kind of causes more problems than it solves. Like Ukrainian territorial claims being just one of them. But like even if you leave that aside, like they're in a current active war with Russia. What would happen then? Like what NATO enters the war? Like what are we going to do? Nuke Russian cities? Like this is exactly what Vaughn was saying before. Who is going to trade? Which country is Washington D.C. willing to trade New York for? Because you're talking about nuclear holocaust. New York's going to get nuked. You know, who's it worth to do that for? Who's going to be worth it to take that bullet for? Nobody. That's why we have all these proxies in the first place. So they take all the bullets for us. We can be an ocean away, you know? But yeah.
So Bradley, if I can just add to your point very quickly, I think this is a very, very important element because Ukraine's membership of NATO is not a singular process, right? You have to go through different levels. Both Russia and Ukraine have been part of what's known as the Partnership for Peace program since '94, when the Clinton administration introduced it. And then you've got non-major NATO allies, of which, you know, Morocco and Qatar are a part of. And I think that shows you that countries do see value in NATO for whatever reason. But when it comes to Ukraine, I'm very much against their membership because it threatens way more escalation and unnecessary risk. And ultimately, because NATO wouldn't be ready for years. We've seen how long it's taken countries like Bosnia and other countries that are aspiring NATO members to really get ready to do what's known as MAP, or the Multi-Ascension Program, I think it stands for. And that takes decades, takes years. And Ukraine is far underdeveloped in terms of economics and military prowess. There's a huge internal corruption problem. It is still under immediate conflict, which is, you can argue why Russia might be doing this to prevent that possibility. And also just because it's not going to help ultimately resolve the issue long term. So I think this whole idea about getting Ukraine in NATO, and if you're going to see
before I hand it over,
it's a terrible decision. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, before I hand it over to Toby, I just wanted to say that just to add on top of that is that what are they going to do? They're just going to say we added Finland and Sweden into NATO, so therefore, you know, it's going to be it's climb down the escalation ladder. I think. Go ahead, Toby.
It's actually Wyatt before me. Oh wait.
Okay, I go first then. So the thing about NATO, for NATO, right? We must first understand what the hell, why is there NATO at the first place? NATO is to prevent war, to have a strong alliance to the point where nobody dare to go to war. But then, if the idea of NATO is to avoid war, if you start inviting countries that is not looking for war, like look like the Chihuahua states, like the Baltic states, they are all tempting Russia to invade it. They can't stop their mouth to keep attacking Russia. And then you want Ukraine that have gone nuts, like totally disregard their history, their tight binding history with Russia. They're basically the same people, and starting to go in their own way and embrace Nazism. And then it's not everyone, just some of them. But the thing is that they are heading with a clash, and then now we are already seeing the clash. Then NATO lose its purpose. The whole purpose of NATO is to not go to war, is to prevent World War II from happening again. So if you keep inviting countries in, you weaken your alliance because you can't negotiate. Because Finland can now veto whatever peace thing you want to do. So now you can have Estonia and Lithuania saying that no, sorry, we veto. There's no peace with Russia ever. We cannot talk to them. We cannot trade. Then you're gonna have a problem. So that's why if NATO always kept within the core countries, it will be a super powerful alliance because you have the ability to just control all the neighboring satellite countries, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Poland, or whatever. They are able to control them because you are so powerful, and you don't want to be trapped in the middle, as a buffer state, in the war, because you don't want to be Belgium in World War II. Put it that way. So, but then when you bring them in, they will bring you into the war. You'll make it a World War I situation. That's the problem I have with NATO right now. It's like NATO expansion is not a good thing. It's actually a very bad thing because it defeats the purpose of the point of NATO. So and another thing, Benny, are you there? Benny, are you there? Benny came in and don't have a chance to talk because Benny, introduce yourself before we go to Toby.
Oh,
You're muted. You're muted.
The mute rapper.
Unmute. Press the unmute button.
Sorry, can I just say, for people in the chat who think I'm in Berlin, that's the Turkish flag, guys. I don't know why you think I'm in Germany. So, some people can't tell their fucking flags, but anyway. Sorry, Benny.
No, because Germany is the colony of Turkey, So
Especially Berlin.
Benny,
Yeah, of course you're in Berlin. There's a
button.
Turkish flag there.
Benny, press the unmute button. Benny, press the unmute button. Press the unmute button.
Benny, you're muted.
You're muted,
Benny.
Sorry,
Benny,
it's
we
first
can't
time
hear you. So
we cannot hear you. Unmute.
So you
unmute
need to
yourself.
you need to press the right buttons or figure out your audio settings because we can't hear you.
There's
But meanwhile,
Okay, so guys.
He unmuted.
Okay,
for a
Toby.
second.
Yeah. So on this question of NATO, hang on. The thing is, it's worth going to read the NATO agreements, right? They're not that complex, and there's wild misconceptions about what NATO is and what the rules of NATO are, and Article 5 and Article 4 and so on.
What they promise,
Well, a lot of it comes down to the myth of the unipolar world and the hyper superpower that is the US and Iron Man and Marvel Comics and Wonder Woman's going to save us all from the evil dictators. And look, this is largely fantasy. What NATO actually says is the NATO agreement. It says that if a member of NATO is attacked, right, all the NATO members are going to get together and they're going to have a talk.
Talk about what to do,
About what they're going to do next, right? It does not say that this unit over here, these divisions are going to immediately march against the enemy and that every country is going to donate X number of soldiers and that nuclear weapons will be used against the tyrants. It says that if a NATO member gets attacked, they all get together and have a talk. And the other thing that it says is they will do what they think is reasonable in the circumstances, right? This is a very, very far cry from Iron Man chucking on his super suit and going and smiting all the wicked people in the world and saving those warm puppies. But we want to believe that the King of England.
Toby,
is
the marketing is that for a reason. That's the marketing for a reason. That's not the marketing on accident.
No, this is like the Piers Morgan thing, right? This is like the Americans, the global policeman, and we're going to defend democracy and freedom and everything. People kind of have this idea of what it is, but it's absolutely not. And so if NATO were to fast track the entrance of Ukraine, right, well, then everybody in NATO would get to vote on that. It would break the charter of NATO because you're not supposed to admit members who are at war, which would mean that everybody who's a member of NATO would have the option to leave. And even if they didn't leave, they could decide to do nothing because that's what's reasonable to them in the circumstances. And so to a very large extent, to a very large extent, right, what we would get is we would get a nuclear standoff. And it would come down to Mearsheimer's calculus. It's like Russia is a nuclear power. Russia is already engaged in a war there. Who wants to go send their military to go fight Russia in Ukraine, right? And if you're going to go fight Russia in Ukraine, okay, then what, right? What are you going to do if the divisions that you send to Ukraine start getting smashed to pieces? Are you going to start attacking Russian infrastructure inside Russia? Because that's what you do in a war, right? You reduce the enemy's ability to wage war by attacking his industry and economy. Well, if you're going to do that against a nuclear power, pretty soon it's time to get the nukes out. And now you're trading New York and Chicago for the poles.
So, Toby,
anyone who thinks that is in any way feasible, right? They have a very interesting view of like what nuclear deterrent means. So I think that if NATO were to do that, if NATO were to include Ukraine, let me finish, Christian. If NATO were to include Ukraine, that would be the end of NATO. Alternatively, it would be the start of a limited nuclear exchange in the Northern Hemisphere.
Benny, you're next. It's Benny next. But
Benny,
yourself.
can you? But he looks like he's hang.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Never mind.
Yeah,
All right,
Christian
go ahead,
then.
Christian.
Yeah, so is Benny joining or can I jump in?
Yeah, I think it's
Christian
a
want to
broad
say something first, I think. Christian want to say something first.
Christian's jumping in.
Sure.
Christian, please be
no,
short.
Just on the nuclear front, look, I mean, the likelihood of actual nuclear exchange is still very low. My biggest concern is about the reproliferation that we're seeing around the world. You know, if you look at North Korea and its usage of nukes now and the potential of near nuclear Iran and stuff, what's this doing is normalizing the idea that more countries need their own nuclear weapons to defend themselves. Look at Poland actively requesting the Americans send nukes or position nukes within their borders. Look at South Koreans. A poll about half a year ago showed that more than 55-60% of South Koreans are open to the idea of developing nuclear technology, Japan as well. So my concern is not so much about the actual possibility of nuclear warfare between the great powers as it is between more regional countries that have immediate threats that they're concerned about, and they don't think that they can depend on the United States or something like that. Because once you normalize that, then we really are in sort of, you know, a new normal. I mean, the biggest fear for me when it comes to nuclear warfare in the context of Ukraine is tactical nuclear weaponry, because those have shown to be quite usable. I've seen war game scenarios where, you know, the Kremlin could drop them in the Sea of Azov, they could drop it on Odessa. There's lots of variations around that, but that wouldn't be enough for the NATO alliance to respond. So Russia could utilize nukes, but yeah, then what? So yeah.
Very interesting discussions. I'm just saying that, like, I'm from Sweden, and I was kind of privy to the internal discussions of the Social Democratic Party, which was the ruling party when we joined the NATO. So I have like an understanding of the like how countries look at NATO, or ruling parties look at NATO, and what's the value of this military alliance. Okay, but then I have my own opinion, right? So I'm going to start with my own opinion. So my own opinion is that most important is that we only have so many few neutral countries, and among those neutral countries, we have very few that are very good military weapons producers. So Sweden was a military weapon producer. We're like 7th in the world, something like that. Enormously huge for a small country like Sweden. But much of that attraction was we could sell a lot of weapons because people didn't want to buy into a military alliance. They wanted to have that ambiguity. They want to play people against each other, for whatever reason. That is now gone, right? So now we're completely in NATO sphere. And that shrinks the opportunity for other countries to be neutral. Because if you can't have key military technology provided by a neutral country, then you can't be neutral. It's basically that. That's kind of the simple thing. And this is why it's a great win for America and NATO to get Sweden in, and why they don't talk so much about Finland. Finland is more like a flag to wave. But they're really happy about Sweden because we provide a really good fighter airplane. And it would be, if I had more time, I would talk more about like that the Swedish military strategy and tactics and so is much more aligned to this kind of warfare that we see in Ukraine and Russia. So we kind of predicted this kind of warfare and built our military production around that, especially artillery and airplanes, which is
Right.
the kind of
Frane,
key
you go
features.
first. I'll go after you.
Wait, because Brad, it should have been short. You guys are making. If he has a finger on the air, it should be him talking. Otherwise, if you want to make interventions, very short, please. Go on, Bradley.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were gonna go. You go first. I'll go after you.
Okay.
You
I was going to say, first of all, Ukraine already knows it's not going to NATO. Ukraine has been trying for several weeks to make the security treaty, guarantees, getting security guarantees from several NATO countries. It was France, Germany, Italy, and some more others. Some probably are being done in secret because that would be very, very difficult for their public opinion to agree with. So Ukraine is actually going back to the Istanbul Accords. There is all this talk about fast track. Ukraine is fair divers. It's just trying to make the Russian. These are just negotiating conflicts. Ukraine already knows where it goes and what it can get. NATO is out of the question. The rest is just talk. The other thing I was going to say is about Toby talking about the treaty. It's very interesting. The United States, when they created the NATO organization, they didn't want to compel themselves into going to war in case of any of the member states would go to war. So the Article 5, it's something that most people don't understand. It's just possible to be claimed if the Article 52 of the United Nations Charters can be claimed, which is the right of self-defense. If the right of self-defense is really into questions, then they can go and ask for Article 5, which will do what? It will do what? It will make NATO countries discuss about the team if this is an Article 5 question. Secondly, the countries involved will decide what type of help they should supply to the country in need. It doesn't say that it is military help. It's open for each country to decide. The same thing about the Treaty of the European Union, which also has a security guarantee for its state members that other states are obliged to give them support in case of attack. Again, Article 52 of the United Nations needs to be compelling. Otherwise, they can't ask their partners to give them. And again, each country will decide what type of help. It can be just humanitarian help. There's nothing else. So the Article 5 or the Treaty of the European, the NATO Treaty or the Treaty of the European Union, you see, they need to maintain this image towards the public, but in reality, they don't promise much. And like you guys were saying, Vaughn, Tobin, and Rashami, the U.S. is not going to lose New York or Chicago just because of Ukraine. No, it is not. And the European leaders the same. And one must be also tell the truth. The Americans know the first ones to be hit will be the Europeans. And then they wait how the Americans will react. And of course they won't react. And the Europeans will be left with nothing. Because they were actually the one. But this is taking into account that the Chihuahuas really have power, which they don't. Most countries are silenced about their objections. And they will never allow, Ukraine to get in. And now we saw, for instance, Hungary, which is preparing law that forbids them to take action into foreign countries outside of NATO territory. And I'm sure that each European country is trying to do the same, even in secret. Go on, Bradley. Sorry for taking so long.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that the war ends when either the Russians manage to achieve their true objectives, which maybe we don't even know what they truly are, or how they've evolved over the course of the conflict. We've brought up Clausewitz before, and this is something Clausewitz talks about. As wars go on, objectives can change and evolve. It'll probably go on until either the Russians achieve those objectives or we find a way to stop the Russians. And it'll probably end up with being kind of like a little bit of both, which is probably why now you often hear people talk about how we need negotiations and they're for negotiations, but Putin isn't willing to be fair with Kiev, like he's unwilling to be a fair negotiator. That's why the Russians are unwilling to negotiate, because the Russians are constantly saying, oh yeah, let's negotiate, but what did Putin say?
Well, I mean, the other thing is too, there's an election here, so why negotiate with somebody who's not going to be around anyway? So they might as well wait. Like I said, I feel like the summer is where they're going to make as much grab as they can and get as much as they can. So
they don't want to negotiate. We don't want to negotiate with the Russians. We want the Russians to negotiate with the Ukrainians. The Russians want to negotiate with us because they don't think that their Ukrainians are a sovereign party. So, you negotiate freaking Minsk.
That may be true, but the Ukrainians aren't going to do anything unless the United States tells them to.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying that's my point exactly.
That's not how democracy works, Vaughn.
Regarding Toby's point, though, it does. Number one, it really does pay to read those old documents. You'll be sometimes surprised, but there's an important reason why I think it's important to read those old documents, and it's because a lot of the times they get misrepresented in the modern press. And once you read them, you understand how a lot of what the, let's say, for example, like treaties or like, foundational like charters, what they actually say and what they entail, and even like laws is not everything that is implied, and the consequences are different. And I think this is the case of that, where, yeah, if you take a look at what NATO, quote unquote, is obliged to do, they're not obliged. Nobody said that, yep, we're going to nuke the Kremlin if the Kremlin attacks, Estonia or whatever it is, or attacks Riga. They have that ambiguity, but also we set the expectation for what we intend with that document. When we say Article 5, that's constantly everywhere all the time. Like it's this like magic mantra, like it's a freaking magic word. So it gets thrown around a lot, and people probably have never even read Article 5 or any other of the articles, but the idea of what it means, I think that's also not on accident. I think that's also done in order for us to kind of set the expectation that this is what we would do. Like, yeah, we're going to decide on what's reasonable, and we're the boss in NATO, and we decided that it's reasonable that you all get your asses in gear, and you're next for the Russian meat grinder. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Well, I was, like you said, the way it's set up, on purpose, the language is like that because it's designed so that NATO doesn't get taken advantage of by a small state starting a war that they all have to be obliged to fight in. I mean, it's designed exactly to prevent a country like Ukraine from pulling the stunts they're pulling. Because think about it, if it said, if we're attacked, you have to send X number of troops, X number of planes and support it, well, then, Lithuania would do something stupid so that they could start a war. So, I mean, that makes sense that they would do it because it's exactly to prevent people like Ukraine or other states that may act like Ukraine from doing that shit and get them all involved in a war. And the thing is sometimes it seems like Ukraine doesn't really care what it says. They're just trying everything they can, which I guess they have to. But, I mean, that's probably why it's written that way, is specifically to prevent these small countries from starting wars. Like, if you want a war in NATO, it's got to be approved by the United States, not Lithuania.
I got a different take on
This is
that.
exactly
how-
my point about NATO shouldn't have like taken any countries. So this is exactly the point, because if you take any country, even if the Article 5 says that you don't need to go to war, but the thing is they give you a diplomatic problem, right? You're gonna have to face like it's now your
Well,
problem because
yeah,
they are NATO members.
But keep in mind, the only reason Lithuania is going to poke the bear is if they're told to poke the bear. So I think you guys are giving these little satellite states a lot more power than they actually have. Sorry to butt in. Go ahead, Craig.
I don't know, Nanya. I think those pipsqueaks actually have a long history of opening up their mouths when they shouldn't. I think you can read the overall intention the most easily by looking at Georgia. Georgia is a giant mess right now, but only about 15 to 20% of the population favors any kind of dealings with the West on the scale that the West wants, the EU or NATO membership. That's a bunch of people associated with Saakashvili's old regime. But that's not being discouraged. I mean, they're still out there at NATO saying, Georgia's still on their list, right? So if NATO hasn't given up punching through to the Caspian to screw up the BRI, which is their real objective, then, everything else is just basically distraction to, even if they lose in Ukraine, it was always more of an incremental goal, right? Get a little closer to Moscow, weaken the Russians. But to get to the Caspian is a qualitative goal of theirs. They really want to get into the Caspian Sea and screw up the Belt and Road Initiative. They want to get in there either through Iran or they want to get in there through Georgia and Azerbaijan, but that's what they've got to get to. So apparently there is some American private money pouring into these NGOs in Georgia to disrupt it, and the U.S. government doesn't seem to be discouraging that. And I think that the BRICS bloc is looking at Georgia, looking at that and saying, well, you're continuing to push aggressively into the Caspian. We can't believe anything peace-wise about you as long as you're doing that. And therefore, just go all around the north coast of the Black Sea, right? Look at the attacks on Rostov. Look at, they haven't given up on Azov. They keep talking about Crimea. They're not interested in peace talks. Odessa then remains on the table. The counter threat for getting into Georgia is, okay, well, then we'll take Odessa. And it's balanced right now with a threat by the Russians on Odessa and a threat by NATO on Georgia. Both of those threats could go away if they negotiate now. And I think that's where we're at in the Black Sea. The Baltic Sea, it's just, it's a NATO lake now completely. But I do agree with something that was said a minute ago, that when Sweden ceased to be a neutral arms vendor, that made it harder for other countries in the world to be neutral. Like, who are their sources of weapons? France, Brazil, maybe India? Like a decreasing number of sources that you can get modern weapons from that aren't allied to one bloc or the other. And so we are looking at a kind of a new Cold War with two sides, as opposed to anything genuinely multipolar, I think.
Nanya, go.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't have my hand up.
Well, I've been doing it, but I'm doing it poorly. But you can cut me off whenever you feel like. So
you're next, Drew. You're after Christian, Drew. It's going to be you.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, so I was kind of privy to the kind of internal discussions about the NATO membership stuff, and basically boiled down to a really stupid thing, which was that they calculated that in this kind of post, like when big wars happen in Europe, Sweden needs to put 4% of GDP into military production. But if we're joining NATO, we get only 2%. So that's the thing, right? So that was the selling point for insiders in Sweden. But ultimately, so it wasn't so much about democracy, so much about all these kind of fancy words that they hear about. That it was kind of calculus, and I think that calculus is wrong. I think it's wrong, but whatever. I want to have another thing with kind of NATO, this kind of agreement with that. Like if we look at the kind of charters and so, that doesn't matter. This is politics. this is kind of like what Toby was arguing about the international law. Yes, you write stuff, you agree with something, but then really you create these kind of friendships or bonds or group like high school groups things, and you want to go like, let's bully this fucker, and then you do that. And NATO is a bully organization. And it was stated in the early things. I'm pretty sure that most of you know that the real reason for NATO was to keep Russia out, Germany down, and America in, right? And fantastically, this have been a resurgent of that. There's no real alternatives, and it is interesting that if Ukraine loses and Russia wins, how that kind of alter the possibility for a new security arrangement in Europe. And I would love to have, especially Bradley's points on that.
Oh, well, I think it's Drew next. You're gonna have to remind me of your point after Drew.
I do it later, but yeah.
I have 2 points.
Drew.
The first is that I don't think Ukraine will ever be allowed into NATO, because NATO and all the big countries, they know what the proxy governments tend to do after they are being used for war. And it's not just the NATO proxies. Like after Iraq war, the US got Saddam elected in Iraq and then used them to invade Iran. What did they do? They after that, they still have a lot of militant-minded people who are still looking to fight to make money and whatnot. So they invaded Kuwait. Same thing happened to China. They had a proxy government in North Vietnam, and after they won the Vietnam War, what happened? They invaded Cambodia, which was a Chinese ally at the time. Would anybody be surprised if after Ukraine wins, the war, after that they invade Hungary or they invade Belarus? I don't think anybody will be surprised if that happened. You see all these proxy governments with military under them. They are always after the war is won on their side, they still have this huge military infrastructure. They can't get rid of it because those are the guys with the guns. So they always have this incentive to continue the chaos of invading another country. So NATO can never afford any of these proxy governments. They will tell them, yes, of course, after this, you will be allowed to join NATO, no problem. But these are just pawns. They will never be allowed to join NATO, regardless of, this happened time and again in history. You don't let your local warlords gain ultimate political powers. They're just pawns, right? So the other point I wanted to make was that I forgot, so I got to think about it again. Continue.
Okay, well, I'll say the point that I had in mind, which was on the Swedish military-industrial complex. The biggest selling point of Sweden's absorption by NATO from the U.S. MIC is the fact that we're going to get even more into your equipment and customer base. Now you guys are our customers. The F-35 is a lot of things, it can't be like it can't land on highways like Swedish combat aircraft, whatever it was. I don't remember. They're very maintenance heavy, all this stuff. You need a heavy $1 million helmet or whatever. But one thing that the F-35 is profitable for Lockheed Martin. And you already use our airplane engine parts. And what's just one more step? But anyway, sorry. You were going to ask.
We used Rolls-Royce engines.
You get it. American British, it's still our stuff.
Yeah. I was going to respond.
But what I can say, because this is kind of like something that I know somewhat about, is that this matters more than you think, right? And I do think that the Russians have understood. Found like the weaknesses in military production, and that like America is so dominant, and they've been kind of building a military production for certain types of war, where they assume air superiority, like, and Sweden have never assumed air superiority in its military things. So that's why it's useful if you're going to fight these kind of conflicts, because.
So you're saying Sweden has its own military doctrine that's separate from NATO military doctrine?
Absolutely, absolutely, and it is closer to Vietnam or any other country that you think is kind of a poor country. But
so it's a
again,
it's a defense-centered kind of guerrilla, asynchronous kind of warfare idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Vietnam is not guerrilla. I wouldn't say it's guerrilla. It's conventional warfare, but it's done.
It's, for instance,
yeah, but for professional soldiers, you could just say asymmetrical warfare with special forces, like Green Beret A teams.
Their airplanes can land in any street and can hide very fast within the trees. So they understood everything they developed is in a way to be practically be hidden very fast.
And when was the last time Sweden engaged in a major conflict?
Yeah, that's 300 years ago.
Yeah,
so they've been paranoid about it. They've been really paranoid about it.
Let's talk about Sweden's impact on modern war as though it's a serious thing. Come on, let's try and be a little bit serious here.
Neutrality.
Talking about
all right.
Navy.
That's what their contribution is to the world.
But listen,
that is a very good point.
Christian, I wanted to respond to something you said earlier.
But Toby has a point as well.
Sweden is a tiny country. It's even more tiny than tiny Portugal.
Yeah. Well, I think Portugal and Sweden is pretty similar, but in size-wise, we are the second largest country in Europe. So we have a small population and we're a huge country, and that is also kind of similar with Ukraine. That it is a huge country. You need to have it's not going to be the same thing. And then you have a lot of different terrains, and you have a lot of forest. You have like Sweden, absolutely more forest than that. Sweden,
I have no
absolutely.
idea why we're talking about Sweden as a military power. But in any case, I wanted to respond to something you said.
I have a very serious question first. I have a serious question.
I can answer Toby very simply.
Why?
Okay,
I didn't ask you anything.
Please.
Wait.
No. Why?
Go ahead.
Serious question. Who is stronger militarily, Sweden or Finland? Finland defeated Russia, defeated USSR. So you have to think carefully.
So my mother is from Finland, so I am both Finnish and Swedish.
Yeah.
So it's complicated. But I would say that whoever you can't invade Sweden. It's impossible. We'll fuck you over.
Who cares?
And
then Finland. Can you invade Finland?
Sweden can't invade Finland either. It's kind of a stalemate.
No, Pata, you can have to let him answer. This one is a very serious question. On Twitter, I'm so irritated. A lot of Finnish people talking to me, all this nonsense. So I need to.
But Finland has an over for many people look down on Swedish military training, and I understand because we haven't been in war, and we're kind of imaginary soldiers and imaginary wars and everything. But my God, it's been 20-something years since I did my military service, so that was a long time ago. But we foresaw my training was when I see the Ukraine war, I see that my training is very well applicable to that kind of situation, right?
Yes, but
so everything from.
Could you defend Gotland?
So I'm sorry, Prata, I didn't hear you.
Why I was talking?
Could Sweden, because he's talking about Sweden mainland, but that is true, whatever he's saying, it's very true. But could Sweden defend Gotland? That's another story.
Obviously we can. Because one of the things you learn in a Ukraine conflict is that it's very easy to defend waters. Right, and Gotland is an island, and it's huge waters, and it's impossible to hide. One of the problems with the modern warfare is you can't hide. And then there's the question: do you have the tools, the technology, and so on and so to shoot down the stuff that you see? Because if you can see, you can kill it, right? And yes, we do. We do in Sweden. We have our own domestic production of very qualified technology to shoot down Russian stuff, and it doesn't rely on GPS or anything like that. We got our own stuff. Our main worries is submarines, Russian submarines and Russian things, because that we can't see that well. So that's kind of the main focus of Swedish military research and production.
Then Finland, you haven't answered my question. Finland. So about Finland.
Yeah. So
we cannot invade Finland, but can we?
Okay.
invade-
So I will say like this: that if we sneak attack Finland, yes, we can. But if they know we're coming, we're doomed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'd say that for the Finland has the edge. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, they have. We have only a very small land border, and obviously it's not as defended as we have towards Russia and whatnot. But in terms of military training and military equipment, and so on, so I think we're like my generation.
I think that okay, hold up. I think that what Wyatt's basically saying. I think we're going to go off on another tangent here. What Wyatt's saying is that you go to Twitter and there's people that are really gung ho on Finland, right? And they're like, we basically are, we're like an Israel or something. Like we're like a mini military superpower that nobody knows about. We're like super underground karate ninja, super secret warriors, So like they have this kind of attitude about it, right? And what he's saying is like, well, what do you think? Like you guys have an actual military industrial complex, unlike Finland, right? What you guys are kind of like Finland's bigger brother. So what are these Finns talking shit? Like what's going on here?
Well, I would say that if I would be betting money, I would bet on Sweden like all the time. And I am half Finnish, so I'm not really that kind of partial. Finland still have a very because it's kind of like what you really have to understand is that the military
I don't think this is a
not.
scientific question, but okay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the military is it's a purpose, right? It's like Hamas. It can fight in its environment and its terrain and against its enemy because that is what its trained, its sole purpose is. But of course, Hamas can't invade Sweden. Like that would be ridiculous. Look at their shit, right? Yeah. And that is kind of like similarly ridiculous.
Both Finland's and Sweden's armies and tactics and equipment are geared towards a defensive war fought on their territory by an invading army, namely the USSR. That's both.
Well, yeah, and that was trained on US stuff as well.
Yeah, let Juan go after.
Yeah,
but I do think that like what I want to say is
someone else have a talk maybe because we've done this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to touch on the fact that we have a voluntary arm.
Sweden's underground runways and hangars are. I mean, how many Kinzels does it take? I mean, if I was Russia, I could take Sweden out in 24 hours. The only thing left would be your ground. No, let me finish and I'll explain it. My subs, I'll take out your Navy. I can hit you with cruise missiles. I'll hit you with ballistics. I know where all your roads are that you launch your planes from. I don't have to blow up the hangar. I just got to put a hole in the road. And you ain't launching shit. And then I'll use my drones to hunt down your infantry that thinks they're cute hiding in the woods and your tanks. And yeah, I'll bomb all your cities and your industrial sites and your power grid. And yeah, you'll still have guys out in the woods and tanks, but that's all you'll have left.
Sweden, Finland.
Sweden is a small cog in this NATO machine.
Finland was leaving out from trading with Russia, and that's gone. Their country is going to fall down in a very deep economical crisis. They and the Baltic countries. So that's all Russia has to do, not trade with these countries anymore. And Russia doesn't need to trade with them. Russia needs to trade with Central Europe, through Belarus, through Ukraine. And once they get that, Finland and the Baltics can fuck themselves. Together, because they are not going to get more money from the European Union. It will be
Prada, you hit the nail on the head. This is the point that I want to make, right? I've been trying to make this in response to what you were saying about, keeping the Germans down and the Americans in and the Russians out, right? Yeah, that's the old yes minister saying. I get that, but I would note that Alternative for Deutschland is now being talked about being banned, right? So Europe has some political fractures going on there, but really the elephant in the room here, to me, right, as a if I put on a military analyst hat, is Europe might have Wunderwaffen like the Griffin, and they may have brilliant strategists in Sweden that can save NATO. And I understand that Norway also has many military geniuses, and of course there's the British. They can't even put enough sailors in their ships, right, to put them on the sea. Europe has got a staggering problem with fighting age men who are willing to go fight, and that problem's getting worse, right? It's like Europe's demographics do not support military action, and to me, this is the real elephant in the room here. It's like Europe talks a good talk about war, right? But they're not alone. Australia has the same problem, and so does America. Western nations are having real problems meeting their recruitment quotas. If we have to go to war, right, we're not going to be able to staff the hardware that we've got. America and Australia are 250,000 welders short. We don't have enough men to weld the ships. But that's okay, because we don't have the men to sail in the ships either, right?
Like they're reorganizing American armored units, and they're downsizing.
The idea that the West is in a position to throw its weight around is betrayed by the economics and the demographics of the West. The West is actually in a form of decline. And that's one of the reasons that we're seeing the rise of the global South. So I get very tired of hearing like these nostalgic ideas from the West about how the West is all powerful and how the West is going to start telling people what to do, right? Frankly, the only reason we're not already in a hot war with China is because China doesn't want one. It's not because China's frightened of the West. China doesn't want to go to war, right? For a whole bunch of good reasons, right? But this idea that the West can throw its weight around, that the West is this unipolar power, the West is a hyperpower, that came about because the American military, which had been built up for the purpose of it, went and crushed Saddam Hussein in the Gulf War, right? And yeah, it was spectacular, but it was only Saddam Hussein. It was only Iraq. They were not attacking a major power. They weren't attacking India or China or Russia. And this talk that we hear about like the West being potent, we haven't even got potent seed anymore. We've got real manpower shortages. And like a little bit of humility would go a long way in the West right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, the army we had in Desert Storm doesn't exist anymore. I mean, we had thousands of aircraft, thousands of tanks, hundreds of thousands of extra men, probably tens of thousands of ATGMs and artillery pieces. And those guys were very well trained. But what did we do? We go kick a new amateur army, kick the shit out of them with with their Soviet equipment. And immediately after that, we turned them out. We turned our entire military out on the streets. We kicked out like 500,000 dudes. I mean, I was in the army. We had 2-man M1 tank crews for like 3 months until we got more people. So, I mean, and that was in 93 after war. There was no crisis and people were patriotic as hell. Imagine trying to, fill that shit now. And they're, like I said, they're downsizing units, armored units, cav units. They're taking away equipment and replacing it with like 4-man Humvees because they can't have crews in these armored vehicles fully. And they're giving them like, you used to have a Bradley with a 25mm cannon, a squad of infantry, 2 tows, and some reloads. Now they're giving you a Humvee with a Mark 19 and 4 guys to do the same job, and a couple javelins if you're lucky. And they're sitting there talking all this mad shit about how they're going to fuck up Russia and they're going to do this, or Iran, or anybody really. Anybody that's got anything that's comparable to us is going to give us a fight.
Yeah, just
Sorry.
to follow up on those points that Vaughn and Toby just made, we traded our military might for economic might, and that economic might has now failed. You know, the nuclear option was removing Russia from SWIFT. It was never about military. So now that we've played our hand and we failed, the sanctions have failed, we don't have the military for it. I think Toby hit the nail on the head. We're in decline. End of story. Over to you, Brad.
Okay. Well, I'd like to jump on what Toby was talking about about specifically how this is or it has become a fight over the rules-based or unipolar world order. This is the reason why the Ukraine war kind of became what it did. Like, it was always existential for Russia, but it didn't have to be existential for us. But I do believe that now it kind of is, at least to some extent, because it's a war over the unipolar world order. Either because we had no choice, or maybe because we thought that we could win that fight now rather than have it at a different time. Maybe based on early Ukrainian battlefield successes or something. I don't know what would give us that calculus, or maybe the fact that we've completely gutted any Russian studies department that we had in capacity. You just listen to the drivel coming out of people that are supposedly educated about matters pertaining to the Soviet Union or Russia, and people are completely uneducated about. So maybe that's also part of the reason why. But this is, I think, the reason why they're clawing, and the strategy now. What is there left? It's like to hope that you can pull a rabbit out of a hat, Georgia or something. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah. Okay. I remember what I wanted to say just now. It's about there was this topic just now. You're talking about how this war is going to end, and I think I see clearly how it's going to end. It's based on what Russia and what the United States wants, and it's not. It doesn't consider what Europe wants, because Europe is basically too weak to reach out and grab what it wants. So what the US wants right now is it knows it cannot win in Ukraine. So what it's doing is pivoting a lot to basically try to start some shit with China. So what the US wants is some shit that goes down with China. Not a hot war, because they know they can't deal with that, but maybe they get China to do try to invade Taiwan, and then they create a big hoo-ha there. Once that happens, everybody's gonna forget about Ukraine. Ukraine will be yesterday's story. They won't even care how that's settled. All the world's attention will go to the Asia Pacific. Then Russia will get what it wants. Basically, Russia wants to have a negotiated settlement. Carve out the original Russian, like Russophile, like Transnistria and Odessa, and maybe Kharkiv and maybe Sumy. Those become Russian without fighting. So they want that, and so where the US wants to divert attention away from it, so that nobody talks about it anymore, and then they can have a great. And then Biden can say, "Oh, you cannot change leadership now because Trump is buddy with China and things like that." So the then if you are Russia right now, that's also what you will see. That the US is pivoting away towards China, and the Europe is trying to hold the US in to keep them from pivoting away. So actually, Russia is in the position now to achieve what it wants by throwing China under the bus. If it can somehow facilitate the US transition away, because once the US stops funding Ukraine's kaput. There's no way they can continue to fight, right? Europe's not even going to be able to sustain it. So Russia can just help the US along and I don't know how, but maybe bring up Tibet again, or Taiwan or whatever, or maybe get Kazakhstan to do something dumb, right? Or Mongolia or something So that's what I think how this will end. Ukraine, Russia will have a negotiated settlement. He will just take it. Nobody will realize that's happening because everybody will be focused on Asia, on China. I think if China allows that to succeed, so China's going to prevent that as much as possible. Yeah.
Drew have a good point. Inspire me about something. If I'm Putin and because now that I hear what Drew say, so I like, okay, if I'm Putin, what I will do is I will encourage Xi Jinping to go to war with Taiwan. Because that would, before the Ukraine war ended, because the Ukraine war will still last for some time, I will just brainwash Xi Jinping to thinking that I will back him. The moment he go to war, it's like, oh, Ukraine war is done. Then it's like
the Ukraine war cannot end before Asia Pacific starts something, because then the US will still have all the cameras pointed at Ukraine.
Correct.
So Asia Pacific has to start first.
It's a trap, you see. Is to give the war to China to handle. Then after that, Russia will like, whoa, it's not my problem anymore. Then after that, they
Hopefully
can.
China also knows this, so they'll resist, and they've been resisting, but you never know.
But you see, who knows, man? Because Xi Jinping is trying very hard to court Putin into his side, right? He hugged him. Putin got shocked. Why the fuck he hugged me?
Yeah.
So I think Putin was not prepared for that. So since when are we so close?
I don't think Xi Jinping was prepared for that. He looked like that was the last thing on earth he wanted to do.
He's very desperate. He's very desperate for that love from the Russian love.
We know our parents don't hug us. Xi Jinping has never hugged his children. It's not an Asian, that generation. It's not something to do. So it's a very overt political, diplomatic show.
That's why it's a very good point. That's why it's a very good point, because we will never know if Putin is actually since he will be thinking since China want to keep courting Russia into their side, we will play along, we will join your side, we will encourage you to go to war. The moment you go to war, you're dead, because Russia will just give all the Western attention to China. Then after that, Russia was like, okay, we will do a good deal with you guys. Then after that,
Russia will still support China, because after China, Russia's next. And China's supposed
no.
I'm really
wrong.
Can I really?
Russia will just slowly cut off China. They were like, after the moment they get trade back, they can wrestle, because the United States is on decline, right? Once they can wrestle Europe into the Russian side, you can see that they will start to cut off China. It's like, this is your problem, man. I never told you to invade Taiwan. Why do you want to
really
invade
quickly,
Taiwan?
just about the hug thing? I just want to say about the hug thing,
anyway.
about Putin and Xi hugging. I think that's you're right. That's very, very optics oriented, and I think that was optics oriented towards not just towards the West, but to the audiences back at home, because Putin's basically, because Russians also don't hug people usually until they're very, very, until you're really, really trusted, So I think Putin is showing
you have
I
to be
really
Lukashenko,
trust this guy. Yeah, you have to be really, you have to be in circle. In the in circle is necessarily a handful of people. It can't be two handfuls of people, So
we got to get those guys some acting lessons. It was bad.
Yeah, so you gotta think that. I think that's Putin is showing no, I really do trust China, because there's a lot of Russian misgivings. But anyway, sorry.
I do have one point. I just want to go back just now about Christian, because why I'm asking about the Finland thing. So later you can go back to China or whatever. The reason why I ask that is that Finland, NATO or the West or pro-Ukrainians are also excited about Finland joining NATO. But you see, why I'm asked the question is, if Finland's military is like Sweden, is get purely defensively, and Russia, let's say, go to war with the Baltics, let's say, what can Finland do? Finland cannot go into Russia, right? You're not offensive geared military. So that is going to be a problem, and you're not going to entice Russia into Finland. Russia will not enter Finland at all. They have zero interest in Finland. They are just going to bombard it, and then they just leave it alone. Same thing for Sweden, same thing for Norway. Russia will not go inside. They have no interest in that. That's why I think.
So absolutely, I kind of agree with your kind of general thing, is that Russia has enough mosquitoes as it is, because that's what we can give Russia. It's like trees and mosquitoes, and they got plenty. And I don't think, I think that Finland would be obviously steamrolled by Russia. Sweden has much more defendable borders. But Finland has, and this is what I really want to talk about, because I love you guys, you hate my voice, but I'll sound a little bit more anyway, because I agree with you 95% on everything. Still, we have so different backgrounds, so different point of views, and still look at the same thing and see pretty much the same thing. But here is my kind of one of my analytics of why it is a little bit like what it is because Sweden and Finland, what's remarkable about our countries is that we have conscript armies. So everybody who's 18 years old gets to know how to use a gun and organize in a military way. And this becomes a little bit like the political power needs to kind of negotiate with these guys. It's like, okay, so are you really going to defend us? Like what we see in Ukraine is kind of an issue for morale, let's say, or that they can't recruit people, that they have. I'm pretty sure that Ukraine has a conscript army, that everybody has done some kind of military training. I'm not sure actually, which is kind of embarrassing. But the thing is that they don't want to, right? So they need to kind of sell that they have a stake in this country, sell it that they have a stake in this thing. And you kind of touched upon it earlier that in Europe, if Europe were being invaded by, let's say, Russia, people wouldn't want to sacrifice their life for it because their life is too valuable and the country is not that important. Like it's all about becoming the best version of yourself. And what is that in the trench, in the fucking snow slush bullshit stuff where they're fabbing you? You know, that's fucking shit. Why would you do that? So the elites have a kind of a problem to kind of sell war to ordinary, especially Europeans, that they're not going to do that.
It's hard to sell a country to people that can't afford to buy a house or pay their electricity bills in it.
Exactly. Where is their stake? Like, oh, the Russians are going to come here and take the stuff you own. Like, I don't own shit, you know? Like me, I'm a successful person, comparably. I have a fantastic flat in the center of a university city in Uppsala. Everybody looks.
Oh, no.
I would, it's a 50-50 chance that I would apply my military training to defend Sweden. It would be absolutely that it would be justified, right? And I hope it's true for other people too.
I was twice.
But my point is that when we look in history, we see Napoleon, we see the Mongols, we see the Greeks, we see the Romans, and what do? Their innovation is that they infuse military conscription in the times when the military technology is in such a way that numbers matters, and not just infuse like investment in just one very expensive piece and then have a very well-trained person. But when numbers matters, they fucking rock. And they rock by giving ordinary people that participate in military things, they get democracy, they get rights, they get all of these things. And that is how you sell it.
I was twice, wait. I was twice in Stockholm. I was twice in Stockholm. One when I was 17, so a lot of years ago. And one of the things I noticed about Sweden, these guys are a little bit hysterical. But that's okay. They are nice. A bit hysterical. They drink a lot, get really easygoing, and the next day, it's like really very hard faces, no feelings, nothing. No laughing, nothing. Then I was 3 years ago, before the pandemic, and I even went to the University of Uppsala to listen to a dissertation defense. And especially what I was really surprised, first, the Swedish become consumist slaves. I saw people buying huge bags of stuff in really expensive stores. They were going from one store to another. And when they're getting out of the city center, were huge bags. And then I was in Uppsala, and after the defense of the doctor work that my friend did, we went to a party, and I noticed this is the most silly, overconfident people on the world. They really believe they are the center. They're over any other person over the earth. They are really on the spot of humanity. They are the best of the best. This overconfidence, this is amazing feeling that. And then they have this society where the ones that live in the city centers, they are amazing because it's very hard to get a house. in Sweden. Extremely, people wait 17 years to get a house, for instance. If you are not white, if you are not belong to that amazing society, very successful, very amazing, you wait a lot of time. So this is the problem about European Union and NATO as well, is these strange people from the Nordics. They lost the completely touch with reality. They live very well. They earn a lot of money through many. It doesn't matter how it's legitimate, but they live in this paradise world, and they become very dangerous because out of this paradise world, they completely lost sense of reality with the world that is not living in paradise, which is 99% of the world, actually, even in the Western countries. And it's impressive because when I look at all these people, they are commanding NATO, and even most of the guys in the European Union, they came from the North, and they are really warmongers. They say stuff that we are like shocked. How could they say things? This is the Danes, the Swedish, even the Norwegians, although the Norwegians are not part of the European Union, they even have their saying. But it's mostly the Swedish, the Norwegians, the Finns, and then the worst of them, the Chihuahuas we were talking about. My problem is coming from Portugal and living a lot of my adult life in Germany. I would say that we are on the brink of splitting in European Union because this way of thinking, it's out of touch with reality. And the peoples in Europe, they are more pragmatic and down to earth, which is most of the Latin countries and even the Germans. There will be a split somewhere in time. This is not possible to continue to live in a world kept on dangers continuously, that don't look at pragmatic things like having good life for everybody achieved, because you guys already achieved the sky. You are the angels of this world. You already put shit, you're already in the transhuman level of society. You're not humans anymore. You're almost on the level of what you call it, androids and gods. Sorry, I don't want to be mad at you, Christians, but you just remember all this stuff.
It's all fine.
Sense of security, this over sense of security, this over sense of superiority, of ability to be bigger than any other else, of not understanding reality as it is on the floor. Sorry for that.
Look, to put it simply, summarize all of that, and we just had a thing in the chat about this. The Nordic countries still have a semblance of a social contract. There is still a middle class in those countries. They still have a social safety net. That, plus the mandatory conscription in Finland and Sweden, has left them in a position where they feel like they kind of can get Gen Z to fight for the boomers' mortgages, right? That is not the case in the rest of Europe, where the middle class is disappearing, and they aren't going to fight for the status quo. And we've seen this. We saw this in the Roman Empire in the 5th century. The middle class had disappeared, and people wouldn't fight the barbarians for it. So this is a very big problem. It's not going away because of a few PR campaigns. That's all I had to say about this. That motive, when the middle class is gone, isn't there to fight for the society.
And I agree with CH. And I think that what's kind of missed in kind of like the reality of Sweden and kind of the story about Sweden is that something like 30% of Sweden is like me, have a parent outside of Europe, outside of countries. Like, it's an enormously immigrated country, much more so than America, right? We're much more multicultural than America. And this is kind of like the issue is how can you have, because I lived many years in America, and I was often told that you're like so great in Sweden, but we can't have that here because we're just too culturally diverse. We can't agree on paying people's hospital bills because they don't look like us, right? And I was like, that's stupid, right? Number one, it shouldn't be that hurdle anyway. And number two, Sweden is way more diverse than America. Like, when we talk about generations, obviously, when you look at like percentage of white people, then you'll have something like 60% in America, and obviously Sweden is higher than that. But like, if you go back one generation and you see the change, Sweden has absolutely just rocked every country in the world, I think, in terms of having a diversity. and we've done that with the least racist country in Europe. We do have right-wing populists, and they're strong, they're important, they're part of the things. But in terms of European trends, they're slightly weaker. But because of how the politics works in Sweden, they have now tremendous power over right-wing governments.
Can I stop you here?
Please do, because I felt that I was going to
Yes, you were.
completely uninteresting places.
You were. Welcome to the open mic. By the way, I've got myself a new mic. What do you guys think about the volume?
It's excellent.
Can I
Much
say
better.
something politically incorrect?
Thank you.
Christian,
Yes.
I have never heard Koping's voice so perfectly. This is the best mic he ever gotten.
And your
Very
background
good.
in the evil layer is really fitting for your personality.
Do you think I have an evil personality? Well, you're
No, I
Swedish.
don't.
So
I was
you
making
would-
a
you wouldn't
joke.
know anything. I wanted to answer I came on actually for one question that Wyatt had for Christian, whether Sweden could win against Finland or let's say Norway, possibly even Denmark for that matter. If you're talking total war and you have full morale and a full will to fight, yes, Sweden will win. It's a foregone conclusion, like Russia versus Ukraine. That is to say, Sweden against one of these neighbors, not all at once, then we will win. But I have a question from that, though. I should point out that's not going to happen. You're not going to find political will for a Scandinavian war. As soon as something like that happens, let's say a war between Norway and Sweden, you are definitely going to have Norwegians who are going to be hunting down the Norwegians who are starting and fueling the war, and likewise on the side of Sweden. So you're basically going to have a triple war right off the bat. There's so much overlap that they're just simply not going to accept it. Like there's a lot of people who won't. Like I am like one of those, just to be like open about it. Now I have a question for Christian. So how do you think like a Swedish SMO would work in Malmö?
Christian
I'm not sure
is
he's
gone right now. Looks like he is
Special
taking a
military
break.
operation in Malmö.
Let's move
Yeah.
on, guys.
Yeah,
On
I
camera,
think
on
that is a
camera.
little. Yeah, well, I'm at the bathroom, so I just have to deal with
No,
that.
we want to see.
But, okay, you can see. Okay,
Just
if you
joking. No,
ask
please,
politely.
Why would you
I'll
get your
show
own
you.
channel banned?
You never allowed me to praise Portugal this much. What is about Sweden? My God.
Yeah, it's not important, but basically, what I want to say is about Sweden is that we have an extreme defensive military outlook, and we look at economy. We're not trying to make the fastest shit. We're trying to make something work, and obviously, this defensive posture have been for many years, and especially during the Cold War, it has led to that we have made every city in Sweden is basically an ant stack, where underground there's just so many fucking tunnels. Hamas would blush in jealousy. Throughout these years, we have done that. So the paranoia, or you could go like, okay, Sweden hasn't really been in a war for 300 years, but the reality of war has been in the minds of every politician throughout this time. And we have prepared, and the result is an industrial complex of sorts, but also enormous defensive investments.
So are you going to
And that's
apply that
why
in Malmö? So are you going to apply that in Malmö?
Well, that's why I'm saying that, like, Sweden, we are a really tough cookie to break, and the war in Ukraine has kind of reaffirmed that the investments.
Wait. You were referencing Hamas here, and that's why I think Malmö was a good question here, because Malmö has been something that the Swedish politicians have mentioned they would want to put. They're considering putting the military in there, which is their own city after all. So that will be an urban warfare scenario, arguably not as well trained and armed as Hamas is, of course, but
Wait, Koping, what happened in Malmö? I didn't get the context.
Yeah, please tell.
So Malmö has had quite a lot of unrest and a lot of violent gangs going around. Police, they basically have no-go zones and don't dare to go there. And the situation have at times gotten so out of hand that they're considering to have the military put in. Now, apparently, this wasn't too much of a problem during the Eurovision context, even though there was a lot of this Greta Thunberg saving the climate because the ones she support, they are known for making the oppressors biodegradable, I guess, or something like that. Anyways, yeah, that's been on the news. I'm not really sure how much of a thing that really is. You don't seem to be at all.
Yeah, no one give a damn about. I never saw
No,
it.
I can tell you that like these no-go zones is complete fiction. There's no no-go zones. Like it's I don't know how to kind of convince people who believe those things, but like
I know. You can do a live stream. You can do a live stream. We stream it on DPA. Then you walk through all the no-go zones.
when a lot of people care about it, I'll do it. But like hoping I live it.
The only place that is actually a security threat in the Scandinavian countries is actually Svalbard, where the Norwegians have some problems about legitimizing their sovereignty. Otherwise, all the Scandinavian countries have their borders more or less secure through long-time agreements. There is nothing really strange about. Of course, if the Danes came to the stupid idea of closing the straits, that would be actually an act of war, one that they would have problems to legitimize. But that's pretty much it. So let's not go into delirium about attacks here and there. If we could talk about Svalbard, that could be interesting. It would be very explanatory because there's a lot of conflicts up there that could arise, especially because the Russians still claim their 2 cities there, and not encampments or what you can call mining operations there.
I don't think that's gonna be much of an issue unless Norway get even more involved in something else. Let's say the Baltics or something like that. Then I think it will be coming on the table. But before that time, Norway has had mostly cordial relations with the Russians when it comes to Svalbard, even during the Cold War. So, like, yeah, there was a lot of things, but all things considered, the area is quite peaceful. The most worrisome thing there is the polar bear. So yeah.
But
I think the key thing. I think the key thing there is the fishing rights, and Norway settled those issues in late 90s, early 2000.
So Christian, we don't interrupt Wyatt. When Wyatt speaks, everybody shuts up. Just that's the rule. Okay, go ahead, Wyatt.
No, don't have to be like this. It's okay. I will be shy, So, no, Coping, I got a question for you. If there is a reunification war for all Vikings, the Scandinavia will all, try to reunify, and all 4 countries will fight each other: Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. So, what is the final name of this country? Will it be Finland, Sweden, Norway, or Denmark? If they reunify as one Viking country,
Valhalla.
If you're just asking for the name, I'm pretty sure it would simply be something bland like the Scandinavian Union or something like that.
It's not going to be the winner.
Probably more like the Scandinavian Confederacy or something like that. Maybe like something like the Sahel Confederacy. It didn't become Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger as an example, right? And this would be kind of whatever name, right? Like they would be Norway, Denmark, Sweden, also quite mouthfuls. I'm pretty sure it would be. Yeah,
Iceland.
I thought one of the country will win the war, and then now all of you guys will be called Iceland.
Oh, in the event of a war.
Yeah. Reunification war.
Then this is my guess. If it is a war, then it will be Sweden, and it's someone that is siding with it, probably going to be a vassal of sorts, and then it's going to be a war. If Sweden win, it's going to be the Swedish whatever empire. If Sweden loses, it's going to go back to the names we had. Or Sweden will be when Sweden will be a little bit smaller, I suspect.
So Sweden will be the most dangerous country in Scandinavia because they are the only one with the ambition to reunify the entire of the Vikings.
Historically, it's also so.
It's a case historically as well, and so that's kind of how like Norway became a. So Norway was a vassal of like under a personal union with Denmark for I think it was like 400 years or something like that. The simple reason for this was because the Black Plague had wiped out so much of the aristocracy on either side, but also the Norwegian in particular. And like Sweden, we are large with a very small population, but it's even more dispersed than Sweden has. So in order to maintain power, they consolidated it by going into a personal union with Denmark. And if you fast forward then some centuries, I'm not sure if this was I think it was after the Napoleonic War, maybe. But there was a war between Denmark and Sweden, to which Denmark lost, and parts of eastern Norway in the area that was conquered by the Swedes were annexed. So this is like a part of Western Sweden in modern times. And then Norway was also, for lack of better words, handed over to Sweden. And then 100 years later, we could have ended up in a real... So you may notice, not that many wars actually in Scandinavia, right? And so the last time there was a chance for a war between Norway and Sweden and Denmark, and I don't think it will ever happen again, because we dodged this one pretty neatly. So the long story short is that we were a maritime trading nation and they were a mercantilistic empire. And so they tried to impose policies on us that would be severely hampering our trade. So we threatened to secede, the Norwegian parliament, that is, to which the Swedish king threatened with war. Okay, we pulled back the secession, but then immediately began allocating as much funds as we could to buying new arms, the most modern armaments we could acquire, much of it from Germany, and fortifying the most populated part of the border between Norway and Sweden that hosts the largest proportional population. And then I think it was like 10 years down the line, the Norwegian parliament had demanded yet again that the policies be lifted, or they will secede. But this time, the Swedish king, rather wisely, I would say, after some, because it kind of was a lot of hot bluster and saber rattling and stuff like that, prestige and shit. But ultimately, due to the very historically good relations between Norway and Sweden, like whether we were under Denmark or not was completely irrelevant. The war was more like a political formality because there were so many cross-border family relations and what have you. Because Norway was now significantly stronger, the modern weaponaries, fortified line, they're prepared for this war this time. Sweden would still win. This was understood, but this time it will be at such a high price, and it will damage the relations to such a degree it wouldn't be worth it. And so,
how long ago was this?
About 100 years ago.
But it's a very good example for balance of power.
It's over 100 years ago. Over 100 years ago, sorry.
But it's a very good example for balance of power, which I always talk about. It's like because Norway built up the military, so Sweden have to rethink whether to do it.
But what is interesting is that I was taught in school a slightly different version, but I do believe that coping is more correct.
Okay,
But it was basically
being so long
because
with his finger.
Anyway, the end was
next.
that Norway won its independence by an election, so they voted to be independent by like 95%, and then Sweden was like, okay, you can be independent.
Biotech.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm from Norway as well, me and coping, and I just try to warn the world now again. Remember the colonization, the Anglo-Saxon. They have always dominated the world. And I guess most people today think back, oh, how could they be so stupid and let them dominate them? They dominated, you know the story. They dominated the whole world, actually. And people today will think, how could they be so stupid? But now they will never manage to fool us this time around. And Prata, he's one of those in the panel. I think he's on the right track. He senses something. It's something that is too good to be true. And if something is too good to be true, it usually is a trap. And I'm warning you. I'm surrounded by these very incredible, talented people. I have nothing against Norwegians. They do what they can to survive, but they are extremely clever people. And I just want to remind, for example, it's not just we have powerful people on the globalization team. We have, for example, the world's best chess player, Magnus Carlsen. It's not a coincidence. And what I'm trying to say, but earlier in this debate, I think we were picking on the correct nerve here when we talked about who's evil and not evil. Usually they will portray the Iranians at the slaughter from Iran, and how can they compare us to the loving and the Stoltenberg, and we just want to have the human rights, as if the difference between evil and good is just so great. There's something wrong here. And I mean, that started with the Stasi. The whole idea with the Stasi started in 1966, approximately, when they saw how the Stasi's KGB used all this brutality. They saw how that scared people from joining the global state, the socialist global revolution. That's when they started officially, according to historians. That's when they first started to launch. They systematically work on how to use soft weapon, psychological weapon. And now 50 years later, they have probably become so good. They have mapped the human brain so good. They have so much knowledge on the human brain. So they know exactly which buttons to push to lure them into this globalization trap. And then I'm back to earlier. How could they be so stupid back then and let those Anglo-Saxon fool them and dominate them? But I'm saying they are doing it again. And they are running. It's scary. For example, Drew, he's from China. He's like, yeah.
He's not from China. He's from Singapore.
Okay, but he's an Asian. And he said, rules-based order, let's come together. That's the trap. He goes into that trap. Chaos is
So what's the warning? Wait. You talk a lot about, you say that you want to warn us, but what's the warning? I actually lost it. I was really concentrating to
the warning,
what's the warning?
The warning is that if you let them convince you that they are safe, come here we will protect you, give you safety. For example, NATO. That's a perfect example. NATO. If you look at NATO's Twitter profile, it says we are serving protection to 1 billion people or something. So it's all about safety. They will never use violence, or they will never show aggressivity. They will always play the nice part. But when they are doing their killings, when they are doing their war, it's psychological warfare. And I think that's the problem that most people on the planet doesn't understand. That this time around, they have a huge advancement in their psychological knowledge.
Yeah.
They are so clever. Yeah.
Can I jump in on this? I've had my finger up.
Wait.
Okay, my final remark now. Yeah. So why I am so desperately occupied with this is that because I figure out it's actually evil. That's a new thing we can't see this time around. Is that new thing we have never seen before? That's actually pure evil. And in nature has never fostered evil before because it's always been chaos.
Okay, can I ask a question before we hand it over to him? If I can ask Bjorn a question regarding like his psycho warfare and whatever, and it's going to be a lot more specific, guys. Don't worry. I wondered, what is your opinion about our current prime minister?
Wait. Before we do that, then can I respond because you have a whole different thing? Sure. Okay, so I wanted to say that just responding to what Biotech was saying. So instead of evil and good, I propose that the world kind of runs probably closer according to like real politic principles. And I think the Anglo-Saxons, as you put it, Biotech, they have geopolitical priorities. These are things that, I don't know if they may be immoral, but I think the proper way to classify it is amoral, right? Because the reason why you want to be powerful is because you want to be able to protect yourself and protect your population. So what if that includes doing something that you might classify as immoral, but it's to achieve a moral end. Anyway, sorry, I was going to say that. Go ahead, Coping. What was your question?
Yeah, this is because I kind of think we should move a little bit away from Scandinavia, but I think this is a good segue because our Prime Minister in Norway are going to have informed us that we are going to be recognizing Palestine as a state in a couple. It's the 28th. I think 2 days they're going to do so. So I wonder, we are part of NATO as well. So I wonder, how does that fit in your framework of good and evil and whatnot? I'm not sure if anyone want to chime in on that one, because one thing I find very bemusing is that they don't have a clearly outlined entity for recognizing. There's like recognizing an already pre-existing civil war, and the West Bank may have another one because there are like up to 5 clans who have been arming themselves to take over as soon as the cancer-ill Mahmoud Abbas dies. So yeah, it's going to be a holy mess. But yeah, what do you think about that, Björn? And then Prata, I'm pretty sure he has been holding his fingers up. So let's try to make it brief.
I'm going back to biotech a bit, and then coming back to coping. And in the middle, I will do something about Svalbard again. So coping. When I said I was in Uppsala once, listened to Defense of the Doctor. It was actually a brain study about music, which parts of the brain are activated by listening to music with different peoples around the world. It was didn't find difference between populations around the world. They pretty much activate the same places in the brain. So it was interesting. Of course, this is a financed study by the Uppsala University. So it goes a bit with your idea. But there was also a social part about the study, which went further, because you couldn't answer much about just saying, okay, music activates these parts of the brain. The other part of the study was more social. And when his study showed that, for instance, the Portuguese understanding the text, it's very important, more than 50%, and the Swedish were more or less 5% to understand the text. It was important for them to feel music. The Swedish auditorium was shocked, and they wanted to throw him stones. So it's very interesting, very interesting. This is about what I said before. I think some peoples around the world do believe they are superior to others, and the study didn't show that in the brain it activates everybody in the same way, and there was nothing to do. And going back to Svalbard, in a little sense, there is a big conflict going in the Arctic. One that people are now really talking about, and is a really big one. Svalbard is a key point for it, because Norway doesn't really have 100% sovereignty about those land, islands, and waters. They need to open them to people that signed the treaty where they recognize that they are Norwegians, which is a very strange situation around the world. I won't go too further on it, but the important thing is to understand that there are international waters inside of the article. But around those international waters, there are exclusive economical waters of all the countries that belong to the polar circle. So in order for ships from around the world to go inside of those extremely rich waters, because they are closed 1 year round with ice, and then they open, so there's a lot of fish. They can't be fished all year round. There is a little problem. The European Union, of course, has the entrance through the waters. They are controlled by Norwegians, and most of that area, it's one of the most crowded area with fishing boats during the summer, when everything is with no ice. And the other part is China, because China can enter through the Russian waters. The other interesting, and there is a conflict, of course, between the European ships and the Chinese ships. There is a lot of conflict there, and the United States 1 month ago, not more, once a month ago, did something unique that never happened. They increased their territorial waters, it's not their exclusive waters, way above anything possible by international law. International law, but it doesn't apply to the US, because the US never signs that treaty, nevertheless. But it's incredible how we are going to go for trying to control those extremely rich waters that are inside of the North Pole. They're considered international waters by law, from countries that have that belong to the Polish circuit territorial control. So Palestine, you see, coping. Palestine, when a country recognizes another country, this is an act that can't be taken out by international law. When a country recognizes another country, this is a very serious moment. It's a very important moment in the international relationships between countries. They can sever those relationships, diplomatic relationships, but once a country is recognized, you can't take it out. It stays forever. And that's why this was a very important move by Norway and by Spain and Ireland and many other countries, because actually a lot of countries around the world already recognize Palestine. In the sense, I would answer to you, Coping, it makes sense because it's obvious that Israel is going to become a pariah state. And they are just anticipating that situation, which is very complicated. I do hope that Israel comes to their senses and finds a way out, because as it continues to go, Israel finds itself in a very dark future. It will be very difficult to get out of the genocide.
The question I had, for sake of brevity, and it's also Björn's turn, but the question I had was, how do you operate with, because there is no clearly defined borders or entities, right? You have the Arabs of Gaza and the Arabs of the West Bank. They are not on the side with each other. They have a possible civil, likely civil. As soon as Abbas dies, there's definitely going to be something akin to what we saw 15 to 20 years ago with between Hamas and Fatah. And I mean, so like when you have recognized the state, right? Like, who are you going to talk to? Like, what are you basically doing? You are inviting for proxy war, like massive invite for proxy war.
Yes,
that's the only thing I see, really.
But the problem is, if I may, my interpretation was these countries are anticipating a bigger problem, which I find really sad, which is the fact that Israel is going to become a pariah state in the international relationships. We actually were talking before you come in. I think it was Craig that said that there is a big possibility that Israel is going even to be expelled from the United Nations if it is accused of genocide. It's very sad. The Israelis are not understanding the moment in time we are living in. They should be more careful. They have been abusing all possible.
Wait, I'm pretty sure it takes a little bit more than a mere accusation. After all, the UN themselves had also revised Hamas's number and halved the number of women and children that have been reportedly killed. So all the thousands that you have heard of so far, when it comes to women and children, you can halve the number. So it's now closer to a ratio of 1 to 1. That's a UN's own number. The only third party that I've seen reported.
I'm just talking about what's happening. I am against it, but I can't do anything about it. This is the world moving on.
Right, but that still doesn't change, because that still doesn't change the question.
Look at Srebrenica, Coping. Look at Srebrenica.
No. You missed the point. It doesn't matter about Israel. Israel can cease to exist. You will still have the same problem with the recognition of the Palestinian state.
But I was not talking about it. I said just that recognizing a country is a very important moment. It's just a recognition of a country. It doesn't mean that you recognize the government. It doesn't mean that you recognize the borders even. It's just a recognition of that country. That country now exists in terms of international reality, already existed more or less. The Palestinian Authority has office almost everywhere in the world. I'm sure they have it in Oslo, because Oslo is one of the most important places where actually Palestine was more or less born. The Oslo Accords, as you probably know, Coping. But I mean, the recognition of the state of Palestine, I mean, it's an anticipation. They understand that something is moving. I'm trying to answer to you and biotech at the same time. I know that it's very bad in many times in possible ways.
Super chat. Whoopi only have a genocide.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. When the world believes there was a genocide, there is no way back. All the genocides we consider to exist, they have been propagandized, created. Even one that, like the Armenian genocide, well, the murder of thousands and hundreds of thousands of Armenians, I think 2 million, they say, it's something that was recognized much later. There is no proof of it, really. but there has been created. There is some proof of
Yeah,
killing.
okay, but Plata, I only asked that one thing regarding Palestine. It wasn't all the other thing. Is actually not that interesting. Like, and also Björn had been holding his hand up for quite a while, so I think maybe we should let him get a chance to talk.
Okay, thank you. So your question, Coping, was whenever I see Norwegian representatives are talking positive about Palestine or the third world in general, I'm thinking this is a lie. It might not be a conscious lie, but again, because they are totally from the opposite direction here. The people in the Palestine and the third world, they come from chaos. These new people here, these Anglo-Saxon people, they thrive. They have learned one thing: as soon as we remove the chaos and establish a government, they take full control. That's their main strength. But they have one problem, and that is chaos in itself, because that's nature is their problem. So how I see it is that they do whatever they can to calm them down and make them think, yeah, if you give us the power and the rule-based order, we will make rules that will help you. That's the trap. And you can't believe it, can you? But now we're back to why they always have dominated the rest of the world, because this is another trap. As soon as that global government is established, who's going to control the planet. That's these Anglo-Saxon people, which now, and it can also explain the mass immigration. It's like, come over here. We are willing to destroy our own country just because we are so occupied with the human rights.
Too much truth.
We are so against racism. Look, we invite you to our own country. Come, we don't care about our own country. But because they have that global state going on, it's a global state, because now they will think, who want to destroy their own country just because, we're going to trust these people. Yeah, let's make a government. They're just going to help us with these rules. But as soon as the global is caught in, then there's no way back. There's no people coming from Mars to save them. If they lock down the whole planet as they lock down their small different countries in a government, now they control the whole globe. And that is one part. But the extra thing, that evil thing, that pure evil thing, that I have a theory. I'm a biologist, so I have a theory that even the worst part here is that the next generation of those people that's going to run the world, they're going to be more and more evil, and eventually they can end up like torturing the rest of the people on the globe.
So Biontech, I'm sorry, there is just I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm not putting in question your theory. There is just a little flaw that you have to investigate. The Anglo-Saxons didn't control the world forever. This is a situation that came over from the Conference of Berlin, when the whole world was was divided between the European powers. Of course, at that time, the British were the most important ones. But it is the Conference of Berlin that creates the really total colonialism, the idea that the whole world needs to belong to a civilizing culture, which of course are the Europeans. And of course, the Europeans see themselves most and foremost, but not all, leading the Anglo-Saxon leads in terms of civilization, especially because the Anglo-Saxons have been always pulling civilizing things like the end of slavery, the expanding of democracy, the gender rights, you name it, it doesn't matter. But the thing is that we have to be careful. It's not so far away. The world existed for most of its history without the Anglo-Saxons controlling it whatsoever. This is also a kind of one of the many illusions that you are right in trying to explain, but many illusions that we have of continuity in terms of time. It was not always like this. This is now I wanted to provoke Coping, because Coping didn't like the answer I was giving to him. But he wants a certain answer, and I hope he will be able to answer the question he was doing, because he knows the answer.
No, I don't. That is why I asked the question, because this is because this has always been the conundrum, especially since Hamas and Fatah had the civil war and became de facto two different political entities. One is jihadi and one is an autocrat, right? And then you have the very likely, because they're not democracies, right? Neither of them have had their elections for the last 20 years. They settled the political disputes with power and force. So when you have the 5 biggest clans in the West Bank arming themselves over the years in anticipation of Mahmoud Abbas dying, they're probably going to want to use it once he dies. Right? This is becoming increasingly well known. Right? So there you have a problem, right? If you're going to negotiate with, you can have if you have a country in a civil war, this is suddenly very problematic if you're going to have any negotiation or talks or what have you. But if you have one country, if you want to put it like that, because it is two countries in one, as far as they are concerned, until one of them have duked it out with each other, right? Do you see the problem? That is where I'm trying to get. Like, how would that actually lead? What would be the changes of how the situation is now with two de facto different political entities to, if you recognize them both as the same state, when they are certainly not in agreement? That was the question.
Well, I think they are coming into agreement, though. I mean, essentially, one of the reasons that Hamas is hanging on so fiercely in Gaza is so that the wrath of the Zionist regime doesn't get turned on the West Bank, which was already suffering a low-intensity ethnic cleansing, and that's been stepped up with settler attacks on the population there. Now, you can look at West Bank as kind of a Vichy France situation where its government is, I think, correctly accused of collaborating with the Israelis and putting up with genocidal and abusive tactics and settlers operating with impunity. But they're playing a stalling game until something bigger happens. And, you can look at the three factions. It's not just Hamas, and it's a mistake and a sign of ignorance to just talk about the combatants in Gaza as Hamas. They aren't. It's Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP, three very long-standing groups that are allied as a national resistance. And PFLP is communist, by the way, not in any sense jihadi. So you've got this multiple different political parties, as it were, who are coordinating in an armed way. And when a boss dies or has to retire, it's not like there's a total lack of potential successors for a democratic Palestine that has recognition. Hanan Ashrawi is still alive and very popular. She's a Palestinian Christian leader who's respected very widely. She could step in. But it's also possible that if the war with Israel is continuing, then those armed factions could be joining the fight. And I would say they would join a fight with Hamas, PIJ, and PFLP and create a more unified national resistance. Up until now, the question has been, can we actually win by negotiating, or do we have to win by fighting? If the answer is that NATO countries are recognizing Palestine and the United States is unrelenting and refusing to recognize an international court, then it'll be very clear it can only be done by fighting. And the fighters in Gaza are quite well aware that if they stop or surrender or even basically accept a pause that is not a permanent ceasefire, then the West Bank starts to get the wrath. Lebanon gets hit for sure. That's absolutely the intention of the government. And then at that point, the Russian troops sitting in Syria, who are perfectly legally entitled to assist Syria in retaking Golan, which is legally part of Syria, that will all get activated. So it doesn't solve anything to just sort of stop the war in Gaza, because it's part of a 7 or 8 front larger war, including also the Houthis, including the diplomatic front, and including its relation to the Black Sea and to the Persian Gulf, and even to some degree to the Indian Ocean and the trade routes that go through. So at this point, what's totally different is that we're not talking about a small number of people, indigenous people fighting for their autonomy. We're talking about a group of people that have a real chance at a national recognition with some kind of multi-party government that's respected by the world and deemed as having some kind of relations with the world, that possibility didn't exist before. So if you look at it as France being liberated at the end of World War II, the former Vichy and the former de Gaulleist partisans and colonials, they had their differences and they did, take them out on each other. But in the end, they were quickly able to form a new government under de Gaulle, the more successful leader of the group. So I think Hamas will emerge as the leading faction of a government that will still include at least those factions willing to work with it. And I think that nobody will really want to renew the armed fighting. Now, in that Hamas-Fatah clash that happened when they had elections in 2005-6 in the West Bank and Gaza, that about 200 people died in that process. It was actually quite small, more of a skirmish. Israel certainly killed far more of both than they killed of each other at that time. So that's an overblown statement. It's not some kind of tribal culture. It's a situation at worst akin to Lebanon, where everybody would want their own turf and armed control of militias on their own turf, but where the overall agreement would be to face the world as a unified government. If it won't look as unified as Israel looks, but Israel doesn't look very unified right now. It probably needs a new constitution anyway just to stay on the map. And maybe it's easier to have a one-state constitution and a binational state and a frozen conflict than it is to have any of this, right? The hard part is going to be getting rid of that stash of Israeli nuclear weapons. So I think this is a kind of a messy but almost normal-looking formation of a state. Ireland did not look particularly different than this in 1920, right? It didn't. It looked very similar to this in 1920. And it didn't get all of Ireland unified at once. There's part of it that's still in the UK and probably won't go back to Ireland until, I don't know, next week, soon. But it's been 100 years it was a divided state. So that kind of model is the way you can look at it. You can also go look at Algeria and how long it took to get the French out as another potential model. Obviously, the factions in Algeria fought each other, but they didn't fight each other to the crippling exclusion of each other. They fought each other about the tactics that were working to eject the French. And if we now have tactics that are working to cause Israelis to move out of Israel and recognition to be denied to Israel, then I think the factions will align with that. The big question is, when the ICJ comes out with a final statement that this is or is not a genocide, and that has nothing to do with whether it was 15,000 or 30,000 children that died, because the criteria don't really rely on numbers, but more on intent and more on things like hitting hospitals and stuff. If the ICJ says it's not a genocide, all the people that say that it is are going to be very angry at international legal institutions and very much more supportive of paralleling them with things like a totally new BRICS court or something like that. And that will be a big challenge to UN authority. By telling the UN that it backed it, Russia and China a couple of weeks ago were telling it, we want you to actually try to operate like an international law court. They more or less gave it 2 Security Council votes as backing. And if the ICJ does come out and say it is genocide, Russia, China, and even Canada and other countries that have determined they will follow the ICJ are then obligated to an almost fixed track of actions that are very, very grim for the future of a autonomous sovereign state of Israel. It could even lose its recognition at the UN, and it could lose all of its multilateral relations and ability to participate in world trade and simply disappear the way apartheid South Africa did. That was a consequence of ICJ behavior. So that's the big sword cut here. ICJ either tries to become an effective international court on genocide, or it abandons that and gets accused of being in the US's pocket, which puts the whole UN system in doubt and leads us to probably a much more robust attempt to build even a world court at the BRICS or something like that. So Palestine is such a small part of this, but it's probably where all this will get tested. So, I mean, it's a long way around the answer, Coping, but you can't look at this as the way it was 20 years ago when they held those first elections. It's a very different situation. The U.S. is not capable of fighting a 2-front war in 2 different places on the earth, certainly not 3 fronts. and most of the technology it has is obsolete. One topic we've completely not got into, at least today, is to talk about how technology changes and things like electronics and drones and materials and energy have completely altered the strategic picture to the point where it is far, far less of a payoff to control world sea trade than it used to be. You used to be able to cut off countries and starve them. You can't do that anymore. It's not possible. The US cannot starve China with a blockade. That won't work. And it won't work because the technology of food making is better than it was. And it won't work because energy is no longer a thing you have to move in a ship full of oil. So, in that different strategic world, you have to assess who you are as Palestine or as Ukraine, realizing that it isn't worth it for the empire to come get you. The Arctic thing is way more interesting because the Arctic is a critically important trade
Okay,
route.
wait. Sorry. Thank you for having answered significantly more than what I asked for. It was interesting and I had taken into consideration. But Wyatt has been holding his finger up for quite a while, and maybe you should.
Yeah, I want to shift to the Arctic if we can, honestly.
Back to the Arctic, and we talked enough about Scandinavia.
Okay, I got important thing to do. First thing first, there's a super chat. I gotta
Super chat. The conversation has probably moved on, but on the subject of peace, I think Putin got the highest votes in Chechnya. There's no reason to think Ukraine will be any different. It might just take longer.
But I want to let our secret character talk first. So the DLC is here. Benny, can you introduce yourself? Please. Don't tell me he froze. You're muted. You're muted. Unmute yourself.
Am I muted now?
Introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody.
We can hear you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Benny. This is my first time on the live stream. I'm glad to join you. I'm glad to join everybody here.
Welcome.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ethiopia.
Yeah. So you want to add on anything, because you have been trying very hard to get in.
Yeah. No, it's my first time. I'm just enjoying listening to your insights.
Yeah. Glad
Thanks
to
for
have
having
you
me on.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you,
we can go back to no problem. Craig, no, you guys want to talk about the super chat? No, about the Ukraine, Chechnya. Putin got the highest vote count in Chechnya. Or do you want to go to Arctic? Or Craig, you want to continue on your Arctic thing?
Only on Chechnya, I want to say, I think everybody that's really opposed to Putin and Kadyrov has left Chechnya. I think it's a pretty uncomfortable life in Chechnya if you oppose either of those two. And I think that's just a settled question at this point. It's kind of like if you want an independent Sikh Republic of Khalistan, you left India a while back and you now live in Burnaby, British Columbia.
Yeah, I think we should kind of exactly what Ify was talking about. He or she, I think she said that Ukraine might be the same. Because let's say in the future, if Russia finish the war with Ukraine, the places that is conquered by Russia, they wouldn't be pro-Ukrainians. They'll be like they just be pro-Russia. Then
they've already left.
They'll be all gone, I guess. Yeah,
they had tons of chance to leave. It's an effective population swap, right? People have been abused for speaking Russian in Lvov and in Kiev to some degree, in Kytomyr. And, I think basically even people who speak Ukrainian have kind of been eyeballed out of Odessa at this point, except for fanatics who want to stay there and actually fight Russia. Odessa is the interesting question there. That's the only place I could see where there could be still really significant contention. And that could be very bad, but I honestly think it happens when Ukraine ceases to be able to put up a effective defense. I think it gets kind of put off into kind of frozen conflict mode, and 10 years from now they hold a vote and it votes to become part of Russia, kind of the way that Belfast is being arranged. Like they agreed 25 years ago will eventually hold a vote. But in the meantime, we won't inhibit any interconnection between Belfast and Ireland. So it'll be some kind of deal like that, in my view. Unless, of course, the West really wants to push it. And if the West really wants to push it, then Ukraine will be restricted to 6 oblasts near Poland or something.
So Von, or or half cast.
Benny is holding his finger.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go.
Benny, you want to say
Go,
something?
man, go. You just got here. Go.
Go.
I just have one question.
Okay.
I just have one question for anybody. How long do you think this war is going to last between Russia and Ukraine? 2 years, 3 years? I mean, it's already 2 years, but how long? And anybody's answer would be appreciated.
Until Russia wins.
Until Russia
I
wins.
mean, yeah, the easy answer is until Russia wins. But I mean, the way it's looking, I think the end of this year would be too optimistic. But I think, the way it's going, I mean, I'm just going by the fact of men available and equipment and being able to dig in and stop long enough to not get fried alive by a fab. I mean, I can't see this going past next summer because, I mean, I think they're really going to do a lot this summer, but, maybe they don't get everywhere they want, but then they sit in for the winter, do the ground and pound, and then spring of 25, summer that wraps it up. I just don't see it going. Like when I hear people say, oh, they're going to get F-16s in 2029, I'm like, dude, there's not going to be a Ukraine capable of taking on F-16s in 2025 or 26. I just don't think it's going to last for another 2 years. I say a year and a half max. Well, actually a year from today. A year.
Maybe 2 years.
Like winter of 25. October, November.
Yeah, maybe something like this. Halfcast, you haven't spoken since you came in.
I just wanted to say hello to everybody. Sorry, I woke up pretty late, so I don't know what's going on. I was just listening to some Scandinavian stuff I know nothing about, so I won't talk about that. I just want to talk to Vaughan because we had a Kiwi girl on the other week, and I know Vaughan brought up something about some giant birds we got down here. Those are called moas, and we got a few of them still down in the South Island running around. And as for those kiwis, we do eat them, but we just don't tell anybody. It's just one of those things. Yeah. So I just thought I'd clear that little bit up. With that, I don't know if everyone in New Zealand will agree with that. So yeah, I'm just saying that. That's what I wanted to say.
We eat kiwis also in Singapore, just that those kiwis are fruits. No, not
yeah,
birds.
we do too. That's our main export. Get one of them, kiwi fruit. We stole them from the Japanese and we renamed them. They were the Chinese gooseberry. They were used to. Yeah. So we
before the pandemic, I noticed there was some kiwis imported from New Zealand, some golden ones that you can eat with the skin on it. And those kiwis, they ripe so fast. I was surprised. So they need to bring them by airplane. Then the pandemic came and people thought that it was a bit not green enough to import those things to Europe.
Yeah. There's red ones now. They've made miniature red ones. They call them the blood kiwi. So that it's boring, but yeah, it's kiwi fruit. I know it costs a lot of money overseas. Over here, we just basically buy them and most of the time throw them away because we have so much we're sick of them, to be honest. Yeah.
I like our segue. It's totally random. We went
to
kiwis.
So I'll break it a bit.
Christian wanted to say something, right? Christian was raising his finger just now. Sorry, yeah?
Yeah, well, I had so much to say, but then I got confused and I'm figuring out that I should just tell you guys that I really appreciate all your views, and it's been fantastic to get your point of view. I've been told that I talk much, but that's my job, so that's a work injury. But ultimately, I already know what I think, so I'm like so happy to hear your point of views and see what you say. And like again, I'm so amazed that we can come from all over the world and look at these things with our different experiences and draw really good. Like yeah, I'm very impressed of the quality of thinking and discussions. And CH, you made a fantastic panorama of these things that I wouldn't be able to do it as eloquently and so on. So I'm just very just spreading a little bit of love and
No
telling you
problem.
guys that it's getting a little bit late here. And so I'm calling it off, signing it off, and thank you. And I'll be listening, if not joining, next time. All right, take care.
Yeah. You check your email. I should have emailed you to join the DPA Open Mic Speakers Lounge. So I should have emailed you, so you can check your email. And don't know why your last connection, your mic sounds like it's keep farting. No, it just as you speak, it's keep farting the mic. You will know when you watch back. You know, when you watch back, you will know what I'm talking about. Okay, so Prata.
So
but it's been a pleasure, and keep enjoying yourselves. Next time.
Yep.
If everybody
See you,
answered
Christian.
about how long the war is still going to last, because Benny is from Ethiopia, I had two very different questions to ask you. One, how is people perceiving the joining of Ethiopia to the BRICS? I saw some BRICS chefs in commenting it, and they are really engaged, and they want to know everything about BRICS, and they're very happy to participate in all the meetings they have been having since the New Year's, since the beginning of 2004. So I would like, how does the population perceive that? And then if you could give us some insight about the actual stage of the civil war in Ethiopia, as I heard Asmara is becoming a very unstable space, and Tigrina is a bit more stabilized. So if you could give us some insights, that would be amazing.
Sure, Prado, I can. Well, to your first question about BRICS, they're mixed reviews because for many years, I'm sure you have a better knowledge when it comes to this. Ethiopia has been, especially after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, we've been leaning more towards the West. So, the United States, the EU, etc. But because of the civil war that you just mentioned, a lot of people have now seen the West as being more, about regime change. So hence the Ethiopia's joining of BRICS. Your other question was?
About the civil war. Because I think
war.
in Asmara stuff are getting a bit hot, and in Tigray it's slowing down.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, in a nutshell, yeah, you're right. Well, the thing is, the civil war officially it ended in November 3, 2022. So that's about a year and a half ago. But there are different elements now that want to seize and control power. As for Asmara, well, that's I think you're referring to the capital of Eritrea. The Eritreans, right?
Oh no, not Asmara. What you called it? Ama.
Oh yes. Sorry, forgive me. Yeah. Oh yeah. With them, yeah, that's the second largest region. They believe they've been marginalized for many years. They believe that that they haven't had rights as the rest of the country. So they're talking about pretty much coming to the capital, seizing power, and taking over. It's been about 10, 11 months now since the regional forces. I think they call them Fano, and the Amara region, as you said.
Yep.
So that's the case right now, and there's skirmishes, especially in the north. Like in the capital, things are calm, very calm. But if you go to the northern regions, things are tense, and even for tourists, they're usually advised not to leave the capital unless it's very important. And I'm sure you're from Portugal, I believe. So even the EU other major blocks, have released travel warnings for their own citizens not to go to the north. So yeah, that's how it is right now. But I'm sure there are other people who can explain it better than me.
But do they want to change the borders of that state? Because I heard they feel that other peoples took land from them, so they want to expand their state.
In a way, I mean, yeah, like with the northern region, the Tigray region, the Amaras feel that there's land taken from them, so they want to take that land back. Yeah, but it's complicated. The problem here is since there's so many ethnic groups, about 80 of them, everybody feels that they've been marginalized. So that's the biggest issue right now. Everybody feels that they have to have a say, but usually it's the ones with the larger populations that end up, being on top.
Do you feel that the economical situation in Ethiopia as a whole is improving or is stagnated?
Stagnated, because with the sanctions, the civil war, a country like ours, we can't afford to be at war. There's so many other problems like unemployment, food security, etc. So when you're fighting a war, even if it's a civil war, you have to spend lots of money, and buying drones from Turkey and China, etc. That costs money, and it's stagnating right now. I would say it's stagnating, and there's also this competition between China and the United States, because the Chinese, I'm sure you know that they have a huge foothold here in Africa. They control pretty much almost every African country from North Africa all the way to the south. And the United States, they want to take that influence, Chinese influence, away from Africa. So it's like a proxy war, and a proxy economic war, if I can call it that.
May I ask a question to Benny?
Sure.
This is pertaining more to your neighbor, Sudan. I wondered if you had anything, what is the, for us generally in the West, it's pretty blank on the media, even though I personally find it to be a very, seems to be rather significant as far as I'm concerned. So I wondered, how is the media scape, for example, for Ethiopians, considering it is your neighbor after all? And if you have anything to say in that regard, yeah.
Sudan, in terms of what about Sudan coping, if you can explain?
Well, both in terms of media, for example, how is because we have it fairly blank in the media, and it's not very nuanced. It doesn't go really in depth.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So it can be a little bit difficult, but you are neighbors of Sudan, so I expect there to be some independent media, information spilling over that is more pronounced there. And
I believe you're referring to this. Yes. Yeah, I believe you're referring to the civil war, right? Coping.
Yeah. The
I believe
RSF,
you're referring to
and all that. Yeah.
The civil war.
How does that?
Sudan.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's that have escaped because of the fighting between the RSF and the government there, and they say it's crazy what's happening there. Initially, last year I think they took the airport, and some say that the RSF is backed by I don't know if it's the Russians, and I don't know if the government's backed by the West, but right now there's not much.
And Emiratis. The Russians and the Emiratis, which is pretty
the
interesting.
Emiratis, exactly.
Yeah, and
exactly,
Iran is supplying the SAF, which I find pretty strange because they're fighting in the same war in Ukraine. They're kind of so whatever in the Middle East, but when it comes to here in Sudan, they're supplying or aiding or one way or the other partnering with the opposing side. So I found that to be wow, why isn't more people talking about that? It's a granted, the Iranian contribution is just a few drones. Russia has Wagner there, and so sufficient to, it's one of the biggest buyers of the gold from there, also through smuggling, which goes through the Emiratis, as far as I've understood it.
I'll be honest with you, Kopi. You have a better understanding than me of the war. So I don't want to waste anybody's time. Your understanding is actually better than mine. I need to study. I need
everything I know.
to read more about the conflict there.
But everything I know, I've been told. You see, so I may not know shit. Maybe everything I know is just bullshit, right? So
it seems like the Russians are supporting both sides.
No.
Bad enough. I think the Russians are supporting both sides. And Helicast wanted to ask something, Benny, but he was blocked. So perhaps he has more lucky now.
Drew can go first because he had his finger up before me. So.
I just wanted to ask something, Benny, because he said that the economic situation in Ethiopia is flat out. But my understanding, just looking at the numbers, Ethiopia's GDP in 2000 was only $8 billion. Its GDP in 2022 was 126 billion, which is like 15 times. Its GDP grew by 15 times in 20 years. That doesn't seem anywhere near a stagnation. It's one of the highest like acceleration of GDPs in Africa, if I understand correctly. So is it just that the
I mean on paper
go ahead.
The inflation is very high. I mean on paper, yeah, you're right. The GDP has increased. Even they were talking about economic growth being at 7.9% even this year. But if you look at the inflation plus the cost of living, cost of fuel, I mean, you have to see it for yourself on the ground. Like for the common man, for the common person, cost of living is going up. So, yeah, the figures according to the IMF, they might look good, but
actually supplying fuel to Ethiopia must be a nightmare, a
on the
real
ground,
nightmare, because the country has no fossil fuels. It has to go.
Is there a huge inequality or something like that? That's like the rich are getting richer, but the poor are not getting anywhere. Is that what? Because inflation is supposed to be already considered when you calculate GDP. So what you're saying is the country is getting richer, so a rich class is getting richer, but the regular people don't really see the benefits. Is that it?
I mean, if, for example, in the capital city, you see a lot of high-rise buildings, a lot of skyscrapers, a lot of new hotels. Pretty much same. It's a lot of debt. Like, but if you go compare to our neighbor in the south, Kenya, like, they're doing much better because they have an open market. They have access. They have a ports. The problem with, as Prada said, we're landlocked. So,
imagine you guys. They just have a line. They just have a railway line.
Without fuel,
to transport fuel to the country must be a nightmare. The country, how many million people has Ethiopia? It's 100 million people. Oh gosh, I should know this by
120
million. How much fuel do
120, second in Africa, behind Nigeria.
They just have this rail track from Djibouti. The prices and the railway is controlled by the Chinese. Well, now it was given to the Ethiopian administration, but the rail was just built, so it needs to be paid. I presume the fees are not cheap. So it is impressive how much fuel they need to transport through that own railway. So when we heard about Ethiopia making that deal with Somaliland to have an access to an extra, it makes sense. But it's a very difficult country in terms of logistic, I presume.
I mean, not having a port. I mean, we also have to pay about $1 billion every year to Djibouti to use their port. And being landlocked. Those are the issues about when you're landlocked.
$1 billion. Whoa, that's a lot.
Yeah, Benny's internet is horrible. Yeah, it's a very Ethiopian internet that we are witnessing. Half cast.
Yes.
So I was going to ask Benny a question too. I think it's maybe because you're moving, it's cutting out. But
It's a lot.
as far as Asia, you know how you say like China's coming over most of Africa, and I mean America's sort of trying to hold on, and there's France being kicked out and stuff. As far as like with the Chinese moving in, how do Africans sort of take that and sort of like and what they're doing, and is it better for the long term, do you think, or do you sort of, is there a lot of upset people in parts of Africa that you know of that might be thinking, well, it's not a good thing, or maybe it's a really good thing because it might up your economy, or I'm not sure about the region. I've seen just a few things about it, and I've seen a few things where people are upset about. Then, of course, people are upset about France too, and there's stuff in Vanuatu and stuff like that going on, or on EMEA. So, what's your take on that one? If you heard me,
He's lagging, so you have to wait. Oh, he's gone.
Where were we? What was the,
he probably didn't hear me.
What was the conversation?
It was just, I was just trying to find out.
That's a good question. With China, I mean,
who is speaking? Okay, Halfcast. Hello, nice to meet you. First time I'm seeing you here. What were you saying?
I was asking Benny a question, but it just cut out.
Yeah, because now Benny's internet is getting worse and worse and worse and worse. So asking him questions now, he hear us now is like 3 to 5 seconds
so
slower.
confused. I was like, what the hell is happening? Okay,
Can anyone else answer that? Do you reckon?
Yes, I think China has been investing a lot of money in Ethiopia. We did this video with Shadovi, and I think Coping was also inside for Ethiopia. And the thing is that the investment in Ethiopia from China is huge. They are really putting money there as much as they can. They keep offering the government new projects. I don't know if they need them, but it's not the case. The case is that the Chinese are investing a lot, and the problem is that sometimes the projects are too big for the country to manage, and this is a problem. For instance, they are building a new railway to the capital of Tigray, Meleke, I think it's the name, and because of the civil war, the railway never really gets finished, but the Ethiopians probably already have to pay for it, start to pay for it. So they are really, we talked about also about the so-called Chinese trap. It's not a real trap. It's the problem is that Africa is a complicated country, and sometimes the Chinese come and invest things, and then everything goes slow down, and the payments have to be made because the Chinese put their money there. It's more than fair, but it's a lot of investment, and it's like, someone was talking about the Renaissance Dam. You know, the Renaissance Dam, the West didn't want to finance the Renaissance Dam. The Renaissance Dam it's going to create a huge lake. It was going to irrigate a lot of lands. It's going to produce a lot of electricity. It's going to control the Nile, which is actually not so bad for the Egyptians, although they get a bit mad about it. But because the Egyptians got a bit mad about that dam, nobody wanted to give money to the Ethiopians to build it. And they built it by themselves. The problem was when they had to buy the turbines. The turbines, the Ethiopians can't produce the turbines, can't make it. And so the turbines were finally bought to China with Chinese money. But this is a good thing. So because nobody wanted to help the Ethiopians. Everybody was so afraid about the Egyptians, their reaction. And so the Chinese influence in Africa sometimes is the last person you have to beg for at one time. But on the other side as well, the Chinese investment, it's not implied with political favors, with political obligations. And yeah, but I presume that in Ethiopia there is probably some kind of overwhelming presence of China, which probably people think should be more moderated. I would say about Ethiopia. It's not everywhere about in Asia, in Africa, but the Ethiopian-Chinese relations are so good that the Chinese exaggerate in their investment in Ethiopia, perhaps more than the country can ever deal with. Drew, I'm provoking you. You're
Why?
complete.
I think you're right. But the a lot of, I think it's a big misunderstanding that a lot of investment into Africa is actually the Chinese government driven. A lot of it is actually the like companies in China like wanting to like get cheaper labor, so they go there and build a factory, or they want to be and or like there were like some Chinese entrepreneurs. They know that other Chinese businessmen are going to come, so they go there and build a hotel for Chinese. You know, so it's like the whole supply chain starts to get rolled out. Like a Chinese guy will know that, okay, all these guys don't speak local language, so they'll set up a translation service for Chinese to talk with the Ethiopians. And then there'll be people that come in to build hotels. There are people that come in to have like a taxi service specifically for foreigners. You know, like they target the foreigners, and so all of that kind of activity is what a lot of this investment is. It's like, yeah, it's Chinese like to do business. It's not like some of it is like, okay, the government wants a port, the Chinese government then arranges it with the banks, and then they go in and supply the workers and whatnot. That's a big scale one, but a lot of it is also the small scale businesses. So yeah, it seems like the Chinese think that Africa is a good place to do business now, and there's a lot of opportunity, so they're going there.
It kind of reminds me of the TikTok trend for Donghua Jinlong glycine. If you guys are up on that trend, it's really worth looking at. Donghua, D-O-N-G-H-U-A, Jinlong, G-I-N-L-I-G, I think. Anyway, this is like a nondescript company that makes pharmaceutical and food-grade glycine in China. And they put up a bunch of ads mildly trashing their competitors and bragging about how good their quality was. And it all went crazily viral on TikTok to the point where people were saying it's the only glycine I'll consider, and I get up every morning and I consider what other glycine could there be? It's just pretty funny. But the company, to its credit, reacted by just completely innocently talking about all the wonderful things they did. They hired disabled, including mentally disabled workers. They actually drilled the locals in a fire department that they improved and set up themselves. Like this just completely innocent company town building stuff that could have come from the 1950s in America. And it was just bizarrely innocent. And you look at stuff like this and you go, well, why the hell shouldn't these people take over African business? Why shouldn't there be a Donghua Jinlong plant, in every country in Africa? There should be. I mean, China has an excellent work culture and engineering discipline culture now to export. And as far as the debt stuff is concerned, they almost always tie the debt to the actual facilities they're building. It's not tied to the long-term tax base. And so it's not burdening the country forever. It's more like they'll build you a port, and if you can't manage the port properly, their managers will take it over, and they'll bill you for managing the port for them. But they'll still have to employ locals. It'll still have to be maintained by locals. It'll still function as your port. So I fail to see how that can go really seriously wrong. I think literally everything with Chinese debt traps is garbage.
And saying that, how inclusive are they in sort of like incorporating the native inhabitants into the workforce?
That's a really good question.
I saw some stuff when I did a bit of traveling, and I noticed like Chinese would build like compounds and they'd have their own work.
You're right. There's an answer to that, though. There's a strategy for it.
People that were quite anti what was going on. So
yeah, well, there's a lot of propaganda around it. But let me actually answer the question, which is, the way that China tends to want to operate or be invited to operate into African countries are what's called build, operate, and transfer agreements, meaning the skills that are only going to be need to exercise once, like building the factories, laying out the factory floor, figuring out what the logistics routes are to get in and out of the place efficiently and all that, making those trade arrangements, that all has to happen exactly once. And building up skills in Africa to do that is a nice long-term idea, but it's not worth it. What they need now is they need a whole bunch of factory and maintenance jobs and work in the supply chain. So the idea is the Chinese build the factory, they transfer the skills to run the factory, and then they leave. Now, they'll still be dependent to some degree for parts and maintenance, but in the long term, that's no worse than an American situation. So the country to look at for the most interest in this is the EFF party in South Africa, which is running now in the South African elections. They're proposing to do dozens of these build, operate, transfer arrangements with China. And I think it's actually helped them make their pitch in the South African election. Obviously, it took like 20 years to figure out how to do this. But, and obviously there's never going to be a completely benign relationship between powerful and less powerful countries. But I think there's an answer to that question, and the answer is not, that Chinese people are employed there forever and locals don't get jobs. I think the opposite has proven to be true.
Typically, what happens in this arrangement is that when they first start, you'll be like 90% Chinese and 10% locals, because you still need the local people to help them get started. But 90% Chinese because, like what Craig said, the people who construct it, build it, are typically Chinese workers imported from China. But once it's built, the Chinese don't want to be there. They all go home, and then they start transferring the skills on all the basically everyday jobs to the Africans, and then the ratio flips. It becomes 10% Chinese management and 90% local workers, and then so over time. But the Chinese still want the management jobs. If it's not like building for so there are two types, right? There's one where the locals hire the Chinese to come build it for them. Then that will eventually be 100% African, because they build it and then they leave, and then they get paid and leave. The other ones is the Chinese companies going into Africa and building a factory for themselves, and then so that there'll be leftover of like 10% Chinese management, and the rest will be like local Africans. Yeah. So whether or not there'll be still some leftover Chinese is basically who owns the plant at the end of the day. But they typically start off with 100%, 90% Chinese, and then it becomes like 90% Africans over time. Yeah.
It also depends on the nature. It also depends on the nature of the investment. Is it a private investment? Will they have different types of structurating that enterprise or that firm, or is it a state-founded investment instrument? Then we have seen in the big projects, we are mostly then direct investments from the Chinese state to countries somehow. We see, for instance, what Drew was telling very, very, very clearly. There is a timeline. The Chinese came in big numbers at the beginning, although this was more in the 10 years ago. Now it's quite different. But they would come in big numbers, and then they will form people to work in these new infrastructure. I saw an amazing project that is going on with the Chinese are building a huge railway in Guinea-Conakry. And they actually created universities to teach people how to manage railways. The railway is not yet finished, but the Chinese don't want to be there managing it. Now, the Ethiopian is also one of those examples. The Chinese managed the railway for a while, I think 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, and now they gave the management 100% to the probably they still have consulars there, but they gave 100% of the management of the Djibouti railway to the Ethiopians. Now, so it depends a lot of what you're talking about. So there are so many private people adventuring into Africa, especially in Mali. There are many Chinese that immigrate to African countries and they start their own business. May it be like small business, like shops, may it be restaurants, may it be actually like in Malawi, where they have farms. because they are farmers in China, and they find really good farming land in Malawi. There was an agreement between Malawi and China, and they like thousands of Chinese go and buy farms in Malawi. Who knew?
Sorry, one more thing, but it's true. Like I'm in New Zealand, and there's a lot of people down here. Don't know why, but I think China's actually done massive things for our country and for a lot of the world, to be honest. But still, there's this, this disinformation, of course, or we don't know what's going on, to be honest. But there's this perception that the Chinese are coming to take over the Asia Pacific, and everyone's actually like, oh yeah, we got to be
Super chat.
because
Have we talked about African fusion toilets yet?
I'll give that one to someone else, but yeah. So, Drew, what do you think? How do you feel about like the racial aspect of it? Like, I do think it's a racial thing, to be honest, because if it wasn't China, it would be like America, who like we banned nukes here for a while, and America basically put massive tariffs, and we didn't even have to. We didn't even have to say America didn't have to say if they had nukes in the ships or no. That's all they had to do was say whether they had nuclear ships or not, and they weren't bringing nuclear ships in, but they just had to say no. But they didn't want to agree to it, so they put massive tariffs for years, and yeah, that was just one of those things. So we sort of had a little bit of a we still have a bit of tension with tariffs with America, but I see, when you get a bigger dominant country, that's what happens. But now, of course, everyone sort of sees a racial thing, and especially here, like I see on a lot of the forums, even like Pacific Islanders and Maoris, they're very racist towards Chinese. And I just wonder what it's like with other countries like Africa and all these, because they're moving through the Pacific. But I hear that too when I've been to some of the countries, and I'll be in a taxi with some taxi driver, and he'll be just like, they all live in their compounds, and there's just across the road there's there's shacks and stuff. But I actually think the Chinese are bringing massive infrastructure into the country. They're actually developing lots of the countries, and even like over here, we banned for a while Chinese coming over and buying property because they thought they were buying out all our property market, and I was like, well, we're selling it. We don't need to sell it to people overseas. Same with Australia. But if it was like Germans doing it, or someone that you can sort of relate to, and like, because we're mainly a European colonized country. So when we see white people, we're all white. They're all white people. So it's like you don't stand out like a sore thumb. But of course, Asians, they do. So it's really easy to, we did it with the Islanders when we came here, did it with the Indians, and now we're doing it with the Chinese. And yeah, I just see it as a more of a political game, to be honest. And yeah,
Okay.
that's
You got it right there. Could I just throw in
The
on this
idea that any American elite wants to protect any people other than Israelis is laughable. They don't
Why?
care about it, Americans.
Why, you got to get rid of that, man. It's freaking me out. No, but to your point about that, yes, I think it's complete racism that's bred by our media. You cannot trust, this little Asian man who's all about, getting one over on you, because it's completely counter to logic. I mean, we all live in the West. There's lots of Chinese people that live all over the West. Think about your day-to-day life and all the Chinese people that you know. Have you ever said about one of them, wow, that person, they're not a hard worker, they're not a useful member of this society? No, it never happens, right? So it's completely counter to the argument, and that's why the argument's failing.
That's an
now.
excellent point, and I never even thought about that, but you're right. They do a very good job of integrating into the societies in which they are, even just being guests. Americans don't do that well.
No, that's part of the problem. You see, from the political elite's point of calculation, if the US has 300 million people and the Chinese have 1.4 billion people, if the Chinese just work as hard as the Americans, they're going to overtake them eventually. it's just a simple math equation. The fact that the Chinese have such a strong work ethic for now, you know, they're starting to get lazy too because of, you know, they're getting more prosperous. It's a threat, and there's no way for the West to compete because there's more there's more people in China than all of the West. So it's just but to answer Hafka's question, the property thing is a quirk of a Chinese mentality. Chinese culturally don't really like to invest in like the stock market or like Bitcoin or anything that is not so real. They like to invest in property, and China got really rich really fast. So you end up with a lot of people with a lot of money, and they don't know where to put it. So for a while, they went out of China and bought a lot of property everywhere, not just New Zealand. One lady came to Singapore and bought like a condo, not like an apartment. They bought the whole damn condo, and then they sued our government saying that my tax should be for the whole condo because we have tax on individual units. So if you buy 2 units, you get taxed on one, and then the tax increases. So she sued our government, and she actually won. So she bought, like, there were Chinese that came in to buy like whole, because they had too much money, they didn't know what to do with it, and they don't really trust things like, you know, Bitcoin and stock market. They don't understand that. So they understand property, which is why you had a huge property bubble in China for a while, and then now it's been stepped on and less of it now. But
that's a very important point, Drew. If you let me just introduce something. There
Super
was
chat.
This week.
Nunil, the voice is going nowhere, you syrup leaker.
Syrup leaker?
Okay.
He's talking about maple syrup. And
Super
actually,
chat.
you Aussie criminal.
Protest, stand up and prove you're wearing pants.
Syrup straight from the tree is the best. Thank you.
So the
it's actual syrup.
Stand up, brother.
Yes, no, I don't stand up. That's ridiculous. So,
busted. Pantless. Busted being pantless.
There was this week some very interesting information.
sorry.
Let's put the discussion at a nice level. There was some information this week that the Chinese took 52 billion out of the euro clear system. This is an immense amount. Of course, China has probably 1 trillion. This is where the Russian money was frozen, the 250 or more less billion Chinese. The Chinese probably Russian money. The Chinese has probably 1 trillion, but they started to reduce it really fast. So 52 billion is a lot of money that was took out of the euro clear or the euro system, which just telling how the Chinese are very careful about. And that's also one of the reasons why they invest so much money in Africa at the moment. They have to invest the money somewhere, and they can't put the money in China, because if they put the money in China, there will be a kind of devaluation. Inflation would go skyrocket. This is like the German paradox. The Germans were for tens and tens of years having to put the money out, especially after the euro. They had to invest the money out of the country because otherwise their money would lose weight in their own country. Sorry, Drew, for stopping you.
Okay, I was just gonna say, in terms of whether China is trying to like conquer the Asia Pacific.
Super chat. Proter not wearing pants confirmed. Wee woo wee woo.
It's culturally not what China does. So China has
Super
been like
chat.
this very.
Proter, stand up and prove you're wearing pants.
Listen, it's culturally appropriate in Prague to not wear pants when you're webcasting.
Thank you, Prata, for funding the DPA Open Mic. It's all
Yes,
you,
Prata,
because
I
DPA want
changed
to
my
disturb
mind.
you.
Don't wear
Don't stand
wear
up.
pants next week too.
You'll keep funding Wyatt.
Yeah,
but
you
because
should
then
all
actually-
so that they
all
will
stop
keep asking
wearing
the same
pants.
question, and then we can get a lot of revenue for DPA Open Mic.
Okay. Let me answer Hafka's original question about whether China is going to like take over the Asia Pacific. China has been like the most powerful country in the Asia Pacific for like the last ever since civilization started. they haven't done it yet. They haven't bothered. The last time they built a fleet and sailed it around, they went around giving gifts. It's not culturally in the Chinese mindset to want to like conquer other people. They tried once where they actually conquered Korea, the whole Korean peninsula, and then ran them as a colony. And instead of getting kicked out, they just left because it was too troublesome to be a colonizer. For them, it's like they don't really like to go about conquering other people. All they want to do is they want to conquer China as they see as China, and they just want to kind of stay there and focus on China. And that's what they want to do. They don't really want to go around conquering other people.
Yeah,
There's a weird phenomena about that, which is that like when people conquer China, like the Inner Mongols or the Manchu, they just kind of become Chinese, and that's how China expands. It's not China conquering them. It's they conquer China and then they become just Chinese.
Well,
people's advocate for a bit. How about with the fisheries and stuff like, China moves into like Pacific countries and they'll pay off basically the people who run them, and they'll bring their fleets in to basically wipe out all the fish in the region. And a lot of the people that live in those places, they complain, and we complain down here too. It's not just Chinese, but majority, of course, because you got a big country, you got bigger fleets. But we do it too. Like we rape the oceans, and we're a massive exporter of fish. But in the Pacific, it's actually they do have quite a bad rep about with the paying off people and the governments to try and get access to fisheries rights around really beautiful, pristine stuff. But it's not just China that does that. I'd like to say that, but of course it's the same thing. I do think it's a racist thing, but what do you think about that?
No, the Chinese are not angels. They don't care about you at all. They are humans. They run their government for Chinese. So if your government is going to be willing to get bribed by them and to let them wipe out all your fish, they're gonna do that.
I agree.
They're not, it's not like they are angels and they go around giving money to people. They're not angels at all. They are businessmen. So with businessmen you can negotiate. If you can negotiate a good deal with them, you can get a good deal out of them. You can't expect them to be, these people who come in and then suddenly your life gets better. Your own politicians, your own business leaders need to be able to negotiate with them, get a good deal out of them. But what is not going to happen is they're not going to evade you. They're not going to come in with guns and point them at you and say, now all
that's the fear, though, that's been sort of propagated and down here all the way through, like especially Australia. They really, they're racist anyway. You can see what they've done to the populace there. Not all of them, of course, but there's places where you can be like, darker skin and go into a bar. Still in places over in Australians probably jump on and bash before. But I've known people that have been up there and they've been kicked out of bars just for they think, oh, you're an Aborigine and you're not supposed to be in here, just because they control how they drink and stuff like that. I don't know if you know the Aboriginal aspect and how bad it is, but I won't get into it. But I just know that there is a perception that the Chinese are, like just bad. That's a perception. They're doing a bad thing, and they're trying to take over everything. Whether it's happening or not, I don't know. But and I don't really care because, I reckon the world's the world. If someone offers you something, and you take the money, then you take the money. That's you. Yeah. That's on you. That's not the Chinaman's fault or the Americans' fault or whoever. That's your fault. But
what if you can't say no to the money? What if you have to care about your family? What if it's not about the money, but about your reputation or your safety, whatever? You never know. People
Super chat. Let's change the topic to Protestants, please.
Okay, stand up, brother.
Don't wear pants next week. Next week, also, just like this week, do not wear pants.
Okay, so
Thank
you
you.
have to understand that investment, all societies around the planet are based in investment. Most of that investment has no color, has no nationality. It comes from everywhere. It doesn't matter how it was gotten. Through the international market? Was it through direct investment? So there are many faces. The thing is that most countries, even if it's not really their money, like to use that investment as a propaganda tool. So the Chinese side of investment has to, in a way, they want to see Africans, look, we invest so much in your country, but on the other one, that also has a side effect, more or less, which is then it can be used by their competitors. The thing about also national-oriented investment is that this investment is never, it doesn't matter if it is Chinese, British, Danish, or Swedish, or Portuguese, by the fact of it. It always has then, if it is national-oriented, it always has, it's not altruistic. It always has a point. So when the Chinese invest somewhere in Africa, most of the machines will come from their industrial base. It's normal. And so will the Americans, and so will the French, and so will the British and the Germans. And this is even worse when we talk about the so-called cooperation money that a country in Europe says is going to give 1 billion euros to Mozambique, for instance. Probably just 1/3 of it will ever find its way to Mozambique. Most of the money will be paid on logistics that will have to be from that same European country. The machinery will have everything to come from that European country. The people that somehow through corruption medium were chosen in that European country to manage that investment in the country. So in the end, the Africans see almost none of that cooperation money that was sold out like altruistic and really beautiful. Actually, it's a scam to finance directly their own economy. It's incredible, but this is in most of these. If people want to go and see all these contracts of when European countries or even the US gives up money to African countries or other poor countries around the world, it's a scam. They never really see that money. It's very poor.
Super chat. Russia fight for protest pens in Ukraine.
Okay.
I hope someone was interested in what I was saying.
Brother, do you feel like you need to go pee? You need to stand up and go pee, brother.
No.
Maybe you should close
Super
that
chat.
window behind you. Maybe you should.
Protest
stand
pens
up
are
and
being
close
held
the window.
hostage by Africans.
Okay, this is getting.
This is like the best. This is like the best, most profitable period for the DPA Open Chat ever.
Yeah, DPA Open Mic is achieving real world results here. We found out that Protestants
Real
exist
financing
in Africa,
coming in.
and this is the
It's
reason
got nothing to do
why.
with the Chinese.
There is no
Nothing to do
doubt
with the
that
Portuguese pens.
yeah, there is no doubt that the core of the geopolitical issues that we need to solve, they are found in Plata's pants. But we're not going to reveal it yet. You still got a super chat somewhere before.
To geopolitical problems in your pants. How could you do that? And then you
Usually
lost the
is
pants?
Mike. Usually is Mike or is
In
Wayne that is
Africa?
getting all these super chats in. Today for no reason it's Prata. I have no idea why. I don't even understand the joke. Where did it come from?
Brought his pants.
Well,
Don't look a gift horse in his mouth. Just accept it. Take the money.
Product. I want to pick up on Prada's theme to ask Drew a question. And this is that China suddenly allowed the digital yuan to be used in Hong Kong. And they've always avoided that because of the fear that all this, oligarch money would leak out of China and basically go away and get invested in the West. My theory is they're allowing this now because they want all that organized crime network in Hong Kong to use all of its Western contacts to infiltrate all that Chinese money into the West now, because China's not worried about losing it. they think that that will be a very strategic power-grabbing investments now in the West, rather than it being lost to build up West power.
Super chat.
Will actually build up Chinese
Trotter
power.
blink twice if they took your pants.
So, not to
Yeah, go
interrupt
on.
the really important topic here, but I'm thinking it's highly strategic and a big power shift that China is no longer afraid of its elites going abroad, and I think they're trying to co-opt that penumbra of organized crime that the Russians have successfully co-opted for decades.
I don't think this is anything big, because China has over the decades slowly actually have less control on its currency. So this is just the next step of it, and it doesn't mean they have no more currency control. It doesn't mean it's the rich people in China can just send their money out of China through this pathway. So Hong Kong is governed as a separate entity. So again, it's separate financially from mainland China. So it's not like a new pathway for everybody to just get their money out or get their money in. You see, China's capital controls are run both ways. It's hard to get money out. It's also hard to get money in. They just try to hold it, govern it that way. So this is just the next step. They're trying to make it easier for outside people to get money in, and also a little bit. So they try a little bit and see what's the effect. I'm sure in a couple of years' time they'll try something else and then see what's the impact. They're very, very careful. Like slowly they're releasing the reins on it to see what's the impact. Yeah, but
Super
so
chat.
I don't think it's
Craig, tell us about how chimps are people too.
I don't think it's anything like conspiratorial about it. It's in line with what they've been doing for the last 10, 20, 30 years. Slowly they're letting it more and more open. I think that's my personal opinion. Yeah. Okay, I gotta go.
Yeah, it's clearly a step on a path. I just think it's kind of that specific step. It doesn't remove all the currency controls, but it does sort of indicate a willingness to open up the dam in a certain way that I think honestly will help China acquire, shall we say, sanctioned goods through that pathway. Because the most profitable thing you could do in the world right now would be acquire highly sanctioned Western stuff and bring it back in. That's kind of my theory as to why to release it now. To answer the super chat question, person is a legal term, and there are many places in the world where certain legal rights have been extended to non-humans. It's happened quite a few places, California, India, whatever. That's probably a good trend, because overall, I like the idea of extending rights to living things, and I do not like the idea of extending rights to non-living things like corporations, robots, or countries. Yeah. As soon as you talk about a non-living thing having rights, yours are now diminished. I don't think it diminishes our rights to recognize anything alive.
Benny.
Yeah, I have a question for CH or Prata or any one of you. What are your thoughts on Peter Zehan's views that China might collapse in the next 10 years? And do you think China will? And do you think China will be the world's #1 economy in the near future?
Can I please jump in on that?
In terms of industry, China is already almost the #1. In terms of collapse, I doubt it, but they are invested in a capitalist society. Nevertheless, it is pretty much controlled than any other capitalist societies. They all are also they're also on the brink of having a crisis. It's normal. Socialist crises have cyclical crises, and China has had some. Not created by itself directly, but it might happen soon enough that one crisis will be created by themselves. It's normal. It doesn't mean that it is collapsing. I think that's difficult to happen because the Chinese wealth is based on producing items that really exist, not in selling financial service that nobody understands what they are for. So it's not real. It's money based on the production of something and not in air, in empty air. So I don't think China is collapsing anytime soon. I think they're already the first economy. What I'm not sure is that the Chinese, as a people, as a whole population, will be able to achieve the level of development and welfare that we selfishly enjoy in the Western countries. Well, many Western countries already are living under the Chinese standards, but I mean the bigger, richer Western countries. And I hope Nunya can answer that, because Craig, unfortunately.
Super chat. States are more alive than humans. States are to humans as humans are to their selves. States rise closer to the absolute than we. We are mere slaves.
That's realpolitik in a nutshell.
Well, I guess my answer to the China thing is, and whether or not they're going to collapse, I just don't see it, because right now, China is just on fire. Like, even when, you know, they're at a slow growth rate, they're still growing at 5%, you know, and they've got so much money right now that they're just dumping it wherever they can. It reminds me of one of these, I forget the movie, but maybe Goodfellas or something like that. But they were running drugs and they were making so much money. They were just packing it everywhere in the house that they could find a spot to pack the money. And that's kind of what China's right with now. That's why they're investing so much in the Belt and Road. That's why they're dumping so much into gold. So and plus they've got really low debt, you know? So when you've got a lot of income, low debt, you can do a lot for your people if it needs to get to that, right? So I don't see any sort of social unrest bringing China down anytime soon, because, you know, they've just got such a tremendous momentum right now. That'd be my view on it.
Yeah. So the claim that China will, you know, collapse in 10 years, you know, is hopium, generally speaking, because no one knows whether they will collapse or not. Because a lot of the information, the real economic situation, the financial situation, how much money they actually printed, no one knows. Everything is a secret. So, and their current, as long as they do not open up their market, they do not open up their foreign exchange, that means they will not allow, you know, capital outflow. Then it's very hard to see them collapsing, you know, in a very, you know, correctional way. You know, like when Asian financial crisis happens, it's because every currency in Southeast Asia is all publicly traded. You know, you can buy Thai baht, you can buy, you know, Indonesian rupiah, Singapore dollars, Malaysian ringgits. You can buy all of them, and which is why they can be shorted. Which is why, you know, the current the market can collapse, but correct. Because why it have a problem is because it was pegged to the US dollars, and then there was a discrepancy. Chinese yuan is also pegged to the US dollar, but the problem is you can't short the Chinese yuan. So, which is why they are shielded, and which means they can game the system, which is why everything they sell is below market cost. There's no way you can compete with China in terms of producing a product. They are selling at below your cost price. That means you can produce the thing, they can still make it cheaper than you. Then you can't even make a profit at all. And that's the problem with China. The China's economic system is very toxic for the rest of the world. It's very good for themselves. You know, it's very good for them. It's all the power to them. But the problem is that the world eventually will have to make a decision to give up trading with China totally. Like you have a point where, you know, you just have to cut them off because you can't survive. Then, you know, you're gonna have economic groups, economic blocks setting up. For example, no, Europe.
The Thucydides trap.
It's not even the trap. It's more like, you know, the Europeans will have, for example, the European market, you know, maybe together with Russia, they will decide that no, we have to form our own economic bloc. We only trade among ourselves, because if they trade with outside powers, especially with China, they will die. Every business will bankrupt. There's no way you can compete with China. Even talking about normal life, like in Singapore, especially, you know, shipping from China to Singapore is pretty near. every time I go to the shop, I see something. The first thought is that, is there a cheaper? No, I see the price is like, I think it's going to be cheaper online. I will go to Shopee, Lazada, or whatnot. I will just search, and then it's like there's really a cheaper alternative, and there's a lot of choice. But where they come from, all of them is from China. I will buy the China version because it's cheaper. There's no reason I punish myself, right? But that's the problem. Logically speaking, we will just go for the cheapest thing, but we will destroy our economy as well, because the shop downstairs or at the shopping mall will not survive because I'm not buying from them. But there's also no reason for me to buy from them because it's so much cheaper online. So that's the problem with China, and eventually the countries will have to decide to cut China off. It's just for survival, because now we are already seeing the same situation. Solar panels, European solar panels is dying because China's solar panel is so much cheaper. You're gonna have everything: batteries, engines, engineering, whatever, no matter. Eventually, all this deindustrialization is not going to be only Europe. It's going to be the entire world, because no one can compete with China. And it's not because we can't do it, but it's because the financial system is rigged. It's rigged in a way that there's no way for market correction. So basically, how I explain is that Chinese yuan is like waste paper. They can print this paper wherever they want, then they can pay people with this waste paper, but then they keep receiving real money from the rest of the world, and they use the real money to buy resources. But all the people is just like slave. You can just give them toilet paper, and then they are happy. They sell something for maybe their business earn $1 million that year. The $1 million come into China, they have to convert into renminbi, into the yuan. So the bank will give them $1 million worth of toilet paper, but the government, the Communist Party, takes that $1 million and then they can actually invest it in to buy resources, buy stuff that they can feed their military, strengthen their country. So the people itself just spending toilet paper, and it doesn't matter. This is the game, and this is also why you need your own currency, because you can play with the currency. But for China's case, it's very extreme, because there's no way that it's going to have market correction, and that's why it's toxic. And anyone can justify it. It's them. They can game the system because it's fair. But like I said, it's fair. Of course, it's fair.
Do as well.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Especially the US, it does almost the same.
Yeah, of course. All massive powers have their game. The United States use the US dollar, with the petrodollar, and are using the military power to enforce the use of the petrodollar. They basically game the whole world's GDP. That means they print money based on the world's GDP. That means they don't have to have GDP. As long as the whole world continue to build the economy.
Each country has that international reserves we were talking about, has to buy US debt in order to invest their money, in order not to lose money with inflation. So each country in the world, Chinese as well, when they have that extra money they earn through international business, they put it in US or European,
which is why the whole world, even the countries that didn't really print money or whatnot, is having massive inflation, because every one of us is paying for Biden's or Trump's spending. When they printed all this money, the whole world have to pay for it. Even Singapore, we already managed the economy so well. Everything is inflating. Everything is have increased by 25% at minimum in Singapore, and I'm struggling as well. So that is the game United States play. China plays a different game. Both are gaming the system in different ways, and this is a competition between the two countries. And Russia, of course, they know all this is happening. They are playing their own game as well. So you cannot expect Russia to be friendly with China forever. They are rivals. Russia knows the game, and they know that they are in danger as well. That's why they cut off US dollar first, if they can, which they're trying to do now, which probably is successful. The next is going to be to find a way to deal with the the China's economic system, because if they continue to trade on, maybe it's not that bad because they sell resources, they steal some kind of trade, but it's still going to be in balance. There's no way you can balance it.
Yeah.
And Russia will never be able to produce a product to sell overseas that can compete with China price, because China product is basically made with toilet paper money. There's no way anyone can compete with that. So that's a scary shit about China.
They are going to sell nuclear stations, nuclear power stations.
But I have to qualify again. I have to qualify again. Like a lot of people who are pro-China, they say that it's fair, because China is fair. It's a game. China played well, very well. It's just that eventually the whole world, because it's like cancer, you see. The cancer basically sucks all the blood and resources, the energy from you. Eventually, this cancer will get so big, you have to cut it off. You just cannot survive if you still continue to have this tumor. And that point, surely there will be woke people saying that no, we are being racist or whatnot. But the reality is that the economy will die. If you do business, you will know you can't survive. That's how it is. It's unfortunate that. I think who want to talk next?
Yeah, I would just like to answer to one of the super chats that was. I was going to ask a question, but since you went on for so long, I think I'm just going to spare it. It was the one from Archimedes where he said that the states are kind of more the absolute beings. I thought, since he gave money on that, I thought I'd just put a few things on to kind of validate it. And that is, if you think about institutions, it's a institutional mentality, if you like. It's similar to a club. It filters out people, right? So even though these are impersonal entities, they acquire a form of personality, and they are often incorporated into the state apparatus, which will be one of their clubs. And, social connections do kind of apply, and the mechanisms by themselves, it's sort of like you would not be in the position of media, for example, if you did not already believe the things that you're saying, or maybe you're just that good at making people believe it, right? You would not be in the military if you're very pacifistic, right? Like it's a pretty self-given, right? And so how these systems are set up, that's usually what we're talking about, like, different types of states, ideologies, etc., and so forth. But that states are ultimately kind of like a higher being. It's very abstract, but there is certain truth to it. Yeah, that was it. Wyatt, I see also the live chat are wanting you to put on the new super chats that were while you were talking.
I just wanted to ask
take a shit or something.
one question. How do you sort of reconcile things with the states and how things have changed? Everyone used to love the states, and now it's sort of like seen as like the evil empire. How do you sort of see that? Because I want to go and see the states. I think that's got a cool culture and thing, but around.
I mean, the biggest problem is just our federal government and the bureaucracy around it. That's probably the biggest problem. And then you've got the inner cities with crime, but that's, anyone that lives anywhere in a big city in the world. I mean, even in Europe, I'm sure there's cities that are real nice and quiet, and there's other places that are shitholes. Just like in America, there's nice cities you can go visit and have a good time. There's other cities you probably just drive on by. But I mean, it's annoying. It's frustrating because it's like, they're doing all this dumb crap. It's not benefiting anybody. It's not making anything any better. All it's doing is like every day, it's like, oh, is today going to be the day a nuke flies? Is today going to be the day this happens or that happens? Because these idiots have just like set this table. The border's wide open. You got this war that just drains hundreds of millions of dollars a month out of the country. You have all these crazy politicians talking about, fighting this guy and doing this and doing that. I mean, some Iranian president dies in a helicopter crash. They kind of act like they're cool for a minute, and then, but still on the down low, there's all kinds of snide comments in Twitter. And, maybe Victoria Nuland didn't say, ha ha, he died, but, her assistant deputy director secretary who gets coffee for the secretary made a comment, stuff like that. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I just feel like it's a really shitty attitude. And I mean, I just kind of tired of it and sick of it, hoping I could help change things. And, at the same time, kind of hoping, I don't wake up one day and it's, sunrise or sunrise at like 10 o'clock at night. I mean, that's my thing. I mean, I got kids and shit, it's like these assholes are talking about, I'm 50 something years old. It's like, be nice to have 10 years in my life where there wasn't a fucking war going on, where one of my kids or I'm thinking about my dad's in Vietnam. I was old enough for Desert Storm. My oldest son was in Iraq. You know, my other son could be floating around somewhere right now if they wanted him to. I mean, it's bullshit. And for what? It ain't like we get cheap. Look at the sanctions. It's like I sanctioned my country by proxy. Like I sanctioned Russia, and it worked out to where we got sanctioned. I mean, everything's backwards and upside down, and it's just insane. I don't know. It's just a really scary time in America. But yeah, come and visit. Just do your research, find good places to go, hang out in the South. Probably don't go to California or New York or Michigan or Chicago.
Maybe make some friends first.
Yeah, get to know some people. And like Slef came out and visited me in Louisville.
Super chat. Will China break
places.
Australia after the Taiwan reunification or before?
But yeah, I mean, it's just, and plus it's an election year, so it's a crazy time. So
Super chat China dependency ratio 1970 0.80 2010 0.25 2050 0.80 and rising. China will be huge, but its growth is going to decelerate sharply.
I'm sorry for the belated super chat. Yeah, sorry, so sorry.
So good.
Towards. Okay, finish, Ron.
Oh no, I mean that's all I have to say. I mean, there's a lot. Everybody in here knows what's going on around the world in their own countries, and I think we're all pretty frustrated and worried about the situation.
When our Wade was talking, he is not wrong, but the problem is if we think about in terms of distribution by inhabitant around the world, it is obvious that the moment the Chinese have the same development, wealth, and privilege and prosperity like an American citizen, there will be a big imbalance in comparing to the world we are living in. Of course, Wade will tell us, okay, this money is actually in the hands of big ones. Yeah, of course it is. It is always like that. It doesn't matter which country we are talking about. But the problem is definitely the Chinese today still are very far away from the richest countries in the world. If they ever come near to that, the world compared to what we know today, that world compared to the world we have today, it will be a very different way. And then imagine that the Indians also achieve, let's not say the same development, just as half of it. You can't imagine in what kind of world you are living in. These two countries, if I'm not mistaken, they probably compose 30% of the population on Earth. So imagine that these countries have 30% of the whole health in terms of production and capacity. Of course, it's very problematic for the Africans, for the South Americans, and of course also for the Europeans. So I think the solution will have to go through decentralization of production. So products that are needed in a certain space, economical space, be produced more in that economical space. And we are seeing signs of it. We are seeing signs of China moving a lot of its production to other countries. Also, although they have a huge amount of unemployment within the youth, their citizens nowadays already want better wages in order to work, to do the work they used to do before. So this is also has consequences. I think there is also some production movement towards some countries in Asia, like Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken. Vietnam is actually, its development is actually dependent on the fact that China doesn't want to produce so much cheap things anymore. And we have to wait or expect or hope that China somewhere in time also decides to go to an upper level of industrialization. And these will make a difference.
We have a Charlie Black.
Who is cutting my voice? And so I do hope that but the solution will have to go for some kind of regionalization in terms of the industrial capacity around the world. And that would be a bit my answer to Wade's consideration.
Hello to new faces. Also, what's up, FCS?
He's not new. This guy is as old. This guy is as old as his white beer.
Let Crazy Canut introduce himself.
That's
Crazy
what I
is
meant.
new.
Crazy Canut.
You're muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So thanks. I've been watching for quite a while, but usually I've been too busy to join in. I just wanted to follow up on what Wyatt had mentioned regarding China, and I guess it's over-exporting. So I think that what Peter Zahan's thesis is that China will grow old, right, because of its age demographics, and that it will grow old before it gets rich. And I think what people are missing is that as the workforce ages and the labor force becomes smaller, it will have less capacity to produce. And because of that, it will probably switch from becoming a net exporting country to becoming a net importing country. And it will probably become the world's largest net importer, displacing America.
But why would they import things if there's no population to import the stuff?
Because they need to consume, right? And especially if they want to, especially if China wants to increase its standard of living, it's
Who
going
wants
to
to
have
consume?
to.
The older people.
The older people, even the younger people. Remember that
And if they
President
don't
Xi Jinping-
exist, if these
even
people don't
remember
exist,
remember, President Xi Jinping's goal is to improve the standard of living of the Chinese people. To have a higher standard of living, then you have to consume more.
No, you don't.
The thing about China is that they are already now using AI and robotics and replacing the people. So
Sure.
China will definitely continue with manufacturing, because they themselves plotted this to destroy the United States. Because when the United States lose all its manufacturing, the country is doomed. So China will not do the same thing for themselves. But they use robotics to replace the people. Yes, they can go old, but they are able to produce things even cheaper and faster. So I don't think, personally, I disagree. I mean, you can have a different point of view. I'm just saying that China is already right now replacing all the manpower with robotics. They are doing right now. A lot of people is losing their jobs in China because over this thing.
Yeah,
And
Peter
that's part of the
Zeihan's
strategy, right?
Peter Zeihan's thesis is shit's gonna go wrong in China, and it's gonna happen sooner rather than later. But if it doesn't happen sooner, it'll happen later. Like
It
that's,
won't happen in 10 years.
and I don't think
That's
that's a relevant thesis necessarily for what China is doing right now. It's like trying to imagine what the future of the Soviet Union will be like in 20 years after the collapse of the, in 1987 or something. What?
Yeah, but
what do they care?
saying that it will be in 10 years
AI
is
and
propaganda.
robotics are part of China's strategy. But the other part is also exporting some of its production to other countries, primarily Southeast Asia, because that's also already happening, right? China is already establishing factories in Southeast Asian countries.
As long as the trade balance is balanced, China can continue to do it. The main problem, so they will not be, China totally don't do manufacturing, but the fact that the manufacturing, as long as the trade is balanced, China can continue to keep its wealth, because the wealth is stuck in China and it's just circulating back.
But
I think Peter Zeihan is
So-
wrong. China is the #1 economy in the world already, and I don't think they're going to lose that spot due to underpopulation. You know what they'll do if they have to? They'll do what Russia did and go to North Korea and find workers to go to their factories and make artillery shells under more stringent conditions, so that they don't have to use the sketchy quality North Korean shells. You can always find that. what is it called, Gastarbeiten or something, guest workers. So whatever it is, or export technology to friendly countries like Russia, or maybe if you're wary of Russia, to your satellite proxy. I don't think that this issue
you're
is
right. We have many examples of aged populations in the world. A good example is the Scandinavians are the most of North European countries already, or Portugal already,
or Germany,
have very old. Yeah, they already have aged populations, and they had a very good industrial base, which are destroying now, but that's another question. And they are being able, nevertheless, to attract a lot of people to come to their country. It doesn't mean they're always productive, but they are there for cheap labor, or available labor in this case. It's not cheap, it's just available labor that you need in order to keep your industrial base working. So there is nothing special about China. And if China is a big country, but it is actually overpopulated for its agriculture area, so there is no problem in them to lose, let's say, 300 million people in the future. So that will be okay. They will have, though, a problem in trying
Super
to adapt,
chat.
which is
Drew has responded to the China bat signal.
It's because having such an old population also has a lot of challenge. You have to entertain this population. You have to take care of it. You have to give health care. We know that, and that actually improves society as a whole, because society needs to go more to service. So the complete dependence on the production of goods will change to the production of service. And that will also balance a little bit, but that won't be in 10 years. To say 10 years is pure propaganda. Go on, Drew. Sorry, you know more.
Okay, the only thing I'll say about Peter Zeihan is that he said 20 years ago that China will collapse in 10 years. And he said 10 years ago China will collapse in 10 years. He's saying now China will collapse in 10 years. I'll take my chances and wait another 30 years. I don't think it will be right. Anybody that's been to China can tell you that it's not collapsing.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Drew.
Drew, can I ask you a question?
Wait, let me respond. Let me respond first, right? And I wanted to respond to what Wyatt said about China being a toxic economy. That it is actually is actually underselling a lot of other countries. The thing you need to understand about how China is able to do this is not because, okay, when you are dumping your goods, what you're doing is you're overproducing and then you're selling it at a loss. But the problem here is not that China is selling at a loss. The people in China are able to produce that good and then sell it at a profit. And it's cheaper to make it in China and then ship it over to Europe or ship it
They
over
have their own internal
else.
economy.
Yeah, so the reason they're able to do this is because of huge infrastructure investments, the relatively lower labor wages, the huge supply chain, the deep, very broad supply chain. So, for example, if you want to make like a Tesla car, you have to buy batteries from China. You have to buy, the rubber from Malaysia. You have to buy all the different parts come from all over the world. But China's supply chain is so deep that all the parts are available in China. So you can build a car with most things that are mostly from China. So it's like there's no way other countries can compete, not because of they're dumping the goods. It's because they have such a strong, their shipping infrastructure is so strong. If you go to China and you order takeaway, for example, in Singapore, if I order a takeaway, it costs like maybe 20-30% more. In China, you go and order takeaway, it costs like 1 yuan extra from the good, from what you would pay. It's not. So how the world can compete with this is in one of two ways, right? Either you build up your infrastructure, build up your supply chain, and lower your wages, so that or you wait for China's wages to come up. Because right now it's so imbalanced that it's cheaper to produce in China and ship it across the world. They're not dumping. Dumping involves making a loss. You're making a profit while doing this. And And this whole idea about China being overcapacity is bullshit. If you look at the car industry, for example, Germany exports what, 75% of everything they produce. Like France exports like 50% of everything produced. Japan exports more than 50% of all the cars they produce. They are selling more. China only exports 15% of what they produce. How are they dumping? But they are very afraid of Chinese car companies like taking over their market share, not because it's just business, It's like China is only exporting 15% of the cars they make. The bulk of their production is for local consumption. It's a really silly idea to say that the economy in China, the way they do business is toxic. They're succeeding. They are succeeding in a capitalist system. So other countries need to learn from them and succeed at the same time. Because what you're talking about when you say let's just cut away China is all of us are going to suffer. All our microwaves are going to cost 5 times more. All our fridges are going to cost 10 times more. All our iPods, all our Teslas, it's going to cost a shit ton more because we cannot produce them as efficiently as China. So we, the people, are going to suffer if we cut it off because they are the ones that are producing at such a low cost. And we are the beneficiaries, us, the people. The politicians don't like it. We like it. I want to go to the market and buy cheap grapes. It's a no-brainer. They are exporting deflation. They're making life better for us. How is that a bad thing?
Can I jump in on that? I'd love to. Can you guys hear me okay, first of all?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So I just wanted to say, first of all, Zihan is obviously a complete CIA paid shill. Don't take anything he says particularly seriously because he's completely compromised, and you can, especially after the Ukraine war. Yeah, he's a bit of a clown. I mean, but you know what? Clowns can make money, and obviously he makes money, so good for him. The second thing I want to say, yeah, exactly. The second thing I wanted to say is that I just have a quick question to Drew, and I don't Google this, Drew. Which country has the lower average wage, China or Mexico?
Mexico.
Mexico, that's right, and it's only going to continue in that direction. The model that I think people's perceptions of the world, their models of the world, tend to look at the past few decades and they extrapolate from that. And in that time, China has had an extremely low wage. What that is increasing rapidly. It's not going to be the massive low-cost manufacturing hub of the world anymore. It's going to have to find a new model. It could very successfully do that. It's entirely possible. But and you can talk about AI and robotics as allowing China to keep its wages down or the cost of production down. But that also applies to basically every country in the world, right? Not just to China. That's something that applies across the board.
Yeah, but China will have Arctic presence, so
not
every country will have Arctic presence.
They'll have Arctic presence.
What most people don't understand is that low wages is not the competitive advantage of China. Competitive advantage of China, at the end of the day, the most important competitive advantage of China is their supply chain. You can't build anything anywhere in the world without the Chinese supply chain right now. It's so deep that, like, you want to build, just think about, you want to build a fan. The screws you can get from China, the steel you can get from China, the
Super
blades
chat.
you can get from China.
Have some lunch on me for the good health of the Wyatt.
You if you want to build a fan in New Zealand, you have to buy the steel from China. You have to buy the screws from China.
Yeah.
It's just not viable. That's the supply chain that's the thing that makes it.
Yeah, but supply chains can change over time, right? These are the established supply chains. They haven't existed for 1,000 years. They've existed for 20, 30 years, right? China has been in a phase, and this is why I had the super chat earlier talking about the dependency ratio. I know that people like to say that demographics are overrated. And by the way, I know Kanaka's wanting to speak, so I'll throw this to him shortly. But I just want to reiterate the point that China, it has been in a historically amazing demographic dividend that it's not going to return. The fact of the matter is that the growth rate that China is experiencing is not going to continue. What it's done over the last 30 years is not going to be replicated. It's not to say that China is going to collapse or something. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's going to be, some kind of another virus or some social revolution. Who knows, right? But maybe it could. But there's no reason to think that it's going to collapse. But there's every reason to think that it's going to slow down. That this current trajectory that we've seen of China rising incredibly fast is not going to continue. The other thing to note about the way that the world is going is that it's not really a story of China versus the West, right? It's a story of many other actors. And China's share of the overall global economy is going to decline because as it rises, there are other countries that are rising faster as a percentage of the economy, such as India, such as Africa, such as Southeast Asia, right? These places are going to be growing and become much larger than they are right now. And they're not going to be friendly with China necessarily. They very well might have their own interests that are being trampled on by the Chinese, and we're going to see a much more complex world that is going to have a much smaller West, relatively speaking, than we've seen in the 20th century, but also a much smaller China than we've seen in the 21st century. That's the world that we're going into. And with that, I'd like to throw it to Canuck, who's got his finger up for a bit.
No, if I could, because I had a question waiting for Drew, and it's also Wyatt for that matter.
No, I'm going to throw it to Canuck, please, because he's got his finger up and he's new, and I'd like to encourage the.
Okay.
Yes.
You can
So
arbitrate.
thanks very much. So I just wanted to add to what Archimedes said, right? So for the reasons of demographics and rising wages, production, even with AI and mechanization, automation, production will shift. China will shift some of its production, at least, to cheaper countries, right? But I want to remind you that there are no hard currencies in the world. Almost all the currencies are printed, right? So when you're printing, is it better to be an importer or an exporter? At least from a financial point of view, right? So if you're just printing money, it's better to be an importer because that's what will increase your standard of living, right? You'll have the highest standard of living.
If you're going to play the dollar game,
if
you're going to play that game, then you want to have a lot of reserve currency of whatever that currency would be, which would be the dollar, which the Chinese have. If you're trying to change that game, you're going to dump that currency.
In order to become the world's reserve currency, you have to be a net importer, right? Why? Because if you are the reserve currency, other people need your currency. How do they get your currency? You have two options. You can borrow it or you can trade for it. What would you rather do? You're going to trade for it, right? Yeah. If the Chinese yuan becomes the international reserve currency, people are going to want to trade their real goods and services for renminbi. Just like people are trading real goods and services for US dollars. What China will never do, though,
will never be the reserve currency because the Chinese don't want it to be the reserve currency. And this idea of a reserve currency is going away. The reserve has always been gold for all of history. This idea of a currency being a reserve is cooked up by the US after they went bankrupt in the 1970s.
So there's a very good book called
back to
The First 5,000 Years. And if you read that, gold has almost never been the reserve currency, right? It's only a very short period in time historically when
if you go back to Sumer, they kept their debts on tablets. Yeah, okay.
That's right. Exactly.
So
what? So the problem
there's no reserve currency at that point.
Unless you got the gold on your
gold.
Where it is.
Come on, let him complete his sentence, man. I can't hear what he's saying.
The problem with
let him
gold
finish.
is that the amount of gold in the world is relatively fixed, right? So the amount of growth in terms of GDP will always be limited by the amount of gold you have. That's why currency-based economics can grow much faster than a gold-based economy, right? There's also a really good book by Richard Werner called Princes of the Yen, which details the rise of the Japanese economy from the end of World War II up until the early 80s and then how the economy crashed, right? And it's based on the ability to print money either through loans, which is normally the best way to do it, commercial bank loans, or the government can also print the money as well, right? But the amount of growth that your economy will have depends on the amount of money you create in a monetary economy.
The fiat currency isn't the reason for fast growth. How you got fast growth in the West is through debt, and that is, they borrowed from your future to power their growth now. But as you can see now, what that growth does is it creates this huge hangover that eventually needs to reset, and we're approaching that point of the reset for the U.S. economy. So they've powered their growth through debt, and it's so huge now. And then, whereas the countries that don't have that, for example, like China doesn't have any debt at all. If you take their net reserves, minus away their net debt, it's actually a positive number. They have no debt. So what China has is a very robust economy built on real wealth, right? So if China, so the property market in China started to do this debt growth thing, and the Chinese government stepped in and shut it down because they know it's not a sustainable thing. It's a bubble. You're creating a bubble, because eventually it's going to burst and the whole
Super chat.
crashes down.
Drew, tell us about the Tiananmen Square massacre.
Okay,
Drew is
well,
not Chinese.
Wait. I'll answer
He doesn't
I'll
do
answer
anything to us. We are Singaporeans.
I'll answer it. Yes, I'm Singaporean Chinese, but anyway, so there was a South American diplomat who actually was there on that night, and he wrote a cable, and this was released in the WikiLeaks, so you can go and Google it. Basically, he detailed everything he saw, and he didn't see a massacre. So the guy was there in the night. He was a South American diplomat. So that's the best proof we have. We don't know whether anything else. So he didn't see a massacre.
Or from his viewpoint, he didn't see the massacre. That's all.
Yes. From his viewpoint, he was one person, but he had no reason to lie, and it was a secret cable and got released in the. So anyway, that's the answer to that. So
okay, after why? Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, Bradley, you go.
No, I was going to say, after Wyatt, I'd like to do my closing because we are coming up on time, but Wyatt had a point before me.
Yeah, Wyatt.
I actually forgot.
Don't be a party pooper. Let's go 8 hours. 10 hours.
Right.
You're going to do open mic all week, baby.
Yeah, exactly. All right? Rick and Morty. All day, all week, all weekend. All right.
So I actually is because just now we were talking about the fiat currency, right? And then talking about reserve currency. The Chinese can't become a reserve currency. It's not that they don't want to, but they cannot because we do not know how much money they have printed. Just like what Drew said that we print money is we basically is borrow future money to do development now. Hopefully that this development, this investment will pay off and grow the economy in the future.
That's not what I said.
Then but that's what I say. I mean that's the reason for you.
Not printing money. Printing money is not
when you print money, you basically when you print money, you could cause inflation. So that's why you sell bonds and whatnot. Then you have to pay interest, right? So basically, you have to.
You have a loophole for being the reserve currency, but yeah.
I know. I'm talking about normal.
Wait. No,
I'm not talking about normal.
Okay, so what people don't understand is fiat currency is debt, right?
Yes.
If the government prints money and it's my assets, then it's automatically the government's debt. That's just double entry accounting, right?
No,
the other thing you have to remember is if you're printing it, you can't borrow it.
We should make the distinction that not all fiat currencies are the same. But go ahead.
That's fair, right? Not all fiat currencies are the same. But a pure fiat currency, if it's printed, it cannot be borrowed. It's either printed or it's borrowed. It can't be both, right? Yeah. Why do governments sell bonds? So if you actually Google open market operations on Wikipedia, on Investopedia, it will say the government prints bonds to drain reserves from the banking system to raise interest rates to the central bank's desired level, right? So the purpose of printing bonds is just to make for the government to be able to manipulate the interest rate to whatever it wants, right? If you remember, the government during the pandemic wanted to reduce the interest rates almost to zero. So what did it do? It purchased bonds to add reserves to the banking system, right? That's just, you can just Google open market operations. So bonds are not a borrowing operation. Bonds are not a borrowing operation. Bonds are an interest rate management operation.
No,
interest rate management operation.
No. There are two kinds of bonds. If
Okay,
you sell
what are
your
the two
bonds
types of bonds?
internally, if you sell your bonds to your own people internally in your country, yes, they are for managing interest rates. You sell it overseas to external foreigners, they are borrowing money from overseas people because you have to pay them. When you pay your interest, it goes out of your country.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the bonds are sold to, whether it's internal, external. What matters, if you issue bonds in foreign currency or you issue bonds in domestic currency, right?
No.
If you issue if the Canadian government only issues bonds that are payable in Canadian dollars, it doesn't matter. If the Canadian government starts issuing bonds in US dollars or in Singaporean dollars, then there's a risk that it may not be able to pay them back because it cannot print US dollars.
No, that's nonsense.
No, if you're printing money.
If I print $1 billion Canadian dollars, I can immediately swap it out for US dollars. Doesn't matter. All you have is a currency
Then
risk.
it will.
The exchange rate.
So
Canadian
that's a
dollars
difference.
and US dollars will go against you.
Bonds denominated in Canadian dollars, the government only doesn't make any promises about the exchange rate. It only makes a promise on what the face value is and what the interest rate it's promising. It doesn't promise what you can exchange it for.
Yeah.
That's the inherent principle of fiat currency. The one major difference, of course, is the Eurozone, because none of the Eurozone countries can print euros. Euros are only printed by the European Central Bank, which is outside the control of any democratically elected government.
So I just want to correct what I'm trying to say. So it doesn't matter it's bond or printing money. The idea is that when both printing and the buy or selling of bond, you have to pay it back somehow. There is a price to it. If you print money, there's inflation. There's a price to it. So what I'm trying to say is that when you try to you print money or bond, what will happen is that you have to have economic development, because why you have to print the money is you want to invest in infrastructure and whatnot to develop your economy. If your economy don't grow, then you'll get inflation, and you're gonna get decreased economy, whatnot. It's gonna be all the bad stuff.
The word you're looking for is stagflation,
Yeah.
where you have inflation without.
Hey, man, the finger or even deflation and whatnot. It's going to is not deflation. It's going to depression. It's going to make your economy just crash.
Yeah.
So the problem with China is that we do not know how much they have printed, or we do not know how much renminbi is circulating. We just don't know. Which is why it matters. It matters a lot, because
Hey, Wyatt, you keep saying that, but they print reports just like every country in the world. Are you saying that the reports are not...
how you know it's true or not?
You can say that about any...
I've interrupted. My finger been up.
Say that about every government. Like,
It's true. FCS has to have a finger up.
Don't know is silly.
Okay.
You have to understand the Chinese system.
Hey, let him talk. Let him talk. He's trying to talk, man.
So far, we have agreed that everything we need comes from China. If we are printing money to buy from China, what do you think China do with the money? So if anybody is printing money, we're the one printing money, we're the one in debt, we pay it to somebody, obviously, and the person we are paying it to is who we're importing massively from, which is China. So yeah, China is sitting on a bunch of money. That's why somebody mentioned earlier, Drew said, compared to that debt to income ratio, they are almost in a positive, because they don't have to print much as we do, because again, they produce everything we need. So
not everything. I don't know why people have this idea that we get everything we need from China. That's patently ridiculous. The United States imports more from Mexico than from China.
Them. So that's everything. Majority is from them. Don't sort of minimize it down to.
And it's not the majority. It's less than Mexico. For the United States specifically, it gets more from Mexico than it does from China. I mean, nobody is sitting here saying, "Oh my God, we get everything from Mexico," and yet we say that about China. Isn't that ridiculous?
It is not ridiculous. Even Mexico get the things they need to buy from China. So
yeah. And China just makes them in thin air, right? I mean, come on, man. Everybody's linked into the global system, right? That's for sure. But we import more from Mexico than from China, and yet you people will still keep. I just don't understand how you can say that.
So I was just seeing US from China.
Yeah, that's right. Every Mexico just imports everything from China and resells it to the US. That's how that works. Huh?
Of course, yes.
Ridiculous. That's ludicrous. You have no concept of how much is produced in Mexico. There's an enormous amount of work that's done in Mexico. Most of the American products are made in Mexico more than they're made in China. I mean, and that's not even to mention all the products made in Vietnam, Bangladesh, India, all over the world, right? China is not the only game in town.
I want to highlight my point about why how much China prints money makes matters, because China dictated that how much renminbi, how much yuan goes to $1. What if that the actual value, the actual exchange rate, the real exchange rate is actually 10 times worse? Maybe instead of I don't know what's the exchange rate now. Let's say it's 20 yuan to $1. What if it's actually 100? But the thing is that you do not know, because everything is because it's packed, so you don't know. So actually, that they actually have a much worse economy if you convert into US dollars. So every time they do an exchange, they let Chinese people take money out, exchange to US dollar and go out. They actually lose 5 times to 10 times more money. There's a danger. That's why the Asian financial crisis can exist. It can destroy the economy, because when we packed it, the exchange rate is wrong. It's not the real exchange rate. And we do not know what's the China exchange rate, which China protects and don't allow the opening up of the financial system.
Wait. Okay, that's not how exchange rate work. Okay, so this idea that China has printed too much money is nonsense, because we know the Chinese currency market is basically controlled within China. So all the money they print basically circulates within China. It doesn't get out, more or less, right? So if they have printed too much Chinese yuan, you'll see hyperinflation in China already. You don't see hyperinflation in China. So they have not printed too much money. End of story. That's it.
How would you know that there will be? How would it?
Because if you print too much money, like you say, if you print money, there will be inflation. You print too much money, there will be hyperinflation. There isn't an inflation problem in China. The money doesn't flow in and out. Huh?
The housing pricing have been shooting up until no one.
No, the housing pricing has been coming down.
If I may,
previously, I'm talking about previously.
Hey, Yuri, what up?
Yeah, but that's a bubble.
Hey,
so they stopped it already. So it's
the bubble come from somewhere. It's right.
Yeah, because anyway, that's a different story.
Because they're printing more money.
Wait. The housing market is only 6% of the Chinese company, Chinese GDP. The whole market is only 6%. We're talking about 94% of the country's economy isn't experiencing inflation. So this idea that they print too much money is just ludicrous. Yeah. Anyway,
if I may, sorry, Drew. If I may explain what printing money means. Okay, when most of the fiat currencies are modeled on United States model, right? The processes and all of it, the central bank and how it works. Even China copied it. Okay, so the United States Treasury is not allowed to print paper money, only coin money. If you're talking about physical, only coins are allowed to be printed and bring in as the regular printing money. When somebody says a country prints money, means it's equal to the deficit when it prints the bonds and sells it. That's what it's the same equivalent. It's equivalent to printing money. So most people say printing money, but no country is allowed to print money by itself and bring it in, except by this process. This is how it works. Okay, no country prints prints money, physical money, and brings it in without going everything through the reserve currency from the banks. So banks exchange newly printed money to bring it into the economy. Okay, that's how it works. So reserve currency that money have, they exchange it digital. They exchange it for the paper money that's being printed. But it's not country itself. It's not the treasury bringing it in just by itself. Bring it in. No country that ever does that anymore. You should understand that. You guys, I see you misplacing it like that. It all goes through the banking system, not through the treasury directly, as you think. Okay, that's the point. When somebody says the country prints money, its amount of it is deficit that's brought in through the banks. I'm repeating it again. So the Austrian made a total fuck up of inflation. What inflation means, printing money brings inflation. It's not necessary. It's usually the supply issues, supply problems that bring up the inflation. It's simple demand and supply of the products. Okay, it's the supply problems that
there can be an
bring
inflation
the
without money being printed.
And there can be.
There wouldn't be economy without money being printed.
Yeah, and not only that, but inflation can happen without
positive.
money being printed, is all I'm saying.
Inflation is positive. You have to have inflation in a dead economy. When you have a dead economy, when you have to service the debt, right? So that means you take in more money out of it. If you have growing population, how are you going to cover everyone to have enough money to survive if you don't bring more money into the system? You have to always bring more money because new people, but even if you don't have growing population, dead people take the money out of the system, right? They have savings. Growing savings take the money out of the system, out of the circulation, savings. So you have to have the same new money to cover for savings. So you have constant amount of circulation in circulation. That's the issue. So when the rich save money, they take money out of circulation.
That's not how it works. If they save money and the money goes to the bank, they loan it out again.
No.
The money
Come
never
on.
really sits there.
Super
Money
chat.
you
Your
cannot.
response to the money printing bat signal.
I actually also thinking like if we continue to talk about economics, Euro is going to come on. And he didn't actually come on.
So
can I
you
follow
can't
up on
bank.
Euro and Drew's?
It's too risky. It's too risky to lend anyone's money. Banks don't do that.
Oh, that's what they do.
Banks,
That's
no, they
literally
don't.
what they
No.
It's
Hey,
too risky.
Banks don't lend deposits. That's
Yep.
that's an economic fallacy. Remember, bank
No, they have a
deposits are bank
ratio.
liabilities. A
They have
bank
a
cannot
ratio.
lend its own liabilities.
No,
Right?
they have a ratio. They will keep to like 10%, or some places it becomes 0%.
No.
Effective.
No, that's another fallacy, right?
It's not
It's not
fallacy.
fractional. It's
It's
not
mythology.
fractional reserve bank. It's not fractional reserve banking, right? There's actually a
Yes,
really
it
good
is.
article put out by the Bank of England, "Money Creation in the Modern Economy," published I think in 2014.
No,
When a
that's
bank
because
makes
they
a loan,
reduce the fractional reserve currency to zero.
no.
They are doing
When a bank
crazy
makes a
things.
loan,
That's why you have a
no.
shitty.
So this
US
is the way
economy.
banking works. This is the way banking works, right? Let's say you want to take out a loan for $10,000. You sign a loan agreement. That loan agreement is booked as the bank's assets, and then they create a deposit in your account. But that deposit didn't come from anywhere. Doesn't come from their reserves. They don't even look in their reserves, right? It's just an entry in your checking account.
And what happens at night?
What
happens at night?
So there's two things, right? So when you get that loan, you're going to spend it, right?
No. What happens at the bank at night?
So The
they
bank
just created money. Where did
That's
they
right.
get it from? They have
They
to go and
created out
borrow
of
it from the
nothing.
central bank at night. At night,
No,
they need to
no,
balance
no, no.
it. And among
No.
all the banks in the country,
It's
they
already
balance it.
balanced. They have an asset and they have a liability. The
No,
asset is your
that's
loan
not how banking
agreement.
works. At night, they have
100%
to,
how banking works.
every night they have to balance it.
No. So what they have to do
That's
is
why
they
some
have
banks go
separately.
under.
They have to meet their
To the
separately. They have to
deposit.
meet regulatory requirements. Separately,
No,
they have to
at
meet
night,
some
the
type
banks
of regulatory
that lend more versus
requirements.
the ones that get deposit, they
No.
they're
To the
swapping around.
deposit,
They
Drew.
create loan deposit.
Drew.
They
They
create
have
debt
to have
liabilities between the
reserve.
banks.
They have to reserve to cover deposits, not to
Yes.
have the reserves to cover loans, which is what you're talking about. The law is the banks have to have reserves to cover deposits, so they can issue out deposits if there's a run on a bank. That's
No,
the issue. That's the thing.
The money
You're talking
they
about
get
loans.
loan to create in your bank account doesn't come from thin air. It comes from the central bank.
No,
Okay,
it does
you
not.
guys are not going to agree.
People
You
check.
guys have, there's three dudes.
Monetary
Nobody
policy
agrees.
was invented in 1971 by the shadow cabal of Denis Davidoff in order to sabotage DPA OM viewership.
Thank you.
Wake up,
Guys,
sheeple.
If I may,
We're not gonna,
if
guys.
I
We're
may
not gonna decide, guys. We're not going to agree
Yeah.
on this issue. We have three different people disagreeing. Can everybody just kind of sum up their points in like 10 seconds so we can move on?
Yeah, can I say something else about foreign countries financing the United States? It's
Let's
a
make
first,
it really quick.
Okay, so China exports to United States, and it a company that buys the products pays into the accounts, right? It pays it to the Federal Reserve, and Federal Reserves place it in account of China, so that money accumulates. And accumulates because let's say now they don't want to buy nothing from United States, or they are now not allowed to buy anything. No,
They treat it as
real
part
estate.
of their financial reserves of the state. Understood.
Yeah, so they keep accumulating. Okay, they have that money. They cannot do nothing with it, right? So they buy bonds.
Oh, good.
And the
They
reason
don't
they buy
finance.
bonds, the reason
They
they
don't
buy
finance.
bonds is
Yeah.
because those reserves get 0% interest at the U.S.
Yes.
Federal Reserve, right?
Yes.
So do they want to earn 0% interest, or do they want to earn some interest? The logical thing to do is to trade your reserves that earn 0 for bonds that earn something.
Some.
So they already have money that they cannot do nothing with it. It's not financing United States.
But Yuri, what are they going to do with all the? What are they going to do with all the gold reserves? What are they going to do? Build enough computer chips to eat all that gold?
That's
No, of course
no.
not.
That's the only way to reduce that amount. It's only way by buying gold from United States. That's not banned yet. So Russia was doing it, and China is doing it now, buying the gold.
Okay, so
in
what's your
order
point?
to
then?
reduce, that's
they have
only
all these. They have all these financial reserves. They have all these dollars.
Yeah.
They are in accounts. And what's the conclusion here?
they don't finance United States deficit. It's not blackmailing and all that bullshit that how say these doom people always talk to you about
these prophets of doom.
Yeah, constantly. That's the issue. They accumulate the money.
Okay, we got your point, Yuri. So
nothing to do with
basically,
it. Yes.
they have all of these reserves, and they can really do nothing with these reserves except for use them to accumulate more reserves.
So
What's the
can
response?
I reinterpret it in a simpler layman way because I'm a layman? So
Yep.
China have too much US dollars. They don't know what to do with it. So then United States have too much debt. They need more money to spend. So they don't want to print because if they print, inflation will happen. So they sell the bonds. China give their useless money, useless US dollar to United States. Later they will pay back with interest. Now United States have the US dollar, so they can spend this US dollar without increasing inflation. Correct or not? Does it make sense? No. Somewhat.
Pretty close.
Yeah,
It's not too.
It's not. That's that's same as printing money. Selling bonds is actually what we say printing money, because they cannot just print money. That's printing money when we say it.
But the cost is lower, right? It's
bonds
lower
are
than
indirect
no,
way
just
to print money. They're an
no,
indirect
it
way to
doesn't
print
matter.
money. You don't print money, you do the bonds. That's what you're saying.
So this bond,
it's the same thing.
Bond thing.
Okay, Kenneth, please respond and try to make it
Well,
short.
Bradley,
thing,
what
right?
you don't understand
Imagine-
is that in 8000 BC, the Anunnaki came from the planet Xanadu
That's
to solve
exactly
one of
what
the
I'm
greatest
saying.
problems, which was
Please.
that they didn't have enough gold
aim for
on their
10
planet in
seconds,
order to
guys.
protect their atmosphere. Right,
Right.
so they came to
because
the Earth
communism
and
worked
found a
on the
race
planet.
of bipedal apes that they granted the gift of
Star Trek is a
consciousness to,
documentary.
and
Star Trek is a documentary.
and implanted into their genetic code, our genetic code, the love of gold. Right, and ever since then we have been creating more and more complex structures to produce as much gold as possible. You know, you think that there's any gold in the fucking Federal Reserve of Knoxville? That's not true, man. The Anunnaki come once a quarter and they collect their deposit and they bring it back to Xanadu. That's why we must produce as much gold as possible. Okay.
Yeah.
So
none of you understand this.
Let's try to make this short, please. Let's try to make this short. We gotta
Okay.
close soon.
May I?
That was short.
Okay.
You know,
This
thank you so
bond
much.
thing-
Let's make it as short as
I'm at,
freaking
like-
what our comedians can do. Thank you. What a talent. What a badass.
From the
Thank
home
you.
government's
Okay,
perspective,
Kenneth.
right? It's, let's say you had your money in a checking account, and instead of keeping it in a checking account, you moved your money to a term deposit, right?
CD.
With higher interest, but it's a term deposit, so you can't access it right away. That's really the same idea as the bond, right? It doesn't change the country's financial position at all, right? Both the reserves, the money, and the bonds or the term deposit are a liability for the government. It hasn't, whether it's in cash or as a bond, it doesn't affect the financial position of the country. What affects the financial position of the country is if those bonds are in a foreign currency, right? That you can't print.
I don't agree. There's a timing problem there in terms of when you have to pay it back.
There's also a problem with.
But you're paying it back with something that you can print out of thin air.
Okay. Before anybody interrupts him, Canuck, finish your point so that we can be done with it. Sum it up.
No, so
I don't know.
So,
He's
so
getting
that was
hilarious
it.
for
That
me.
was it.
Okay, thank you. The point's been
Okay,
summed up.
can
Thank
I-
you.
can I
Okay, Drew, you're
respond?
last. Drew, you're last on
Can I
this.
respond? Okay. No, that's wrong because when you issue a loan to a local person and you pay back the interest, the money gets recirculated in your economy. That money then increases your GDP, increases money supply and circulation and whatnot. When you pay your interest to a foreign party, that money goes out of your economy. That's the end of it. You don't see it again. There's a huge difference between loaning to your own people and loaning to a foreign entity.
Yep.
No, I think the same problem is you print money, then you have the liability of this money. But when you have a bond and then you take the money back, you have to pay back with interest. But if you didn't spend this money correctly, then you're going to lose this money and with interest. It's going to be like worse than you print money. Am I correct in a way?
There's a shift in point of view. Liability, it comes from the meaning that money is abstract value, while the real stuff and services are real value. So when the country gives you the money, it's the state liability. That money that you have is state liability in real value terms. That means when you give it back, they have to give you something real value. That's where the liability term comes from. To really comprehend it, it's a shifting point of view. That terminology within academics, it's so complicated because this shifting point of view, whom is
I think
for
it's
what?
so complicated that we're not going to be able to dissect the intricacies of this
Super
deep question
chat.
right now. So let's hear the super
One
chat.
of the best OMs level DPA Viva Communism.
No communism, sorry.
So, okay. Now, number two, I'm going to do my closing right now. This is what I'm going to
Yes.
do. Okay.
And then we will continue with the closing because we are now reaching 8 hours and
Holy
we
crap.
don't. Yeah. So.
All right. So
yeah,
my
this is a
closing.
full-time job for me now.
Thank that. Thanks for all the super chatters. Just pointing that out. Okay, so for my closing, I'd like to focus on what I thought were the highlights of our conversation, and that are three topics in general. The Ukraine absorption into NATO as a means to facilitate an end to the war on favorable terms, which came from a super chat, and then the question of how peace will be achieved or what it might look like after the war. And I'm going to say I'm not a military expert. I don't even read maps well. We're very fortunate to have Wyatt doing the important work that he's done and continues to do. But from my layman's perspective, the Russians will continue to grind down as much of Ukraine's military potential, which is supplied by NATO, as well as an increasingly unwilling and cynical, captured population. And Russia will achieve whatever political objectives they deem sufficient and they're capable of achieving. Despite what our mainstream media says, I'm willing to bet that whatever sufficient is, it won't include NATO missiles on the current border between Russia and Ukraine. So these two issues are related, right? Because the entire reason there's a war in Ukraine today is because NATO refused to follow their spoken promises not to expand, quote unquote, not 1 inch to the east after NATO absorption of Germany, but, also our written promises because, to the Russians in documents like OSCE 1999 Istanbul, what Toby was saying before, it's important to read these documents. You're going to actually have a much deeper understanding of a lot of these issues. Or like the Russian NATO Founding Act, which is a must read for anybody that thinks that we did not promise Russia that NATO would not be expanding. So the solution necessarily amounts to some kind of rewriting of the European, if not global, security regime for the Russia-Ukraine war, right? I watched the CSIS event recently, and the one thing that all the panelists kept insisting on was the notion that NATO expansion into Ukraine was not the real reason for the war. But if it's not, then the real reason for the war has to be a security order that doesn't take Russian interests into account. I'll just say that. And then third, and less related to those two issues, but almost of equal importance, the other question I'd like to address is, of course, the question of Prada's pants. The problem is that nobody actually knows about the mystery of Prada's pants. So there's no easy answer to whether or not they exist right now on Prada's legs, or maybe only existed there for a short time, or perhaps never even existed at all, and Prada has just always been pantless. It's better to think about this issue as kind of like a wild card, like a variable that you can't fully account for in the realm of geopolitics. It's always intriguing. Yes, it's always intriguing to speculate, but we ultimately don't have the answer. So with that, I'd like to bid everybody farewell. It's been a great chat. Thank you very much to everybody, and goodbye.
Bradley, check my oh fuck.
He dropped. Yeah. So Prata and Von that is in the backstage. If you guys want to come on, please on your camera. Craig didn't talk much. He just getting bombarded by us. Craig, close up.
It's okay. The economics lectures are a bit much. I'm going to stick in my closing to mostly to economics. One thing that was ignored was that China, South Korea, and Japan met for their trilateral conference the first time in about 4 years, I think. The outcome of that could be far more interesting than anything we talked about tonight. If they come to some kind of agreement, notably that they won't go to war on behalf of the U.S. over, say, Taiwan or over North or South Korea's unification, that would be the single biggest giant earthquake in foreign policy anywhere for some time, since the Saudi-Iran deal, basically, that ended the Saudi-Iran confrontation. So I'm watching that really closely. I think the digital one move looks small, but I still don't think it is, because I think ultimately the idea there is that a private ledger run by China keeps its transactions, especially those in potentially sanctioned technologies, behind Chinese closed doors. And the fascinating thing about sanctions to me is they're basically you're voluntarily giving up your patent royalties and your trademark royalties. And so anybody can just copy you. As soon as you sanction them, they can just take anything you sanctioned them and copy it. And China is going to take full advantage of the fact that they've been sanctioned in chips, for instance. And take full advantage of the fact, just like Russia did when it was You know, there's suddenly fast food joints that used to be McDonald's and are now a Russian trademark. I mean, these sanctions are catastrophic. And when you put on like 100% tariffs on EVs and 50% on solar panels, you're actually making basic transport and energy more expensive in your own economy. That is going to be harvested the same way cheap Russian oil was. The rest of the world's going to buy up those cars. They're going to buy up those solar panels, and they're going to basically be driving around Chinese EVs on solar power for peanuts, whereas the United States will be trying to compete, you know, on expensive, complex gas cars fueled with gasoline that they have to pay for. Like, that just makes everything in the United States relatively more expensive than things made in the countries that buy up this stuff from China. The U.S. this weekend also is busily trying to bully the G7 into signing on to the same stupid tariffs. So the whole G7 is going to get told, you're also going to tariff Chinese cars. You're also going to tariff Chinese solar panels. And it's disastrous for their economies, but it's good for the rest of the world. So relatively, the G7 is on a mutually reinforcive economic collapse project. They will not be able to compete in anything, given that they're sanctioning their own cheap energy and transport supplies, and they're allocating to the rest of the world this fundamental advantage in basic infrastructure and transport that will come back to bite them in the ass with everything from Mexico or Brazil being, say, 20% cheaper all of a sudden, even though their wages are rising. So I might be amazed, and maybe the G7 won't stupidly sign off on something written by Blinken this weekend that is economically throat-cutting and politically cornering, but I expect they will. I think all G7 countries at this point should recognize Palestine and send their U.S. ambassador home. It's that bad. NATO broke, and I think the G7 now has to break. It's only the Five Eyes countries and G7 countries that haven't recognized Palestine. I think it's a pretty good indicator of how scared of the United States you are. And if you're not scared of the United States at all, now is a damn fine time to show that you aren't, and to basically praise your new Chinese robot masters, because, you know, the sooner the better. I don't believe in neoclassical economics. I don't believe in economic growth as a concept. It's stupid. I don't believe in monetary policy economics. That's all stupid. None of this means anything in a world where you're able to make much better materials out of carbon than you can make out of copper or nickel or aluminum. That's like all of neoclassical economics and trade economics falls apart. You're looking at a world more like Neil Stephenson's novel, The Diamond Age, where the only actual thing that you're selling is expertise, and you're selling it over a remote wire. So I just don't see how anything in conventional neoclassical economics is a way to analyze the situation. I look at the world more militarily, and who can produce large quantities of like carbon nanotube yarn, and who can produce print on solar panels, and who can get their troops there silently to shoot a carbon fiber bullet in your back. And I think we're looking at a much more violent world. And I don't think for 1 second that Peter Zeihan understands any aspect of this. He's just a grifter. When I look around for people who do kind of understand the conventional economic picture, I look at people like Sean Fu or Richard Wolff. Their analysis makes sense to me. But I think that, you know, we should start looking at things much more in a conflict war economy analysis, because I think the United States is about to realize that it's a rogue mad dog about to be put down. It has little power left in the world, and its last-ditch deals like getting Kenya to go to Haiti and set up bases to attack Chinese railways with, you know, basically is all they can do. I don't even think they can keep control of, you know, their coups in Africa anymore. So I'm fundamentally pessimistic about the West. I think that G7 is a volunteer club to go down in seppuku with the United States. I don't think they understand anything about the world. And as for the US dollar, I'll explain next time why I think that's the world's worst investment.
Thank you, Craig. Kanuk. Crazy Kanuk. Do you have a better name? Do you really want us to keep calling you crazy?
That's fine.
Crazy is good.
Crazy is
Stupid.
like it.
Yeah, so first time on the show, so thank you very much. I think that as CH has mentioned, Peter Zion mostly doesn't know what he's talking about. The part where I think he is accurate is where he does the geography analysis with respect to economies. But everything else he's talked about is mostly garbage. So, and in that respect, I do not foresee China failing within the next 20 years or 10 years or 30 years, right? I think it's going to keep growing and will grow to become the world's #1 economy in terms of absolute GDP. It has already, I think about 10 years ago, become the world's #1 economy in terms of GDP PPP, right? And unlike a lot of Western countries, China actually produces real goods, not these, I guess, fake services or financial services that don't really contribute anything to the livelihoods of real people, right? I would say, though, that I would watch out for China to switch from becoming a net exporter to becoming a net importer. And I think that is ultimately good for the rest of us, right? Because then we will have something to sell back to China, right? That, however, China is not going to give up, unlike the US, China will not give up and export its key technologies, right? It's going to hold the most important technologies and manufacture those domestically, right? But it still represents an opportunity for the rest of us, whether you're from Singapore or Canada or anywhere else. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
And there's a super chat for Craig.
Super chat. Craig, are you up to date on your booster shots?
Okay.
How's that for a jab?
Yeah, my closing. Yeah, basically.
Hey, that's what you get for allowing super chats from a homosexual prison island.
Oh.
But yeah, what Drew was saying earlier, that 10 years thing, every 10 years China's gonna fail. China have another 200 years of failing. So let's keep going. Africa have not even started full consumption yet. So before that 10 years expires, then Africa enters its own consumption phase. So China have many 10 years to go before it failed. With that said, you all have a good day. And Slava, how you call it? Zelenskyy holds. So Zelenskyy is still president until otherwise. Till then, adios.
Have fun, man, FCS with your friends. So, okay. So next is Nunya. The arrangement have changed. So now it's Nunya next. You're unmuted.
Oh, sorry, guys. I was kind of iffy on the open mic today, to be honest with you. I thought we went down too many rabbit holes about, nonsense, abstract evil in the world, and some diatribe about Sweden, as if anybody cares about what they think. And then we rambled on a bit about bonds, which I thought was pretty easy to understand, but apparently not. But it is what it is, I think moving forward for the week, as Craig mentioned, G7 wraps up today, I think. And they seem to be all, as Craig said, walking in concert with each other, though I do keep saying I think Japan, sooner than later, is going to break with them. And I think the only other thing I want to kind of reach out to is for everybody in Europe right now and in the UK, with the coming elections coming up, you really need to start asking yourselves what kind of Europe you want to live in for a number of reasons, So the cultural reasons that are plaguing us these days with the weird globalist battle that's going on. You need to ask yourselves whether more sovereignty over economic decisions is at a national level is something that's more beneficial to your country. And now it seems you need to start asking yourselves whether you're prepared to sacrifice yourselves or the lives of your kids on the altar of these weird globalists. Just yesterday, Rishi Sunak in the UK was calling for a return to national service for all British citizens. This was an election pledge of his, actually. So to bring it up during election It all pretty much tells me that it's going to happen. So this will eventually lead to military conscription. And, you know, UK is not alone. You hear other such statements by leaders in France and Germany and so on. So, you know, I think most people listening to this, get the word out. Everybody that you know, look to candidates who honestly just think about the world in a common sense view that these mental patients don't. I don't know how else to say it better than that. And get them out and try to influence some change. And let's see if we can get some Galloway election results. That's about all I had to say. Cheers.
Thank you, Nunya. Drew,
Can I go?
closing.
Okay. So I think the thing to look out for in the near future is more Ukraine attempts to get Russia to do something silly so that they can get NATO involved, like, you know, more bombing of nuclear facilities and whatnot. And on the US end, more provocation of China so they can get China to do something silly so that they can create a big hoo-ha there and make everybody forget about Ukraine. So yeah, I don't know what those things are going to be. Hopefully, neither China or Russia fall for that nonsense. On the China side, I think we didn't talk about a lot about the tariffs, about the US new tariffs on China, and I think those are going to fail as they have failed before. If anybody remembers, about 10-15 years ago, the US decided to throw a whole bunch of tariffs on Chinese solar, and basically what that did was basically destroy the entire US solar industry. So it's non-existent anymore. It doesn't exist. There are two reasons. Because one, the industry in the US for solar actually depended on inputs from China. So by increasing tariffs, you're killing your own industry, and it wasn't big enough to sustain itself. And two, most of what China produced, it is consumed by its own market. So it has its own demand for its own products. So however much you increase tariffs to the US, it doesn't affect the Chinese market, so it can continue to expand from there. Now the tariffs are on EVs and all the high-tech stuff. The same thing is happening again. The EV industry in the US is dependent on imports from China. So you're tariffing your own inputs into your own industry. It's going to kill the EV industry in the US, and the bulk of EVs produced in China is consumed in China. So you're not going to kill off the EV industry in China. You're just going to make them stronger. So it's really, really silly, this thing that they did. I don't know why they did it. So yeah, that's my closing anyway.
Good points. Thanks, Drew. Archimedes.
Yeah, I just want to say it was a really good open mic. I think I just want to say thanks to all the really heavy-hitting veterans that we got on. I mean, Vaughn, Yurid, Drew, Craig. I mean, I think Toby was on earlier, a few other people. So, I really appreciate everybody consistently coming on, making it a great show. I think that there's a lot of upside to the OM. I'd love to hear from more feedback from the people in the YouTube chat about how they feel about these text-to speech super chats. I know that they piss off old man Craig a little bit, which is always a bonus. I hope that they're going to help make this a much more lucrative investment for Wyatt to keep pouring his time into, because he really does pour a lot of time into this. So keep sending them, man. If you want to insult me, give Wyatt a couple bucks and then do it. And I just want to say, just a couple of things. I think that the most important question going forward is going to be about the response to this postmodern, or however you want to call it, the postmodern world that we live in today, in terms of continuing to have healthy societies. There is a real threat that these very complex societies that we live in today are infected with some kind of terminal cancer, some kind of social virus that is going to lead them to collapse over the next 200 years, and possible replacement by some kind of Africans or Middle Easterners that that bring society back to not to the Stone Age, but back to the medieval times. There is a real threat of that. I think that's the number one issue right now. And I think that one very important step that needs to be done is for the West specifically, is to reindustrialize. I think that a society that depends on importing goods from other countries, that doesn't actually train its men to work with their hands to produce things, is a society that's going to lead to more social division. It's going to lead to a hollowing out of the middle class, and it's going to lead to really adverse effects in the relationships between the genders. I think that's ultimately the most important thing. Of course, offshoring is not the only thing that impacts that, but I think that it does have a big impact. The only way I think that that the G7, like you said, are going to be able to succeed in this future is if they do renationalize, they do bring back some kind of patriotic imperial spirit. And I think that America specifically is in every position, has everything that it needs in order to compete and to rebuild that patriotic, imperialistic, forward-thinking spirit that it once had. I mean, there's so many advantages in this country. There's still so much excellent virgin land that is ripe for settlement. It's not true in a lot of places in the world. We still have a healthy population structure. We have unique amongst the entire world a national ethos that is uniquely accepting and assimilating of immigrants, which is a very useful thing to have. We dominate the English language, which is only going to become more and more prevalent amongst the developing world in Africa and India and so on, as they become more educated and more connected. And we have a massive head start in the space lift capacity, and we should be using that to move society forward. All we need, I think, is to pull our head out of our asses, to have a real good, frank look at reality once again and stop living in a fantasy land. And I do think reindustrialization is one step that must happen in order for us to get there. Yeah, that's about it for my closing. Take care, y'all.
Thank you, Archimedes. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was going to say like, subscribe, and share, of course. And if you want to keep up with the war, the best way to do it is with the daily sit rep. Or if you don't have time, at least hit the frontline changes, because that'll give you a quick update on the latest action in Ukraine. We try to do that here, but sometimes it doesn't work out. Another thing you can do, if you like watching the show, let us know what you like and don't like, so we can tailor the show to our viewers. And I want everyone to have a great week. And
internet problems. Telegram internet problems. That's how it sounds. The last month there was a lot of problems on a Telegram voice chat, so this is how it sounded most of the time. So that's what he's doing. Yeah.
Okay. So next is half-cast.
Thank you for letting me on the podcast, and it's awesome to see. I see the times, it's like 8 hours or something. It's quite long, and I missed the beginning, so I kind of missed out on what the topic about the doubling down and all that sort of stuff with Ukraine. So I won't go into it because I've already gone over it. It was good to hear all the economic stuff, even though a lot of it's just like, goes over my head, and sometimes I just, I kind of get the basics of it, but I'm not that in deep with it. But thanks for letting me on. Yeah, same thing. You just like and subscribe, share. I like to see people actually get open their minds to what's going on in the world, because it's crazy that you think who's leading America now and all the countries around the world. I know they sort of bagged our prime minister a while back, the female. She wasn't that bad. She wasn't as bad as what you think, because if you knew New Zealand, and I know a lot of New Zealanders are going to go, oh yes, she's the thing, but one of the reasons she got out of politics was just because of the stress, and I don't think she's as corrupt as a lot of these other politicians, and we got a pretty good lot of politicians down here in New Zealand. But of course we're a little fish in a giant ocean, and yeah. But yeah, I just like to say, eat the old kiwis. They taste nice, and yeah, the giant moa. If you want to check them up, they're still running around down in the South Island. Like you know, the guy that was on the other time was talking about them, said they were extinct, but they're not. So yeah. Anyway, take care.
Can I just say, I thought the New Zealand Prime Minister was great. I think she did a
She
great
was.
job.
She was
Yeah.
great. But it's like
Even though she
anyone
was a
who's great,
WEF thing, but, you know,
anyone who's great.
Nice kiwi. Nice
you
kiwi,
know,
Yura.
Anyone who's that's cool. How much did that cost?
I don't know. They're pretty much free for me.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
good.
know.
That's good. I'd like to say, yeah, with the New Zealand, every time we have like a decent prime minister, we get hate. It just happens. It just happens. Anyone who has good, you know, because the lockdowns come in, and she was like, as soon as she got in, she was like, everyone loved her. As soon as the coronavirus come along, like everybody, it was like, well, no one knew what was going on. No one really knew. So, you know, New Zealand just tried to do what they tried to keep it out as long as they could. And, you know, I got 2 jabs. I didn't go for the others. I just can't be bothered now because I've been sick. Everyone's been sick. So it's ridiculous. So in hindsight, it was easy to see why we had these draconian things where it was like, you can't go to work unless you got 2 jabs, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, and that's basically why she got kicked out. Well, she didn't get kicked out, resigned. It was just the pressure. And she's getting pressure from everybody, everywhere. And, you know, yeah, I know a lot of people probably go, oh, yeah, but she's this and that.
Closing.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I was actually there. I was in New Zealand when the pandemic hit. So I was there on holiday. So I saw the things that they did. Like they shut everything down, and then, you know, and I think it was perfectly done. It was, you know, it was very, very, very calm, very well organized. And then, you know, I headed to the airport and came back to Singapore. And then, you know, you guys just shut the whole island down. I think that was the right thing to do. So
there was no violence. No one was going crazy.
No violence. Yeah, I was walking around. The supermarkets were open. You know, I could go and buy the groceries I needed to survive. You know, and everything was logical. There wasn't anything. The only thing was Qantas canceled my flight, so I don't like them for that. But you know, what New Zealand did was I think it was great. Yeah, it was very well handled. Sorry,
I'm gonna get heaps of hate for this.
I'll leave
Time.
Euro.
Yeah, we're very glad to see new people here. We like to get more new people to come on open mic, because then you get a chance to join Telegram voice chat, and we have a lot of bullshit, a lot of very intelligent thing, very good discussions, and very good socializing, very nice chat to have, because you get allowed on it because you showed your face. We know you. We can trust you. We know that you're not gonna be an asshole, just everyday asshole from the internet, right? That's why you get that chance to be in that good community. So more people should join in to open mic, so you can see us on a Telegram voice chat. I got to say that Peter Zeihan and Craig, they are like total lookalike, and but Craig is actually doing better than Peter, way better, I believe, because he just watches Peter Zeihan and then reanalyzes way better, gives better perspective on it. So it's a good job on it. But I wanted to point out about this Austrian influence on the monetary thinking, on economic thinking. It's very important. You know, Austrian school, they devised their dictionary, and they included inflation to mean increased money supply. Inflation of money supply. That's what when they say inflation, it means printing money. It doesn't mean rising prices like we rest of the economists do. We think when we say just inflation, we mean price inflation, right? Not as they do money inflation. That's very toxic. They influence that thinking very largely. Why is inflation so it's actually a necessity in a dead economy. When you have a debt, you need inflation that's pushed by wage inflation, by wage increase over time. On a fixed credit, you actually get a lower and lower piece of your wage to cover for that loan. So it reduces the burden. So inflation pushed by wage inflation is actually why it's necessity to reduce the burden of debt over time. That's how it works. That's basic principle that China is so easily manipulating and working with it. And that's what Wyatt says about we don't know how much they printed money. Well, you can know, but if you follow every action of BOJ, yes, you BOC, Bank of China, right? You can do that, but there's always excuses how much they print. It's very, everything is visible. Whenever they save the bank, they print money to save another bank that's owned by a region, by a district, right? It's still public bank. So they save their own bank by printing money and erase debt. Basically, they can keep doing that forever. There's no issue. There is no collapse of China because they know how to manipulate money for their own benefit. They understand it. This is the issue. Yeah, the others won't trust them because of that, just like the communist countries weren't trusted because you couldn't control. You couldn't know what they do, you know, how it's going, how the accounting is working out, because it's a little bit different. So this is very important point, but it doesn't matter actually. It's just excuse not to trust China. But I would say the main reason that China yuan is not going to be reserve currency is because there's not enough of it in the world. You need to have enough of it in the world to do the transaction in it, right? So they don't give it out. Others are not taking it so much. They're just giving it out through the trade, not through the credit so much. They actually use lower their bonds in United States by giving the loans in the dollar to other countries. That's how they lower their account. It's not selling their bonds, United States bonds, it's they giving it to the other countries as loans. That's a major confusion that's going on here. So it's very nice record timing. I think it's very beautiful. I was slept through most of it, so my bad. Enjoy it.
It's okay. So it's true swap. I think Chinese yuan go out by swapping, right? It's just currency swap because nobody wants Chinese yuan. So it can never become a reserve currency, and we only buy from them. They don't buy from us. So no. Yeah. If they buy from us, they give us Chinese yuan. Who wants it, man? Who the hell? Imagine Australia taking a bunch of Chinese yuan. It's like impossible. Hey, thank you, Euro. I'll see you guys. See you in the lounge. So no, that's it. This is the epic. I think this is the longest. The longest DPA Open Mic. Episode 80, and we get 8 hours plus of discussions. It's crazy. I didn't plan to do this. No, usually. So just now I typed. So usually the idea is always the moment we hit 5 hours, I will start to look out for conditions to close. For example, the conversation is dying. People are struggling to like we're going to black holes and whatnot. Then I think it's about time to close. But then just when I thought that we are going to close, someone said something, and then the whole conversation exploded, and new people started to join, and then we go into in-depth China and economics talk, and now 8 hours. So it just happens. Yeah, this is also how it happens. Like the DPA Open Mic originally was like 3 hours, then became 4 hours, then became 5 hours, then 6 hours. It's always because people, the conversations just keep going, and and I don't want to stop the conversation prematurely unless I really need to rush to somewhere. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. And and also some people were wondering about the super chat. The talk to speech, it helps, really helps. I think a lot of people have a lot of fun doing the super chats, and it helps. And if you want to know, it's kind of like double from the before the time where we do not have this voice to text, so text to voice. So it helps to increase the revenue by a lot, and it really helps because now DPA channels are struggling very hard on YouTube because the algorithm is totally messed up. So it's totally broken, and DPA cannot compete because I share subscribers almost entirely the same subscribers with Whip Union and Military Summary, and these two guys, their channels are very big, and they each post 2 videos a day, which means there's 4 videos every 24 hours entirely suppressing DPA. So there's nothing I can do about it. I have complained to YouTube, and my YouTube partner manager looked into it, but no, there's nothing she can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. So that's the situation right now, and it happens last year in June 2023. So we are coming to June, so I can only pray that they create a new algorithm, and hopefully this helps. Otherwise, there's zero way to compete. I have really tried everything I can. I don't think it's a content or quality issue anymore. And I've done experiment between DPA and DPA War Channel. War Channel is smaller, right? So, but when I post the same video, the DPA main channel slaughters the War Channel. It's twice the views different. So yeah, and then once I post both at the same time, the War Channel's the video is gone. It's like totally does very horribly. So this is the nonsensical algorithm it is. So I have nothing I can do about it. So yeah, I can only pray. So really, and it came really at a really bad time because I bought a house, I bought a car, and then that's why whatever this revenue from the DPA Open Mic do help to keep things up. So anyway, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you guys enjoy. I really enjoyed the conversation a lot, particularly when we argue about economics. I think very seldom we have a few economics guys, people who are interested in the economics. They totally all disagree with each other and start arguing, and I was like, wow, they all make sense. So I have no idea who is correct because everybody makes sense. So yeah, I enjoy it. So thank you guys for watching. Do press the like button. Do share the words. DPA Open Mic is a community thing, and it really depends on you guys to help to share the words and bring new people in to watch these crazy conversations, because it's a very hard sell because it's just a bunch of nobodies talking, and but once you get into it, you get addicted. I'm quite sure you get addicted. So I also I really look forward to it. Sometimes I lose sleep to make sure that things can get done. So hopefully everybody can have fun. So anyway, I'm gonna drop the outro, and hopefully you guys have a great week ahead. It's Monday for me. It's 8 a.m. now, so 8:21 a.m. So anyway, and see you guys in the next update.
Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow together. Together we stand, share the line in the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, share the light in the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.